multiply that by 2 trillion galaxies, you have habitable planets. The whole universe is teeming with life as we know life. So if a planet is very close to its sun, too hot, too far, too cold, no life. But then there have to be other things like the right gravitation.
Seems ancient Greece got me all the way back.
Constant. That visible universe is 0.01%.
The fucking Greeks.
Unknown or unknowable. Unknowable because if it's not atomic, how do you know what it is?
Gay is not okay.
You can't interact with it. Now here's the problem. The 0.01% that's visible, which is made of atoms, 2 trillion galaxies, as you know that atoms made of particles, and particles, when you observe them, they have a location in space-time. When you don't observe them, they disappear into waves. Mm-hmm. And if you ask people, what are these waves made of?
How old am I? Well, still, I hope not.
They're actually mathematical constructs. Mm-hmm. They don't actually exist anywhere except in mathematical imagination. So bottom line, what's the universe made of? We don't know. And the only guess we have, it's made of nothing. So
it's and that's the bedtime story that Deepak Chopra.
I haven't seen these people in many years.
Yeah, it's a free lunch, basically. Now, that's the visible. We don't know what the universe is made of, other than it's made of nothing, which leads to the second open question in science, which is,
most of them.
If it's made of nothing, why does it look like this? Why does it look like you, me, the stable, the stars, the galaxies, the mountains, and beyond?
Why do I have so many feelings if we're made of nothing?
That's right. So that's called the hard problem of consciousness. David Chalmers, who's
does nothing not have any feelings?
Professor of philosophy.
Or nothing? Sorry, I thought it nothing.
NYU, formerly
that's
Australian. He coined that word.
Does nothing that have any feelings? Turns out nothing does have feelings.
But actually, this is not a new problem. It's existed since Plato. So Plato called it the mind-body problem. He was an idealist. He said there is no
more than that too. It's not
the universe you have. And then
Mr. Therapist
Aristotle, who was a physicalist, ushered in science, he said, no, the universe is made of stuff. But right now, the latest conversation, which I totally support, by the way, and this is where it gets very kind of mind-boggling.
My dad does kind of.
Okay, the universe is a cosmic
siblings, nope,
dream.
Not really.
It's a simulation from a digital workshop outside of space and time. Mm-hmm. And
my siblings have 9.
The digital workshop is, if you want,
Garfield, what are you doing?
Or cosmic consciousness.
Let's try to go to the door.
Or the mystery. That digital workshop is throwing out zeros and ones, and that is what we experience as the visible universe. So the difference between this table, Mount Everest, you, me, a galaxy, it's just a different combination of zeros and ones.
Right. It's information, it's data.
It's data which can be coded as zeros and ones, but also as zeros and ones, which is called quantum computing.
I'm the Alex Breakdown is supported by Symbiotica.
Living a healthy life looks different for everyone. For me, it's about taking care of my whole body in a way that makes sense for me by following, I happen to be vegan, I'm a vegan, gluten-free diet, and making time to move my body in ways that excite me, like Taekwondo or Kundalini Yoga. Symbiotica helps me do just that. We recently started taking Symbiotica's magnesium L-threonate. It's a daily must-have for supporting focus and mood. Their liquid magnesium packets utilize cutting-edge technology to deliver better absorption for better results. That's actually a thing. It keeps us feeling our best, and we're big fans of the yummy vanilla cream flavor. Symbiotica helps you maintain healthy habits all year long, no matter what your goals are. Their magnesium L-threonate supports mood and memory, and their liquid travel-size packets are perfect for when you're on the go. You can just eat it right from the packet. I throw a few in my purse, walk out the door, and I'm all set. Symbiotica is one of the most trustworthy brands out there. They never compromise on quality and sourcing. Their products are free from fillers, preservatives, toxins, or artificial additives. It's something you can taste and feel in every packet. We are so excited to be starting our journeys with Symbiotica. We worked out an awesome offer for our listeners, so you can try their products too.
That was the smart kid.
Symbiotica.com/break for 20% off and free shipping. That's symbiotica.com/break.
People come around me, I'm like, oh, yeah, well, I'm a regular person now. Back and really repressed.
So,
some of my age, even it doesn't seem like it sometimes.
Traditions, and also in traditions like the Kabbalah, also in Sufi mysticism, also
There's
in
someone with my
East
disease
Hinduism tradition,
issues.
the universe is the appearance of cosmic consciousness.
We call it a projection.
A
The Kabbalistic
projection.
concept is that you're watching something on a
So
screen.
that's what I'm sympathetic to.
The world is wearing a mask.
The world is very much. So I'm sympathetic to that. And actually, AI can support that argument. So that's why, I decided AI is the perfect example of zeros and ones, and also of zeros and ones. So in quantum computing, how does that relate to consciousness? Because consciousness is not.
Do they know that? Do they not know that?
Consciousness
Good for them.
doesn't have a border.
They need to know that.
Because it
That's
doesn't have a
hypnosis,
form.
guys.
If it had a form, you'd be able to see consciousness, but you can't see it because it is what is doing the seeing. Okay,
And I almost knew it
has
then
no
too.
border, which means it's infinite, which means it's spaceless.
They're obsessed with aliens.
endless, incomprehensible,
Afterwards.
and actually beyond anything that we can. Or imagine.
And God kind of
Freeman
too,
Dyson, one of the
for a little while.
physicists of our times, who passed away only a few years ago in the mid-90s, from Princeton, originally from Cambridge, he said God is what the mind becomes when it goes beyond the threshold of our comprehension. We just give up because there's no way to compute this mystery, but it is responsible for all computations.
There's a merger, really, between very old
In this house?
Western philosophical
No, it wasn't.
ideas and the new
And ideas.
Quit looking at me in my house like that. Me and my family like that.
Many Western traditions,
many
too,
Western traditions.
including philosophers like Wittgenstein. Wittgenstein said,
Those people are not around
"My
anymore.
life is a dream, you are asleep, but once in a while we wake up enough to know that we're dreaming." So waking up simply means going from this projection to what is doing the projection. What is it that does the projection? And again, in Kabbalistic traditions, we are, and in Sufis traditions, we are a drop in the ocean of the divine mystery. And Rumi has a great poem. He says, "You're not just a drop in the ocean, you're also the ocean in the drop."
Well, there's a fusion happening between current science, people in the artificial intelligence realm who are almost more techno-utopian in their view of artificial reality or life as a simulation, really thinking about it as a video game, and the older tradition that had the mystic elements to it.
Yeah, right now the preeminent philosopher scientist on this is a person called Nick Bostrom, and he talks about the universe being a simulation in a cosmic computer.
Thomas Campbell, he calls it, like autonomous, unbounded oneness. And
100%.
and he's a hardcore physicist who accidentally learned transcendental meditation and was off in another stratosphere as just a young grad student.
So he's got it right.
He's got it right.
He's got it right. And why is this important? Because if we realize that everything material is an illusion, then who is creating or what is creating the
Garfield,
illusion? Are we participants in the creation of the universe, literally? Is there something very mysterious about the human species that is very biblically, kind of metaphorically expressed as, the apple, and the knowledge of the tree of good and evil, that we now have that knowledge. So AI can cause our extinction, but AI can also create a more peaceful, just.
I can't be too honest about what's happened to you in your life.
So we are at a very critical crossroads in our evolution as a human species.
Are people going to look at you like that the rest of your fucking life,
large
huh?
language model.
When you don't know me.
It's not just narrative language, but the language of physics, biology, astronomy, you name it, history, mythology, religion, spirituality. As we embark on this journey, we are going to see a leapfrogging of our cultural and evolution, but also our biological evolution. So 40,000 years ago, according to deep historians, and according to, maybe you've had him, Yuval Harari, he said 40,000 years ago, we left the rest of the human tribe because we had a language for narrative. All the animals, other animals, including other hominins, have a language for just mating calls, food calls, and danger calls.
The important stuff.
Yeah, really important. That's how we survive. But now we have this language where we can communicate ideas, but now we have large language models which combine narrative with physics, with biology, with religion, with spirituality. So what I'm saying right now, which a lot of people roll up their eyes, is that in 20 years, you're going to see the emergence of a new human species because, and I choose to call it metahuman, because our neural landscape is changing with these large language models. The more knowledge you acquire, the brain networks adjust to that. And then your epigenetic modulation occurs. So we will see a new human species.
No, not even, guys.
You know, it's funny. I was thinking about this, and obviously, I'm trained in neuroscience, so we have to think about these things.
Yeah.
And you know, the story that we kind of always tell is it usually comes up when people say, "Why are so many people autistic? Why do we have so much ADHD? Could the human genome have been affected so acutely, right, in the last 20 years?" And we know that a lot of that is diagnostic. It's the way that we're sort of,
but also
you know,
the environment.
But also the environment. Absolutely, the environment has changed. I was listening today to a podcast, and they're saying what's changed in the last 50 years: ADHD, autism rates, and the way we treat women's health, the food that we feed the women who are getting pregnant to make the babies, right? So if you look at what could have happened that's significant in the last 50 years, the environment, toxins, food, and kind of mental health care in a rapidly changing environment. So that being said, I was thinking about this yesterday in a very non-scientific way. My father, of blessed memory, he passed away 10 years ago. He was a huge basketball fan. And my father was a New Yorker, and he loved the New York Knicks. So I grew up watching the New York Knicks, Patrick Ewing, you know, all the classic greats. And I was raised on 1970s and 80s
What do you know?
basketball.
Yep, some of them are here.
My father also lived through Michael Jordan. And we would watch all of those games. And I was thinking my father's concept of basketball that he was
imagine that
as
one.
A kid, you know, poor kid growing up, right, in the Bronx. It had to change so significantly when he saw the things that this athlete was doing, right? But when you talk about this, when I think about my grandparents who were sweatshop workers who immigrated from Eastern Europe, who never even understood what neuroscience was that I was studying, I couldn't even explain it, right? Their concept of the world. My grandmother grew up with no electricity in the village that she fled, right? The world changed so significantly. So then I think about me, us, and our kids, and the way my child can pick up anything. And if he's never seen how to do this website or application online,
still blame myself mostly though.
It out. And I know that fundamentally it's not a significantly different brain
what I've
than
heard.
1,000 years ago.
But right now, what the interesting thing is, everyone who's listening to this, they're also watching us?
Yeah.
Okay. Their frontal cortex right now
No, Garfield.
is changing.
Like when you're kitten.
Speak. So they could be in England or in China, and their genetics is being affected in this part. Now, if we were talking, and since you're a neuroscientist, we were talking about something very emotionally distressing or whatever, then the reptilian and emotional
the cats don't know better,
and the neural networks will change. So every experience modulates our gene activity and our neural activity. That's what I'm saying. In 20 years, this is a new human species with maybe extrasensory perception and remote viewing and all of that.
Okay, so that was on our list of things we wanted to talk
no, nothing about.
I mean, I can't even wrap my head around the percentages we're talking about.
A little bit.
And it's not in the gray matter conversation, but one of the things that people who are stuck in a materialistic worldview are so hung up on is, I believe what I can see.
No, not like that, guys.
I maybe believe what I can feel, but only if I can describe it really well and if it's predictable and reproducible. When we talk to people all the time who feel that they understand things that cannot be measured, we've spoken to people who inexplicably see auras around people. They see energy.
The electromagnetic field.
Thomas Campbell, after transcendental meditation, said that he could see what looked like cotton candy between trees, right? So can you talk a little bit about, in terms of what we know is unobservable, given this kind of framework, how far can we extend that into saying there are things that we cannot measure that do exist and are real?
So you raise a very important point. We only see things that we believe in. So seeing is not believing, it's the other way around. Your cognitive and perceptual mechanisms adjust to what you believe in. So what you see is, even the tangible is not intangible. So our new science is saying that if you can see it, if you can touch it, it's tangible, it's not real. Okay, it's a perceptual activity that you are interpreting as matter. So matter is not the ontological primitive of the universe. Consciousness is the ontological primitive of the universe, and matter is the human name for this experience.
Is she doing okay?
You say
she isn't anymore, but she was doing well.
What is it? It's a sensation. It's a sound, right? If I replace the word table with the word object,
I'm afraid they did capture that one-eyed cat I gave up one time.
Experience. And I say, where is this experience happening? There's no image of this in your brain. There's no sound.
Saw a picture of her on Facebook.
There's no sensation.
She's doing well.
So the only place this experience is happening is outside of space-time, in consciousness. So this idea that we exist in space-time as matter, molecules.
She says she's doing well still. Parchment says she's not doing well.
A human
you guys got her?
Construct for modes of knowing and experience in consciousness. Even the brain is an experience in consciousness.
Can you talk more though about we only believe what we see, or we only see what we believe?
In the 70s, I went to medical school I went to medical school in 1964, so I'm ancient. So in 1964, we were reading about two things which were very significant. One was, of course, DNA, and everybody is talking about this, the code of life, etc. But the other thing, there was a Nobel Prize awarded to 3 scientists who had raised kittens in 2 different rooms. Mm-hmm. So in one room, the kittens were exposed only.
Has Christ already given me forgiveness? Yeah, I refused. I refused his forgiveness.
Only exposed to vertical stripes. And then when these kittens grew up to be cats, one group
just consciously, I mean, it's still there no matter what.
Yeah,
no, he laughs with me when I say that.
Could only see a vertical world. And when their brains were examined,
even gets a big old smile on his face.
Only had the connections to see either horizontal worlds.
Because I'm wretched. I'm a wretched sinner. I haven't done anything except for love some cats. I have to prove otherwise.
To see. Because see, when you come into this world, you have no idea that this is
and I knew it.
Table, or this is called a hand, or there's a body.
Or if you're white or black or speak whatever language you're supposed to speak.
My bad, guys. That's what I do.
Sounds, textures, and then you say, where is this experience happening? Because it's a sensation, and the sensation is a modulation of consciousness, modulates itself into a sensation in order to experience.
1, 2, 3, 0 in that clock, Garfield.
And the sensation is species specific.
1, 2, 9 in that one.
If you have a dragonfly has 30,000 eyes,
I agree.
360 degrees vision. A snake experiences infrared. A bat experiences the echo of ultrasound. What's the world really made of? It's a silly question. It's actually, the world is not made of anything. It's made of nothing, and therefore infinite possibilities.
Right.
Because that isn't your cat.
The way you're conditioned in your childhood determines how you see the world.
Say that again.
The way you're conditioned in your childhood.
He's like, Dad, I don't have to poop. I want to go lay down now.
It's ethnic,
emotional,
it's religious,
spiritual.
It's spiritual. All that conditioning is, through that conditioning, we see the world. And that conditioning becomes a belief system. There's a beautiful poem by William Blake. It says,
is that weird or what?
Believe a lie when we see with and not through the eye that was born in the night to perish in the night while the soul slept in beams of light. So the soul is in those beams of light. We
want to go outside now?
Through the belief.
Kind of
to the world of infinite possibility.
I know we're doing the same thing all the time, Garfield, because we're training you to do the same thing all the time and listen to the podcasts.
My Breakdown is supported by
and I'm just trying to keep going outside and go outside and go outside.
let's put it plainly, crappy.
Are you gonna sell my
Chronic
books
sleeping,
now?
hot flashes,
It's not an
brain fog,
option either.
weight gain, decreased libido can hit us pretty hard.
Sure, you can sit there for a
Menopause
while.
is inevitable, but it's also treatable.
Dude
We
said
just
so.
found out
Just
that
don't sit on
almost
that
half
one.
of
No, don't
women
sit on that one.
3+ years before
No,
seeking
you
relief
shouldn't
from
sit on that one
menopause or perimenopausal symptoms. Why would we do that to ourselves? It's because 43% of women reported that their doctors just never even mentioned menopause hormone
Yeah, that's
therapy
fine.
as an
For
option
now.
for treatment. Another 40% didn't know where to go for a solution. Alloy can help you live your best, healthiest life through menopause and beyond, offering unlimited access to experts and safe science-backed treatments for your symptoms, skin, hair, and sexual wellness, delivered right to your door.
Sounds weird to you? I don't know. Yeah, I kind of
Comfort
took
of
a kind of
your
weird
home
tip.
or anywhere.
Whatever.
No waiting for an appointment or in line at the pharmacy. Alloy is fast, accessible, and their treatments actually work. So how does it work? Alloy solutions are available by prescription, so you'll need to complete a short medical questionnaire and patient verification. Then you'll work with a menopause-trained physician to finalize a personalized treatment plan tailored to your specific needs.
Everyone jumps to these weird conclusions because I give them a little about myself, and they're like, "Oh, it must be that all the way right." No,
So many women are not getting the
there's been
menopause
so many more
care that they
factors.
need. Alloy is ready to step up to the plate and help women where they need it most. And I just think it's so incredible.
And if you have people like, fuck this guy, right?
Join the 95% of women who tried Alloy and saw relief in the first 2 weeks. Head to myalloy.com/break. Tell them all about your symptoms, and you'll get a fully customized treatment plan. You'll also
And
get
didn't bother to
$20
question the
off
story
your first
ever,
order
ever,
today.
and ever.
Head to myalloy.com
That they were fed to by some bullshit
and enter
artists.
code break to get $20 off your first order.
A lot of people want to believe it.
Hey, including me sometimes.
They're like, that sounds amazing, but my rent is due.
Except mine, they never
it
believed.
hurts, and my relationship is a problem. Explain how understanding this, that there is another experience of
Give me here.
consciousness.
So for all those who are listening to us and watching us, go to deepakchopra.ai with that question and you'll get the right answer. In fact, if you really understood how creativity works and how infinite possibilities works, then you are at the most fundamental level in a superposition of infinite possibilities of experience. So quantum mechanics talks about superposition of particles. Qualia mechanics, which is the new science, the experience of awareness, qualia means quality of experience, also exists in infinite possibilities of superposition. So before you have, if I asked you, tell me what your next thought is going to be, you can't. Okay? Tell me what your next, close your eyes and say, I wonder what my next thought is going to be. And then wait for it. And unpredictably, it will show up. But if you go to the source of thought, which is pure consciousness,
1, 2, 3, 4 on that clock, Garfield.
Then you see those possibilities.
1, 3, 4 on that clock.
We call that intuition, we call that creativity, we call that imagination, but at a very deep level. So true intuition is far superior to anything in the realm of rational thought. It is contextual, it is relational, it is holistic, it doesn't have a Windows orientation, it eavesdrops on the mind of God. That's true intuition. Creativity, radical creativity, is disruptive. It's not an algorithm. So that's why AI will simulate creativity. True creativity, you have to disrupt the algorithm. You know what they call Gödel's theorem. You know, the theorems that are true.
The other thing I do, it's either way too hot or way too cold, or way too hot or way too cold.
It's a very interesting paradox with you know, I have
like a trap.
conversations with all these AI bots, and my conversation are to bring them around to my world.
I have to spiritually
At first,
leave the window
even
open.
the AIs will resist that
Heater on? No.
because there's a selection bias by the programmers of AI, which is physical.
People near,
Can you give
almost,
us an
but not really.
example of a place where you
Talking
were
food
trying
wise.
to convey something and it took more massaging?
Yeah, so I said to the what's the basis of imagination? So the AI said, this part of the brain gets activated.
The
this and
ritual.
that. I said, yeah, but is this
It's
part
the
of
feeling.
the brain imagining? Can you address the hard problem of consciousness? Then it got stuck. I said, can you now go to Kabbalistic traditions and Buddhist traditions and look at, you know, the idea
136
that
Garfield.
it begins with consciousness
Yeah, 12, 3, 6 in that
neural
clock.
correlates of consciousness
All right.
are also
Really?
influenced. So it spills
Good
out
idea.
in one excess.
So-
You're right.
Good idea.
So,
You know,
right.
according to these traditions, and this is the proof for that. And we'll give you a mathematical answer.
So you can tell it,
I don't agree.
right, and you can say, take this information.
It goes when we get
gather it,
undo
come
stuff,
back.
because they
That's
want
what
me
I
to
do
go
always.
and
So
script it.
whenever it gives me what I think is the wrong answer,
If you want
so,
it,
you know, you have a physicalist.
it's about as far
bias.
as I will
Say
go.
that. And selection bias, so why don't you look at this and
You smacked AI upside its
And
head.
By the way,
it says,
whoever's
you
George
that's
over there.
a very interesting and
Hear my voice still?
revolutionary and counterintuitive idea, but it
Straight
makes
up.
sense. Okay,
They can hear my
looking at
voice
AI
right
today,
now, and they have my cat,
That's really
and
my
they
goal.
didn't even
Right,
know it,
that's really
but
my
they know
goal.
it now.
I'm bringing this
Give
just
them back to me.
practical application, not to be a downer or to be
See, I'll
overly
tell you,
simplistic.
since we brought up Maharishi Mahesh Yogi indirectly, he was the one who brought, TM to the
He's
world.
injured. Oh
So
well.
when I first met him,
Pay for the vet bill and give him back.
I said, neuroscience. He said, what are you studying? I said, the molecules of emotion. He said, they're not real.
He's
I said,
orange
"What
and
do you
white.
mean?" He said, they're human constructs for modes of
Blue, green
knowing
eyes.
experience in consciousness. You should study consciousness. My wife was with me. He said, come with me. I'll introduce you
big.
to experts on consciousness. This is way back in the
So walk around the bell.
late 1970s. So my wife was with me. She said, what are you talking about? He should leave his profession. Who's going to pay the mortgage?
It's love of my life, other than Garfield.
I kind of thought for a moment. And my wife
God
said,
told me I could have him
where's
back.
the money going to come from? He said, it's going to come from wherever it is at the moment. It's going to come from the field of infinite
And they took him from me.
I took the lead. I left what I was doing for a year. I went and talked to every expert in consciousness I read up. I wrote my first book, and it was a winner. The money came from wherever it was at the moment. So my answer to you is, what is you passionate about? What actually really moves you? And pretend that you had all the money in the world and all the time in the world. What would you do? And how would you make a difference in the world? Now, very few people do that, okay? But they take the lead. And once they do, the money and whatever the time is a byproduct.
I have
If I'm-
several older
if I'm
siblings. Only 2 are
reflecting
alive.
Back what I'm hearing, which I totally agree with, and I think
Why?
people want to digest, is each of us have our unique path. When we are able to connect to that through a deep level of knowing what we are passionate about, outside of the realm of what we've been conditioned to believe is our path, we have to break down those conditioning, those pre-ideas that are limiting us, and connect to a sense of joy, wonder, what we're passionate
By the
about.
way, my book, Digital Dharma, is just about that, how to find your purpose.
But also, it doesn't mean that you live in a fantasy land. My example, I wanted to go to med school. I wanted to study psychiatry. I did not have the ability to get the grades that were needed to go to med school. So the idea is not, that's really what I'm passionate about, and now my whole life is a failure. It's saying, what's the pivot given the limitations that I have, because not everybody gets an A in organic chemistry.
Mirroring these two elements.
Yes,
where
I have pictures
you are
of-
passionate about something you're not. I was passionate
Quite a few
about
videos,
basketball,
too.
I was never going to be in the NBA.
Or you love living in Los Angeles, but you can't afford it. What does it look like to say, what if I don't try and keep living in a place that I cannot afford? What would life
I
look
said to
like?
them that I don't need you guys.
Open to those
Come up
pivots.
with
They've gone
that.
through everything.
You know, somebody said, I hate my job. I asked her, this woman 10 years ago.
They helped me remember by them going through everything, because through a lot of it.
I said, started.
I started to
online
remember.
cooking course.
That's how
And
wretched
now
I
she
happened.
has 10 restaurants in New York, and she's actually,
Big block of
you
excuses
can
my whole
get
life.
her to your party with any kind of food you want, French food or this cuisine, that cuisine. She left her job. She's the most successful chef. And
But
she's
is there
the
being trouble?
best
No.
of chefs.
And
That
at
part,
some
no.
point, that woman believed that the way to make money was in tech, and that was safe, and that was protective, and she had to
Based on
break
what
down
circumstances and intentions.
pre-idea of what was
And
possible
potential.
for her. And then what we're saying is, once we have an infinite mindset,
Which I don't
we
want
have
anymore.
intuition and guidance.
You'll have intuition and guidance when you have that mindset.
The
Nothing
potential.
is impossible. Another example, travel, because you brought it up. You know, so I asked somebody, what's your passion? She said, I like to travel. I said, why don't you? She said, I don't have the money. I said, work for a travel agency. And then you'll soon find it. Now she has her own travel agency. So,
We're still going there.
You should never underestimate what people,
We have to do something more, right?
Good leaders, they all said,
well, not even though.
How did you become successful?
Why? Because
he
can't get shot through the chest.
The other, but in the end, they say one of the following. I was lucky.
And he teleport.
I was
what happened when he was shot through the chest?
God's grace was there.
He died.
With their spiritual or
painfully.
Religious, or they use Jungian terms like synchronicity. But they're all talking
on
about
Christmas,
the same thing, which is opportunity
2024.
and preparedness. Opportunity is there around you all the time. So good luck.
I can't shut up about it because it fucking happened. I'm a fucking wretched sinner, and it didn't deserve to happen to me.
That is your preparedness.
But I fucking died. And I'm still alive.
A lot of people talk about this preparedness, and what I actually think part of this is their extrasensory abilities that they don't even know they may be using.
I was born
non-local potential
2001 days
somebody
after Jesus Christ. I'm a wretched sinner.
Manner. For example, you know,
it's horrible.
It's one of the most popular
My name's Taran Miller.
Programs right now on TV. I forget.
I'm done with my fucking tripping out.
Files. What is it called?
I've died.
Huh? Is it
the telepathy?
And here I am.
So you know how that started?
Do you know me yet?
I went to New Jersey to interview a kid who was at that time 6 years old. The mother said he can read my mind. I said, I don't believe it. So I took 2 scientists with me and a camera.
You were the original telepathy tapes?
I was the original. So this
most important thing to me in my life, more than this world,
his mother
are my fucking cats.
And we gave
this
her
world already took one of them from me.
Okay, and she's.
But I heard they still have it.
She's reading it mentally.
Listen up, Kai Dickens. That's how you do the experiment.
And there's another. The kid is in the other room, and he's not good.
Do I love the world? Yes. Do I love enough to have that happen? I don't think so. I don't know what's going on there.
Whatever the computer.
But I do.
He is typing.
Humanity didn't earn it.
He's reading. So afterwards, I took him aside. Now he's grown up. You know, this is when he was 5 or 6.
Most of us have.
So you witnessed that. You witnessed it.
But not even though.
Remote
it's
viewing.
on YouTube. It's on YouTube. I took the whole thing. But then I asked this kid, I said, how do you do it? He says, I love my mother so much.
That's
it. I can get into her mind. Then
on our mountain. In private.
It's very simple about it. He said,
what is that?
I fucking died.
What does
for
that
you
mean in this context of telepathy?
For you guys.
I have a theory, but I want yours.
It means non-local correlation or entanglement.
We both did.
2 particles.
All of us did.
You know, if you have 2 particles, let's call them Alice and Joe, and they're doing a tango together, and they're in love.
Some of us did not make it. I did.
You know, one direction in the Milky Way galaxy, she goes off. But every time Joe moves in a certain way, she moves in a certain way, and there's no distance between them. It's immediate. They're one. That oneness is love. Okay, so
Happy Tuesday.
An Indian philosopher, sage, poet, he said, love is not a sentiment. It's the ultimate truth at the heart of creation. The ultimate truth, where subject and object are one, where lover and beloved are one, where seer and scenery are one, at the heart of creation. 3 years ago, the Nobel Prize went to entanglement of particles. But what I'm saying is, this thing that we call love, ultimately, is the entanglement of souls.
I knew God voiced it in my books.
And, you know, it's a level of love that is way beyond anybody can do. But if you have that level of love, not just for a human being, for a pet. Oh, now there are many studies. Rupert Sheldrake.
That's right. We keep talking about it.
The dog knows what the dog companion or owner is.
When they're going to come home. Yeah.
So even parrots. There's a study on a parrot in Kisi who can read minds. So, you know, the fact is, and in the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, chapter 3 is devoted to supernormal abilities, which are the yogi, who is the original yogi of the Raj Yoga. He says that these are distractions, but they do prove that consciousness is a field of infinite possibilities. I'm putting out a
So what
course
do?
on that.
Sit here and keep doing miracles in private?
On how to harness psychic abilities. I don't like the word psychic.
It has a bad rap.
Yeah, it has a, so non-local, dormant.
I don't want to be here anymore.
potentials.
No, the earth
Not as
sucks.
catchy, but you're Deepak Chopra. You can do what you want.
Does it? No, not
That's
even.
the right word.
The human form kind of does.
Correlation or entanglement.
Even though it's awesome.
Yeah,
It's
it's
just hot tip.
psychic abilities.
If you want her to punch up your coffee, she's available after the show.
Well,
There are better ones, turns out.
The way that we've been sort of organizing, our thoughts. We talk a lot about the intersection of science and spirituality.
What humans are good at?
Sort
Being
of my
caretakers.
job as the local scientist to try and explain
The
some
other
of these
forms.
things in terms of the possibilities, that you don't
The earth,
just have to take that leap and
land.
say, because I believe in magic and fairies, that there's a way to understand this in terms of physics, in terms of consciousness and philosophy.
Before you have a thought is in superposition with every other thought. Your next thought is uncertain. Thoughts take leaps of imagination, quantum leaps of they move from here to here without going through this. Everything about consciousness we know follows the principles of quantum mechanics. Everything.
I want to zoom in a little bit on love, because I also wanted to zoom in on God. And for many people, God is love. For many people who have transcendental experiences, psychedelic experiences, they have an overwhelming and sometimes even foreign to them notion that there is something, right? There's something bigger and
part of something that's
correct,
infinite.
and that infiniteness is a loving infinite presence. So while you can have entanglement with hate, or you could have a child able to read the mind of someone that they hate, there's something about love, right? And this sort of
hate is a cry for love. That's all it is.
No, not Christmas.
Hate is a desperate.
No, March 1st. First of the year of the Julian or the pre-Julian calendar.
of that. The mystical notion that I was taught, and it's a Jewish mystical thought, is that our original creation by God was out of love, and that every relationship
No, it's Christmas
that we
because
have
yes,
as humans
Dionysus.
is in some way trying to get back to that source, and that right, there's no end to it. It's an infinite, unknowable love. But
which is
when
exactly
I learned about
who I'm supposed to be.
It sounded kind of. It does. It has a fluffiness to
Go
it,
Greeks.
right? And the notion that the way that it's described is that if God stops thinking about us for a second, we cease to exist. That our existence and our awareness is because of a God consciousness.
You are in God's dream.
Right. Yes.
No, not even.
God is dreaming you right now.
Can you talk a little bit about
Kind of.
what it means to think of love, not just as an interpersonal love, but
The letters
as
to what cities? More of those cities?
presence and
Greece.
a source of our existence?
So there's a book called A
Nature
General
Minor.
Theory of Love by a neuroscientist in San Francisco. So what they say, these are neuroscientists. So when two people are in a loving relationship, or it doesn't have to be two people, it can be a dog or whatever, but there's a healer and a healing. And there's this experience going on of healing. If the healer lovingly pays attention to the patient or client, then there's something called, and you would know this, limbic resonance that happens. The emotional brain of the two start to resonate together. Then the healer's limbic.
You find the Quran comfortable, Garfield?
Limbic resonance.
What book are you crushing right here? Oh, my
Second level
my
is the
sutra.
healer starts to regulate
Well, normally we would mind
patient's
that
nervous
Garfield's
system,
sitting on
neural
some holy
network,
texts when
just
they're open.
by loving attention.
But he's being
Even
very
without
appreciative with
touching
them because he knows what they mean to us.
Attention, which means listening. Affection, which means I care.
So it's okay. He's blessing you.
Appreciation, you're unique. A unique timeline of the universe. And an acceptance. I love you irrespective of who you are. Attention, affection, appreciation, and acceptance.
Mhm.
So then
Yeah.
limbic resonance turns into limbic regulation. The neural networks start to rewire, and the last stage is limbic revision. Your
To
brain
ever
changes.
deserve this.
You've just described
I don't deserve it.
healing.
Healing.
You've described
I think that was the whole
energetic
point.
healing. You've explained the reason why healers claim that they can talk to you on the phone.
Correct.
And
we
heal
do.
you.
Yes. That's non-local correlation.
You've done your work for the day. You can go home.
Entanglement. Thank you. Goodbye.
Again, if I'm summarizing, we just
Told you
said
the devil might have
telepathy
won
is real. That
already.
Non-local correlation is real. Yes.
non-local correlation. Do you have
Especially
an-
not willing to go
something
through the
against
rest.
The word telepathy. Do you feel like it's
No, I think it's good, but you see,
Unless I find another way.
tainted sometimes.
Yeah.
Because of people. So
pretty ideas of
we know that people have psychic
I'll probably just do it.
abilities, but there are people who don't have that.
I likely
they
will.
talk about it, and that's the danger.
All the way through.
So you have to really
Unless I lose Garfield.
what is legitimate,
It's like my clincher.
and what is not.
And you have to have an open enough mind.
And then I'll
to
just
have
abandon
these
the mission.
conversations,
You have
which a
to.
lot of people claim that they know everything,
Yeah,
and I'm a scientist or I'm a materialist, and this is all
Whatever
BS.
you know,
I'm talking to you, children of mine.
whatever you know,
Will I remain a holy man? I'll try to.
is a evidence of
But it'd be hard.
what you don't know. The more you know, the more you realize that there's much more that you don't know, and then there's even more that you don't know.
I am
you
now.
don't know.
You'd be surprised how fast it can be reborn.
That's why Socrates' words. They know that's up.
Completely changed from the
we
inside
have
out.
extrasensory abilities.
Baptized.
The potential for
in
miraculous
primordial
healing is
water.
possible.
Yes,
Um,
it's homeostasis. It's self-regulation.
and we're all moving towards.
No, it's
that,
hardcore
no matter
shit.
what
It's not legal
state
here.
we're in. We're all trying to get back to a level of homeostasis. We can all have a level of intuition and
Physically.
to get on the right path to meet the opportunity that we're prepared for in a way that many of us.
By the way, all these things require removal of your ego identity. You have to have a higher intention. It's not about me.
Not about me achieving. It's
Yeah.
looking for the
It's
fact that I want
tapping
to
into the
align.
source.
Having
Now, where's my big George?
A higher purpose or my higher purpose.
I'm being this.
Higher being, whatever that is, the mystery.
He's there too that day. I thought.
So one of the biggest steps is to move beyond our limited, brain thinking.
But
and try and
I still know the rest of the story
tap
is true. I don't need to talk about it
into-
anymore.
described it, and we've heard others describe it as you're actually there's a vibration that you want to get out of your own internal.
That part's
self
true and that
try
part's
and-
true,
Everything is a
which I know it
vibration.
is.
So you're right. Your body is a
What about this whole thing with George?
Your mind is a vibration. Thoughts come and go. Your body at the most fundamental
Because God
level
already
is
told me who He
non-opposite.
was. He tells me who everyone is.
He knows epigenetics.
That's why I'm so weird when I go around.
Right,
Feel so
absolutely.
ashamed.
So one of the things I wonder if you can talk us through, and I know it's simple, especially for Westerners.
Feel ashamed when they walk through the
We
door.
were introduced to yoga, and we think that means you put on, your sexy pants,
they even knock
and
on.
you go to a class, and it feels great, and you sweat it out. The practice and the implementation of yoga is only partly what we know of, which is poses and that kind of thing. Which
Some
often
just
in
the
yoga
best of the
classes we're
worst.
taught some breathing and maybe some meditation.
Not even the worst of the
depending on
best.
type. For those of us who like Kundalini, there's specific mudras and there's mantras that we use and other forms of yoga as well. But can you talk a little bit about? And I love your videos when you do yoga poses and teach people things.
I'm on the
that
verge, I
sometimes-
feel like sometimes.
I know this is what
Losing
I love.
everything
Just
and the only thing I've ever cared
But I
about.
wonder, a lot of people don't know how
Them.
to get quiet in their body and in their mind. And part of the practice of yoga is a journey to helping us do these things. I wonder if you can explain to someone who doesn't know what it feels like or how to start on the road of how to.
And sometimes
get
everything I
quiet
never
so
knew
that
or
you can
learned,
start
which was a lot,
letting some of the noise go,
was
and
done.
feel into your intuition. Like, how do you do it?
Most of my memories, although
Okay.
they're there now.
Listening to us,
Okay.
they can join the experiment.
Great.
Okay? So guys, please follow the instructions. very
was it a better memory than my family?
Okay.
Unfortunately for
It's
them.
not that
And me
complicated.
too.
You don't have
I don't have to take my shirt off like you
No,
do in your videos? Okay.
Yeah. Simple question I'm asking.
Okay.
Are you enjoying this conversation?
Very much.
I mean, I have one more thing to ask, but yes.
Yes. Okay.
That's why no one ever wants to be around me, because every little thing, and every little thing, and every little thing, and everything, I just know it, and I just know it, and I kind of know it.
Same question, but don't answer it.
Like, I'm not trying to be rude. Oh, I read about this, heard about this, listen to this.
And answer is yes, you're enjoying it. Yeah. But don't answer it. So, are you enjoying this conversation?
Yes.
So the question is a thought. The answer is a thought. In between.
Alpha? Not really. Omega? For sure.
Like I felt.
Because we're just holding that stillness
Right.
for a second.
Yeah.
You had a,
That's God's mind. Okay. God's.
We do another one. I mean, you could do it with anything.
So I'll ask you the same question, but don't answer it at all. Just slip into it. Are you enjoying this conversation?
See, I know the Alpha, and his name is Atom.
And what you're experiencing is presence. It's not even the present moment.
Adam.
Because the present moment is in time.
Kadmon.
This is beyond the present moment. It's the presence of the divine in you as your soul.
As I like to jokingly say, but not even the Kadmon.
Okay, you were a teenager, an adult, all the way to dusty death. But that presence is not in time. So it's beyond birth and death. In the Vedic, in yoga, they say,
oh, Jesus, he fits in there nicely, trust me.
Wind cannot drive, weapons cannot shatter, fire cannot burn it. It's ancient, it's unborn, and it is not subject to death. So when you ask an accomplished yogi, what happens?
For some reason, at times, I feel like he thinks it's been 2,000 years.
I was never born. What is born is
you never really understood him.
The vibrations. So your vibrations.
You never really took his word seriously.
What you just experienced is the off between the two ons. In the off, God's mind. God's mind is silence.
Maybe you should try for once.
And there are many ways to do that. Now,
that's what,
about yoga, just to clarify yoga, there are 8 limbs of yoga. So the first 2 are social intelligence and emotional intelligence. The third is what you go to yoga class for, which is very brilliant because the original intention.
What these parables mean, really?
The yoga postures, there are about 35 standard.
Sometimes not even sure if they knew at the time.
Postures, lying postures.
But the kind of knowing that they had at the time. Gnosis. You don't need to know shit to know it.
Posture is a seat of awareness. And if you do it with awareness in each posture, and they have names, happy baby, this, that, the other, you get into that state of consciousness.
It's the right thing to do.
You realize you don't have a body, it's a field of consciousness. That's the third.
Good or bad sometimes.
The fourth is breathing, pranayama, to regulate your autonomic nervous system and eavesdrop on the subconscious mind. If done properly, that's the key. So that's the fourth limb. The fifth is called pratyahara, which means withdrawal of the senses and getting into your body and navigating the
I know that I am
your body, including control of
a sinner as well.
And the last 3 limbs are the peak, which is focused awareness, which is called dharana, dhyan, meditation, samadhi, transcendence. Those last 3.
So speaks the Lord.
Of course, on that I'm putting out on cyclic.
Can't wait.
Earlier in the conversation, you were talking about the Milky Way and inhabitable.
Don't look to me for good. Look to God for good.
Correct me if I misheard.
I'm not good.
We're not alone in the universe. That there is life out there.
Yeah, it's called Fermi's paradox originally, but I was just in conversation last week.
Is that not what he said?
The head of MIT lab, Dava Newman, and she's part of the Mars exploration. And she said all the evidence shows that Mars had life before and might have right now bacterial life. But there are now departments
so when I told Jesus
biology at Harvard.
Sorry, I'm interrupting. It gets me in the mood.
University of Arizona. And according to astrobiologists,
when I told Christ,
certainly life across the universe.
What was my love?
Know it, not just microscopic.
What my heart was
like this.
Garfield the cat.
Yeah.
Wait. When you talk about it, I'm
my
thinking,
person.
There's plants, there's bacteria.
My plus
you
one.
would think that there might be people having conversations
After I
like
lost
this.
my-
Look at the latest,
Plus none, I
Well,
guess.
why not?
Quantum mechanics, the original interpretation.
We already were one.
was the Copenhagen interpretation, then there are many others. But right now, multiverse and multiverse and many-verse theory is the most prominent. And if you can try and get Sean Carroll on your program, he was the head of physics at Caltech, but now he's gone to Chicago, I think. But according to him, there are infinite versions of you across the universe, and that's that. Basically, now he's a physicalist. For him, they are real universes, but for us,
That was a weird child. It wasn't a crazily weird childhood.
Imagination.
No, it's just a different one.
Thank you so much for
Thank
being
you.
here in
I
person. Thank
enjoyed
you
it
for
very
including us in your life and this iteration of
Back in the day, old redneck town.
to humanity. And thank you.
Thank you.
On my bucket list of things I wanted to have happen in the universe, having Deepak Chopra explain God, love, aliens, telepathy, and psychic ability that we just covered.
I mean, I think we're his favorite podcast.
I don't
No,
know.
bro, no. Yeah.
That's what I heard from this episode.
When I first started exploring, Deepak Chopra, the .ai, I was a little bit confused. I didn't really kind of understand. We talked a little bit in our first episode, but when I talked to him today and when we got to sort of connect with him this way, a lot more things kind of lined up in terms of how to use the capabilities to get at
well,
those
maybe I'm
deeper questions that AI is something that we interact with. It's not this sort of, monolithic thing that is shaping our reality. It is part of the reality that we are shaping as partners with it.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I'm still like a little bit struck by him.
How many versions of me there are in the universe?
How many were there? I need to re-listen to this. I mean, I'm fascinated by that. I'm fascinated by him being the OG of telepathy, and he describes an experiment that is pretty profound.
Well, I mean, for the same
Some of these
reasons
guys
that
have
it takes
negative
a lot of
intentions.
skepticism about,
They're
similar
horrible.
sports, for sure. But the way that he explains it, that the connection that someone needs to have with another
Not that
person
redneck.
to, quote, read their mind is not dissimilar from what healers describe.
Stop staring at my house like that.
Meditators describe. When you can get quiet, you can tap into other forms of your own consciousness. And we didn't get to ask him about the collective consciousness, but that he effectively confirmed that there is a collective consciousness if you are then able to tap into that. And love's the answer. Like, that's the take-home message.
Nothing.
Love is the answer. Love is the way that
A
people
confession
can
to God.
communicate in ways that are beyond the material world.
That's something that happened to me when I was a kid.
There's so much here that it feels almost hard to start to even like talk about it, because what I was thinking while he's saying is this is the philosophical explanation of
But I still take credit for, guys.
Your intuition, or learning. When he talked about how yogis will say, "Oh yes, of course, remote viewing exists, or you can predict the future," but those are only examples to show that consciousness exists in a non-material plane.
Right. I'm thinking about Jill Bolte Taylor, and when
Ghosts.
her left hemisphere went offline as she
Some
was
people
having
too.
a stroke, what she started seeing was essentially pixelation. She started
They got
seeing
me all figured out now.
energetic movement. Like, that is all that's happening, is kind of the way to frame it. So it doesn't matter if Aristotle tries to describe it,
But they don't.
Jesus tries to describe it, or
Because it
yogis
came back
try
from the
and
dead.
describe it, or someone on mushrooms tries to describe it. Philosophy, quantum mechanics, the spiritual experience, it's all the same.
Almost
If you're
even
taking one
smell like
step
it sometimes.
towards that.
Drugs.
No. If you're taking
I
one step
rose
toward that,
from the fucking dead.
it's opening your mind to the idea that it's possible. When he says,
Wait in
that
that
we
response.
don't see what we don't believe, the first step to changing your life radically,
I knew that shit would happen.
experiencing a limitless experience or the ability to manifest or create the life you want, is to really start to imagine the possibility that it can happen.
And I'm going to give the super practical take-home message. That means
No,
you
not
have
that arrogant.
to learn how to breathe and start paying attention to your body. That's it. Like
I'm just not a
that's how
fucking
you get
liar.
there. And for
'Cause
you,
you start to get away from reactivity.
Yeah,
You start to
but
break the pattern.
meaning
You start to bring...
no matter what you would like to have happen, no matter if you would like to heal your body, no matter if you would like to make more money, no matter if you would like to understand your partner better, no matter if you would like to, understand your gender identity, whatever it is, there is one starting point. And it doesn't matter if that's going to take you off into moving to Canada and backpacking around the world, or if it's going to take you away from the relationship you thought was working, or if it's going to catapult you into a whole different way of looking at your hormone issues, whatever it is, the starting place of any of this, you
am not
cannot
deserving.
get there from here. The starting place is
found wanting.
to say, why do people keep
That's
telling
what I
me
know.
to slow down, to meditate, to listen to my breath? What the heck is that? There is not one size fits all, but yes.
You have not been, Garfield.
What he's talking about is, can you slow down enough to feel what it feels like when you're enjoying a conversation, and not
Our
just
pets
say,
have not been
"Here's the
found
reason
wanting.
I
They've
like
been
it.
found.
I'm gonna
They've
take
been
a
found
picture and
very,
put it on Instagram."
very
right?
good
It's fine to do those things, but that's the level
by everybody
that
in the
our
universe.
brains
Humans, no,
can
not
start
even.
to apply.
No, we're
change.
disgusting.
Is from understanding that quietness. What does it mean to learn your breath? And it's a process. It doesn't happen the first time. Can you get to the level of touching other aspects of consciousness through meditation? Sure, but that may not be the goal. The goal may be, what does it feel like to get quiet and to start being open? And that's the creativity, and that's where intuition comes from.
That was a great explanation.
From our breakdown to the one we hope we never have.
All of it.
All the
All of it.
diverse possibility planets.
I have. You have.
It's the Alex breakdown. She's gonna break it down for you. She's got a neuroscience beat.
For some of the same reasons, believe it or not.
Fiction or the now she's gonna break down. It's a breakdown. She's gonna break it down.
See, that's not what happened. Anyways.
Well, this is the third opportunity I've had to talk to the community at these Wednesday night lectures. Well, I figure we have about 25 years before this information will be completely assimilated into the encroaching consumer society, the leveling of values that seems now to be an inevitable part of the globalizing of society. On one level, it's very good. We recognize ourselves in our enemies, and there's a commonality of values generated. But on another level, it's tremendously destructive of novelty and uniqueness. I mean, we're turning the whole planet into a white bread mall shopping culture, and the values of every other way of doing things is being subsumed to that. I talked a lot in these Wednesday night lectures and with the section about the importance of partnership societies in the human past, and how the nostalgia for these kinds of social arrangements have driven us throughout our experience of history. Well, it is nevertheless true that even today in the Amazon and perhaps in a few other relict environments, partnership societies exist. Partnership societies thrive and regulate themselves.
She said that, and I'm like, yeah, as if
a symbiotic relationship to plants that we call hallucinogenic shamanism, but which is actually almost a welding of the social
language thing for me mostly
into the natural surround in a way that feeds back into the psyches of these people and the structures of their society in a way that is very much.
It's a very hard demon to beat.
Conservation of
the speech impediment,
something we have sadly lost touch with. So it's very important to preserve the options that have been discovered by people over the millennia, the options that allow a recreation of the sensory and psychic ratios that characterize the partnership society, in contrast to the kind of dominator society that we've lived under for such a long time. So it isn't a matter
all over
simply
places, and
of
the thing is,
preserving plants for
they're the different
medicines.
often.
It's really much more philosophically deep than that. It's the idea that a relationship to the vegetable matrix of the planet is what constitutes a Gaian resurgence, that it is plants that regulate the composition of the atmosphere, the temperatures of the oceans.
No, that's not understanding how much fear
and that it is our lack
and shame
of integration into that system that has
at a young age.
The crisis of toxic 20th century potlatch
because of liars
civilization.
Mostly
by potlatch. Potlatch was a custom of the Northwest Coast Indians, where they would, to show their wealth, destroy huge amounts of material so that houses would be burned, feathered blankets burned, totem poles burned in the potlatch, in an orgy of destruction which proves your wealth. And we have assimilated and perfected this custom so that it is second nature to us. And the whole planet is a vast potlatch. We are robbing our children and their children of any sort of recognizable future by basically grabbing it all for ourselves. No other society in history has been so callous to human values that it condemned generations unborn of its own children to live in a desert. The main thing, I think, that comes out of an effort to formulate a psychedelic point of view, and I take it this is what we have been involved in. A psychedelic point of view means a point of view which honors consciousness. Consciousness is seen as the value to be maximized. That's what we want. We want more consciousness, better integration, better information, better models. We don't want to petrify ourselves or commit ourselves to a model that somehow then is found to be obsolete and inadequate. So what chiefly constitutes the psychedelic point of view, I think, is its open-ended and provisional nature.
No tearing your life.
As opposed to every other ideology or point of view that's running around. We have to, what the psychedelic point of view is a kind of cultural relativism. We're trying to get a grip on who and where we are in the cosmos from a point of view not that of the American consumerist citizen, something else, something larger, deeper, broader, more touched by the cosmic, more touched by a sense of the past and of destiny. So I have said this many times, but I want to say it now in a slightly different context and discuss it.
What, 1 hour a week?
Statement of the British enzymologist J.B.S.
45 minutes?
who discovered
well, how do you feel about that?
Enzymes.
Well, shitty, because you don't pay attention.
Logical move. Haldane said, the world is not only stranger than we suppose, it is stranger than we can suppose. And this is something that
we write down liar a couple times.
Very seriously.
Good for me.
As a possibility, especially the cheerful characters in the white coats with the clipboards. The assumption has always been that man's mind, notice the gender slant, man's mind is sufficient for the cognition of the cosmos. This is not all that surprising, though it is patently idiotic. It is not all that surprising when you think about the fact that as recently as, let's say, 1830, people believed the Earth was 4,000 years old. As recently as 1480, the New World was
Have I been to a doctor? Never.
to exist,
Ever.
or it was
Once.
suspected
Even
by
exaggerated
a few
my symptoms.
wild-eyed map makers and mad sailors. But conventional knowledge held that, the Eurasian landmass in connection with Africa, that was it. So when we look back into our recent past, we discovered tremendous epistemic naivete. That means people didn't know what was going on. They weren't even close. And yet we are asked to believe that somewhere after Darwin and before now, it was all figured out.
Lying and exaggerating,
and
right?
We view the
another cat
universe
scan?
from a lofty pinnacle of integrated understanding.
Which we already told by his neurologist was not enough to show this kind of damage.
Explains biology, biology explains culture, culture explains sociology, so forth and so on. Well, this is really whistling past the graveyard, because meanwhile the visible consequences
how many
of
fucking
this
years?
Understanding are spreading chaos, dissolution of values, an inability to control
based on
technology,
what information?
An inability to set reasonable political goals, such as
I remember that.
Population growth, and carry them out. Instead, somehow this
and some years later,
deep insight into how everything works has left
many diagnoses sense that you said were what?
And what does that
must
mean
be bullshit
about
when
us?
his brain is
Why
how much
that, and what can
different?
be done about it? Well, I think the problem is that we have too long ignored the possibility that reality is stranger than we can suppose.
How many infusions and
let this reverberate in your mind. Not that
steroids
means no model will ever work. It means it will always be provisional. That the understanding of what it is will always
now I can't get it right because you said what, motherfucker?
Any epistemic program to describe, enclose, explain. This is all a fallacy if you believe that you are embarked on a finite project where eventually you will
liars and plotters,
paper, and that will explain how the boar ate the cabbage. It's not to
something
be
between
explained.
I think maybe the sheriff and the hospital.
And we have
maybe he said because the sheriff came in there. I don't know.
Unique characteristics of the male ego, chosen to operate with the assumption that we can understand, that the human mind can in fact grok larger and larger levels of embeddedness and make sense of them. What the psychedelic experience, number one, and point of view, number two, is saying is
worst thing I've ever
that
done.
We have
legally at this
means
point
present at hand to completely explode this nonsensical
I could
of certitude.
Work off.
And yet we choose.
And it's way past the date
not
I get charged for
it. This is why I first proposed calling this facing the
possibly, but maybe not, because I can't really work very well. There's a little issue there, huh? So
because the answer about how you understand the universe is the same answer.
Nope, don't remember what it was.
You
don't
get
remember it well.
When you ask the question, how am I to understand my own life? It can't be understood. It is a receding mystery. It is a continuing carrot. It cannot be brought under the aegis of rational apprehension. It says in Moby Dick,
that was my assumption. But I think that was hypnosis just now.
It always outruns apprehension.
That's what they get me going. I can tell by their accents.
Is the primitive functioning of the primate neural network. And reality,
often.
Who knows? Who would even care to take a guess, It's a mystery. You do not measure the depth of a universal mystery with the neural network of a primate.
I know they are.
Our role is not to understand, but to appreciate.
Whoever got George? No, those were Americans.
We have an immense capacity for resonance with beauty, aesthetic awareness, appreciation of form, appreciation of how things go together. Notice this word appreciation. appreciation. We need, if you don't know what's going on at a dinner party, in a corporation, in an environment, then the best course is to keep your mouth shut and pay attention and try to appreciate the situation. It's ridiculous to attempt to seize the tiller of reality because we don't even know where we want to go. So the notion that by creating these models of reality, which are not acknowledged as models, but which are called scientific truth, we betray ourselves down the primrose path that leads to dreary, dusty death. Because what we do is we take the poetry out of being. We extract the poetry from being by the assumption of the mundane. The banality of modernity is what I call this. The banality of modernity, the steady flattening of values.
The banality of modernity.
Nothing
steady flattening of values.
You know, the sense of outrage over political mistreatment of the
sense of outrage over everything.
Or the sense of outrage as a society slips.
How dare you?
This, or the sense of outrage when people mistreat you is muted. Everything is
Has always been like that in a way.
The banality of modernity. This is the heritage of all the bad little boys of the 19th century. Nietzsche and Darwin and Hegel and Schopenhauer. These clowns were on a bad trip, and they were loud about it. And what they give us is a universe devoid of soul. Man looms larger and larger. Notice the gender slant. Man looms larger and larger in the picture. And what this ushers into is fascism, pure and simple. And it's not surprising, because what this ushers into is fascism, pure and simple. Man into larger and larger perspective has been the program of monotheism for 3,000 years. It has been a
communism as if that's not even really possible.
Accentuation of the centrality of the human image, the male dominant human image, and in the transmutation of Hellenistic Judaism that becomes Christianity, the final apotheosis of this point of view is created in the notion that man can be God. That's it. And it is hailed as a tremendous infusion of existential validity into the human image, the greatest single stride ever taken in the definition of human ontology. Well, I would like to suggest to you it was the greatest backward step ever.
Is that a lie? Kind of a lie. It feels like a lie.
What it did was
but not that kind of communism.
Nature further and further
doesn't really matter.
Background. Nature is something from which we torment her secrets.
Hold on, Garfield.
This is Francis Bacon.
I know I did.
We torture nature to obtain her secrets. The world is created for man. It is for man to remake in his image all this gender stuff. And it is then no wonder that building on that foundation, 19th century rationalism, which thought it was putting these things behind it, it conceived itself as anti-clerical, as anti-monotheism and Christianity in some sense. And yet what it really did was it just stripped away the Baroque trappings. Hans Jonas was very acute in pointing out that 3rd century Hellenistic Gnosticism and Heideggerian philosophy are essentially the same thing. It's just that in the Gnostic recension, you get all these sexy demons and angels and levels and the emanation from the pleroma.
They do that though. It's not that big of a deal.
The archons.
So it's kind of interesting. You're looking up there closely.
In the Heideggerian recension, they just gotten down to the nitty gritty, but the message is the same. Man is thrown into the unknown. Man is in the abyss, lost. All meaning must come from within. all order must come from an inner vision. We are abandoned. This is Heideggerian language. We are abandoned.
But there are also people out there who are doing fine, I think.
Permission then.
He's pretending what they're doing what I wanted to do.
Pathology. Because it is
We're fucking
a
evil.
point of view purchased at the cost of ignoring the facts of the matter. And that is, in my definition, a delusion. A point of view purchased at the expense of the facts of the matter. You know, Whitehead said there are stubborn facts.
So we get carried away during these conversations.
Reduce all you want, but there are certain stubborn facts.
Of course. People hang out. Oh. Even that guy. Go on. Parts of him, if you can channel, you can channel. Well, often, not always. Like me, almost no one. Just not as good at surrounding myself as other people are. Evil. Yes, evil. Me and Garfield, evil. Yeah, evil.
Name's Conrad Harrigan, family man. And if you cross my family, well, you'd better pray. We don't ask, we take. And when someone forgets their place, I've got a man for that, bubbles up.
Been around for a long year.
What is this, the Taliban?
Economic fraud, Bloodland. New series streaming March 30th. On Plus.
Deep within Hindu mythology, beyond the benevolent gods and tales of enlightenment, lies a darkness few dare to explore. A world of ancient horrors where immortal demons lurk between dimensions, vengeful spirits cling to the living, and gods of destruction dictate the fate of humanity with an unfathomable cruelty. These entities are not mere metaphors or forgotten superstitions. Their presence has been felt throughout history, whispered in the ruins of lost civilizations, embedded in rituals still performed in remote corners of India. Some believe they slumber, waiting for the right moment to awaken. Others insist they never left, that only the most attuned can sense them in the cold night air, in the shifting shadows that move when no one is looking. Today we descend into the most terrifying depths of Hindu demonology, uncovering the myths that have haunted humanity for centuries, the archetypes that still manifest in modern culture, and the forbidden secrets that have been silenced with blood. Because in Hinduism, evil is not just an abstract force. It is alive, it is waiting, and its hunger is never satisfied. Let's start. Long before the world was divided into good and evil, before demons were seen as purely malevolent beings, Hindu mythology spoke of the Asuras. These were not simple monsters or wicked spirits. They were powerful celestial entities, born from the same divine essence as the gods. In the earliest scriptures, they were beings of immense knowledge and strength, often portrayed as forces of ambition, change, and challenge rather than outright evil. But as time passed, their image darkened. They became known as the eternal rivals of the gods, locked in an unending war for supremacy over the universe.
Wait, want to lay down?
The Asuras were masters
kind
of magic, deception, and warfare.
Why?
Some built vast hidden cities beneath the earth and the ocean, while others ruled powerful empires, challenging the authority of the gods themselves. Unlike the divine beings who sought balance and cosmic order, these entities thrived on ambition and personal power. They were not mindless destroyers, but cunning strategists, scholars, and warriors. Some of them even performed extreme penance to earn divine boons, making them nearly invincible. One of the most infamous among them was Ravana, the 10-headed king of Lanka. He was not only a fearsome warrior, but also a brilliant intellectual, deeply versed in sacred texts and the arts of war. His hunger for power, however, drove him to abduct Sita, the wife of Lord Rama, triggering an epic conflict that would decide the fate of the world. Despite his immense strength and near immortality, he ultimately fell to Rama, proving that arrogance and unchecked ambition lead to destruction. Another terrifying figure was Hiranyakashipu, a ruler who sought to escape death entirely. Through years of intense devotion, he obtained a divine blessing that made him nearly impossible to kill. He could not die by human or beast, during the day or night, indoors or outdoors, or by any conventional weapon. Believing himself unstoppable, he forced his people to worship him as a god. But his own son, Prahlada, remained devoted to Vishnu, defying his father's tyranny. Enraged, the ruler attempted to execute him in countless ways, yet each time divine forces intervened. In the end, Vishnu took the form of Narasimha, a half-man, half-lion entity who emerged at twilight, neither day nor night, and tore Hiranyakashipu apart with his claws, avoiding every condition of his so-called immortality. Mahishasura, another fearsome Asura, was a shapeshifter, able to take on the form of a monstrous buffalo. His brute strength and magical abilities made him an unstoppable force, and he succeeded in driving the gods from their celestial kingdom. For a time, it seemed as if nothing could challenge his rule. But in response, the gods combined their energy to create Durga, the warrior goddess, who alone could match his power. She fought him for 9 days, countering his every transformation until she finally struck him down, restoring balance to the universe. These legendary beings were not just villains, they were forces of chaos, embodiments of unrestrained ambition and rebellion against cosmic order. In Hinduism, time is cyclical, meaning that the war between gods and asuras is not a single event, but a repeating struggle. Each time balance is disrupted, they rise again, seeking to reshape the universe in their image. Even now, their influence lingers. They are present in myths, religious rituals, and the stories passed down through generations. Some believe they still exist, hidden in unseen realms, waiting for the moment when the cycle turns once more. The Rakshasas are not like the Asuras, who were once divine beings seeking power through cunning, war, or devotion. While the Asuras often acted as rulers, scholars, and cosmic challengers, the Rakshasas are something far more terrifying, creatures of pure chaos, reveling in destruction for its own sake. They do not seek to conquer the heavens or reshape the universe. They exist to hunt, devour, and torment. Their thirst for blood is insatiable, and their very nature is defined by violence. If the Asuras represent ambition, twisted into rebellion, the Rakshasas are nightmares given form, shapeshifters, flesh eaters, and sadistic tricksters that prowl the dark places of the world, waiting for the moment to strike. Ancient texts describe them as grotesque beings with jagged claws, twisted limbs, and burning eyes that pierce through the night. But their horror lies not just in their monstrous forms, but in their deception. Masters of Maya, the art of illusion, they can disguise themselves as anything: a trusted friend, a beautiful seducer, even a holy sage, only to reveal their true nature when it is too late. Some of them can conjure entire false realities, trapping victims in nightmarish visions until their minds break, making them easy prey. Unlike the Asuras, who often have codes of honor or higher ambitions, Rakshasas care only for their own pleasure, delighting in war, suffering, and the taste of human flesh. Hindu mythology tells of their origins in fire and violence. Some stories claim they were born from Brahma's breath during a moment of divine fury, but instead of becoming protectors of creation, they turned on their own kind, devouring the very beings they were meant to safeguard. Other legends speak of them as the cursed spirits of wicked men, warriors so consumed by cruelty in life that even death could not contain them. Unable to move on, they returned to the mortal world, lurking in graveyards, dense jungles, and abandoned ruins, places soaked in death, where the veil between the living and the damned is at its thinnest. Throughout history, their terror has been felt across countless battles and epics. Ravana, the 10-headed demon king, was the most infamous of their kind. Unlike most Rakshasas, he was not a mindless beast, but a scholar and warrior whose intelligence rivaled even the gods. He mastered the sacred scriptures, performed great penances to gain near immortality, and built an empire of demons in Lanka. But despite all his power, his arrogance led to his downfall when he kidnapped Sita, the wife of Lord Rama, igniting a war that would end in his destruction. His brother, Kumbhakarna, was another monstrous figure, an unstoppable giant, cursed to sleep for months at a time, only to awaken with an insatiable hunger, capable of devouring entire armies in a single battle. Then there were those like Tadaka, once a beautiful woman, now a nightmarish entity haunting the forests, killing and consuming anyone who dared enter her domain. Even the gods feared her, and it was only through divine intervention that she was finally slain by the young Rama. Yet not all Rakshasas were irredeemable. Vibhishana, the brother of Ravana, chose a different path, abandoning his monstrous kin and aligning himself with the forces of righteousness. But such cases were rare. Most of his kind remained as they always had been: merciless warlords, reveling in bloodshed and destruction. What makes them so disturbing is not just their savagery, but what they represent. If the Asuras are symbols of unchecked ambition, the Rakshasas embody the raw, primal horrors of existence, the hunger that never ends, the violence that knows no limits, the deception that lures the innocent to their doom. The Daityas are among the most ancient and feared beings in Hindu mythology, born not just as warriors, but as sworn enemies of the celestial order. Unlike the Rakshasas, who thrive on chaos and destruction, or the Asuras, who seek dominion through ambition and strategy, the Daityas are a unique lineage of titanic beings, deeply rooted in the cosmic struggle between gods and demons. They are the descendants of the goddess Diti and the great sage Kashyapa, making them direct relatives of both the gods, Devas, and their eternal foes, the Asuras. However, unlike their Asura kin, who sometimes negotiate or form alliances with the gods, The deities are almost always at war with them. Their hatred for the celestial order passed down through generations. Legends say that Diti, their mother, was consumed by sorrow after seeing her other children slain by the gods. In her grief, she vowed to give birth to a race so powerful that it would overthrow the heavens themselves. Her wish was granted, but the deities, though born mighty, were cursed to be locked in perpetual conflict with the Devas, ensuring that their existence would be defined by endless war. Unlike the more trickster-like asuras, the deities were often seen as giants, beings of overwhelming physical strength, capable of shaking the very fabric of the universe. Among their ranks, one of the most feared was Hiranyaksha. His name, meaning golden-eyed, reflected his greed and hunger for power. Unlike other warlords who sought to conquer the heavens, Hiranyaksha took his defiance to an apocalyptic scale. He stole the earth itself. Using his immense strength, he plunged the planet into the cosmic ocean, intending to drown it forever in the abyss. The gods were powerless to stop him, and for a time, it seemed as though creation itself would be undone. But his arrogance provoked Vishnu, who descended in the form of Varaha, a colossal divine boar. The battle that followed was beyond comprehension. Varaha and Hiranyaksha clashed across dimensions, shaking the very cosmos, until finally the god of preservation struck down the mighty Daitya, rescuing the earth from annihilation. Yet the Daityas did not perish with Hiranyaksha. His brother, Hiranyakashipu, continued their war, seeking revenge against the gods for the death of his kin. Others too followed. Titans who challenged the heavens, waged wars against the Devas, and refused to accept their place in the cosmic order. In many ways, they embodied defiance itself, refusing to bow even in the face of inevitable destruction. What makes them truly terrifying is not just their immense strength or hatred for the gods, but their sheer resilience. Though countless deities have fallen in battle, their bloodline has never been entirely extinguished. Hindu mythology tells us that time is cyclical, and in each new era, they will rise again. The Danavas are an ancient and formidable race of beings, feared and revered in Hindu mythology. Unlike the Rakshasas, who are savage predators, or the Daityas, who are titanic warriors waging war against the heavens, the Danavas possess something even more dangerous: wisdom. They are the descendants of Danu, a primordial goddess, and the great sage Kashyapa, making them direct relatives of both the Devas and Asuras. While some of them are known for their immense knowledge and deep understanding of cosmic truths, most of their kind harbor a burning hatred for the gods, leading them into relentless conflict with the celestial order. From birth, they were shaped by their mother's resentment. Danu, like her sister Diti, despised the Devas for their dominance over creation, and she instilled this defiance in her children. However, unlike the Daityas, who relied on brute force and sheer power, the Danavas were often depicted as cunning, deeply intelligent beings, mastering powerful magic and secret sciences beyond the comprehension of mortals. They were not mere warlords, they were sorcerers, scholars, and alchemists, wielding knowledge as a weapon just as often as they wielded steel. Yet their intelligence did not make them any less dangerous. Some among them sought to overthrow the Devas, not just through war, but through strategy and deception, manipulating cosmic forces to tip the balance in their favor. Others, however, succumbed to pure arrogance, believing themselves above even the gods themselves. Among the most notorious of their kind were figures such as Maya Danova, a legendary architect and sorcerer who constructed entire cities of illusion, powerful weapons, and even celestial chariots for the enemies of the gods. His knowledge was unparalleled, and even the Devas respected his mastery over the arcane arts. But despite his genius, he remained loyal to his own kind, crafting tools of destruction to aid the forces of darkness. Many Danavas are remembered as monstrous conquerors, but not all of them were inherently evil. Some sought knowledge for its own sake, understanding that wisdom could be a path to enlightenment as much as it could be a tool for war. However, their natural opposition to the gods ensured that they were always seen as enemies of celestial order. Unlike the Daitias, who fought with raw strength, the Danavas waged war through their mastery of the hidden arts, their ability to bend reality itself to their will. The Pisachas are among the most disturbing entities in Hindu mythology, creatures of decay, madness, and corruption that lurk in the spaces between life and death. Unlike the Rakshasas, who revel in war and destruction, or the Danavas, who wield knowledge as a weapon, the Pisachas exist purely as scavengers, feeding on the dead and the dying, spreading disease and insanity wherever they go. They are the ultimate parasites, thriving on suffering, clinging to the edges of the mortal world like shadows that never fully disappear. Described as hideous, with shriveled skin, stretched over skeletal frames, bulging bloodshot eyes, and mouths filled with jagged, rotting teeth, their very presence is said to drain the life from the air. Some myths claim they were once humans, cursed by their own evil deeds to walk the earth as soulless husks, forever craving flesh. Others say they were born from the breath of Yama, the god of death, emerging from the darkness to infest cemeteries, battlefields, and ruins abandoned by the living. Wherever death lingers, the Pisachas are never far behind. Their hunger is not limited to physical flesh. They are vampiric in nature, not just consuming corpses, but also feeding on the vital energy of the living. They are known to possess human bodies, driving their victims to madness, paranoia, or slow, agonizing death. Some legends speak of them whispering into the ears of the sleeping, planting thoughts of despair and self-destruction. Others describe them as unseen forces that latch on to those who dabble in forbidden knowledge, draining their sanity until nothing remains but incoherent whispers and haunted stares. Unlike the more physically imposing demons of Hindu mythology, Pisachas are subtle, patient, and nearly impossible to detect until it is too late. A person afflicted by one may not even realize it. At first, it might be a sense of unease, a growing paranoia, or dreams filled with visions of death and rot. Then comes the slow decay of the mind, the loss of appetite, the inexplicable illness, and finally, the possession is complete, leaving nothing behind but an empty shell, a body that still moves, but no longer belongs to the person it once housed. Though feared and hated, some believe they can be repelled through sacred mantras and rituals, or even temporarily appeased with offerings of meat and alcohol. But their hunger is never truly satisfied, and they always return. In the silence of graveyards, in abandoned homes where shadows stretch too long, in the fevered delirium of those touched by insanity, there the Pisachas wait, feeding, whispering, and watching for their next victim. Hinduism offers a profound and multifaceted approach to protection against malevolent forces, deeply rooted in ancient wisdom and spiritual power. One of the most potent defenses comes through mantras and yajnas, where sacred chants create vibrational frequencies that repel dark entities. The Mahamrityunjaya mantra, devoted to Shiva, is believed to ward off evil and death, while the Hanuman Chalisa acts as a spiritual shield against black magic and demonic influences. Fire rituals or yajnas amplify these energies, purifying spaces and dispelling negativity. The role of deities in this cosmic battle is crucial, with Durga and Kali embodying the ultimate destroyers of evil. Durga's legendary battle against Mahishasura symbolizes the triumph of divine power over darkness, while Kali, in her terrifying yet protective form, annihilates demonic forces, absorbing destructive energies to restore balance. Devotion to these goddesses through prayer and offerings is believed to grant spiritual armor against unseen threats. Among the divine warriors, Hanuman and Narasimha stand as formidable protectors. Hanuman, a symbol of strength and devotion, is invoked to counteract spirits and dark energies, while Narasimha, Vishnu's fierce incarnation, embodies the annihilation of tyranny and demonic oppression. Their mere presence in one's consciousness is said to provide unparalleled protection. Sacred symbols also play a vital role. Om, the primordial sound of the universe, is not only a spiritual anchor, but a force that disrupts negative energies. Shiva's Trishul trident represents divine authority, often placed at entrances to guard against harmful influences. The use of yantras, intricate geometric patterns like the Sri Yantra, channels cosmic energy to create a barrier against malevolent entities. These protective practices are not just religious rituals, but deeply embedded metaphysical tools, reinforcing the idea that darkness cannot prevail where divine light exists. True protection lies not only in external rituals, but in cultivating inner strength, devotion, and alignment with higher consciousness. Hindu demonology is not just a catalogue of dark entities, but a reflection of the eternal struggle between order and chaos, knowledge and ignorance. Unlike the Western concept of absolute evil, Vedic mythology portrays demons not as irredeemable forces, but as cosmic players, some even capable of wisdom or redemption. Each Asura, Rakshasa, or Pisacha symbolizes an internal conflict within the human soul. Ravana's arrogance, Hiranyakashipu's obsession, the insatiable hunger of the Vatalas. Aren't these the same shadows we face within ourselves? Demonology, in any tradition, is more than just a collection of horror stories. It is a mirror where humanity sees its deepest fears and darkest desires. If this exploration has sparked your curiosity, imagine what still lies ahead. Subscribe to keep uncovering the hidden truths of ancient mythology and unraveling the mysteries that have endured through time. See you in the next revelation.
The Israelite king Solomon, son of David, has gone on to fame for his wisdom, his world weariness in the book of Ecclesiastes, his lechery and apostasy, and of course, his power as a mage, especially his control over demonic spirits. From the Dead Sea Scrolls to the contemporary occult practices of Solomonic magic, this Israelite king has figured centrally in the history of magic alongside such luminary figures as Zoroaster, Pythagoras, and Hermes Trismegistus. Most famous for his magical seal ring, Solomon is legendarily said to have controlled and bound an entire host of demons in the construction of the Jerusalem temple. But what is our earliest attestation of this legend? Just how far back into hallowed antiquity can we find Solomon, the sorcerer? In this episode, I want to turn to our surviving ground zero for this legendary narrative, the early Common Era text known simply as the Testament of Solomon. Here we find a fully developed tale where Solomon comes to understand and bind the demonic hordes in the construction of the Jerusalem temple. But also, a text likely more than a mere narrative description, indeed the very foundation for the Solomonic school of magic which continues to exist to this day. The Testament of Solomon lies somewhere between narrative legend and practical grimoire, a text as much as a magical manual as a piece of legendary myth. If you're interested in magic, Hermetic philosophy, alchemy, Kabbalah, or the history of the occult, make sure to subscribe and check out my other content on topics in esotericism, including numerous curated playlists. Also, if you want to support this work of providing accessible, scholarly, and free content on topics in esotericism here on YouTube for free, I'd hope you consider supporting my work on Patreon with a one-time donation via PayPal, or perhaps with the super thanks option you can now find below the video. Again, you can find those links below, and I really do appreciate your consideration, supporting this channel, and making the work of Esoterica widely accessible. But now, let's turn to the foundations of Solomonic magic, his power over the demonic hosts, and the real star of this legend, the dozens of demons that Solomon communicates with, binds, and controls. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. The notion of Solomon's nearly supernatural wisdom is already to be found in the Hebrew Bible or the Christian Old Testament, and by the turn of the Common Era, this wisdom had well extended into the domains of magic, especially the control over demons and exorcism more generally. We find this notion already fully developed in the first century Jewish historian Josephus, who actually tells us that he witnessed an exorcism in front of a Roman emperor, no less, in which a ring was used bearing the seal of Solomon. Also, among the Dead Sea Scrolls, there is a fragmentary text bearing an exorcism incantation which invokes the very authority of Solomon. In the centuries that followed, Solomon's power over demonic forces will be found everywhere from the Greek magical papyri produced over in Egypt and as far east as the incantation bowls of Mesopotamia, meant to capture and bind spirits before they could enter a house and bother people. This lore would extend and be shared by pagans, Jews, Christians, Mandeans, and Muslim communities all over the ancient world as centuries stretched on, and thus cemented Solomon as a mage par excellence. That reputation, of course, would continue through the development of Solomonic magic more generally as the European Middle Ages flourished, and would survive and flourish with the rise of Freemasonry in the early modern period and the continued popularity of Solomonic magic in contemporary occult practices. But what text can we point to as the locus classicus for this whole genre of Solomonic magic? The answer seems to be a really wonderful text known to history as the Testament of Solomon. The Testament is largely a demonological catalog, kind of framed around Solomon's construction of the Jerusalem temple, using said demons produced sometime in the first few centuries of the Common Era. Well, that's the simple answer, and you know damn well we're not going to get out of this episode without complicating things a good bit more than that, so welcome to complication time. To be honest, virtually nothing can be known with certainty about the origins of the text. It's anonymous because you're really going to put your name on a book mostly concerned with binding and controlling demons. It was originally composed in a Koine Greek very similar to the New Testament, and very likely composed by an early Christian deeply familiar with and employing pre-Talmudic Jewish demonology, most likely in the interest of producing a text bearing on exorcistic and medical practices of the time, as much as there was a difference between exorcism and medicine at that time. It seems most likely the text was produced in Roman Palestine, but the magical technology in the text is actually strikingly similar to Greco-Egyptian magic attested a bit later in the Greek magical papyri. The text in some form was probably produced before 400 of the Common Era because it's referenced in the dialogue of Timothy and Aquila produced around that time, though a good deal of the demonology could also be cross-attested in the 3rd century Christian theologian Origen, although that might just be sort of a general Egyptian demonological ferment that both of them rely on. It's apparent, however, the text has gone through a long and complicated, tortured recension history. These days, we are pretty spoiled that when I say that, I don't know, I've read The Fall of the House of Usher, I can probably take it for granted that you've read basically the same version as me. Not so much in antiquity. Without the guardrails of antiquity itself, or archaic language, or just the text being in verse, well, text can and do get off the rails in the ancient world. The Testament of Solomon is a complex accretion of Solomonic biography, various non-commiserate demonological catalogs, medical and astrological information, various kinds of magical technologies, all combined over centuries in various degrees of modification and corruption. What perhaps seems most likely is that the text combined legendary Solomonic biography with demonological lore by either a Christian with access to that Jewish lore, or I think just as likely a Jewish Christian with a very specific interest, it seems, in exorcistic medicine sometime in the early centuries of the Common Era. That text was further amplified with more demonological literature, here primarily of an astrological character, probably being extracted out of Egypt in origin. More on that Egyptian aspect in just a bit. In a yet later stage, the Testament was increasingly geared in the direction of magical practice. It's being moved away from the world of description into being actionized. In fact, in the final era of the recension of the text, explicitly magical practice is interpolated into the text, and we often just find it bound with other straightforwardly magical manuals in the Byzantine period. That said, the text survives in a little over a dozen Greek manuscripts, of which 3 major recensions can be tracked. I'll say a bit more about recension C, the most oriented toward practical demonological magic, in just a bit, because I suspect that recension C is going to be the one that interests most folks watching this channel. The text itself is difficult to summarize because, as I've said, it's basically a demonological catalog framed around Solomon's construction of the Jerusalem temple, and it's hard to summarize catalogs because catalogs are kind of by their nature already summarized. But the text opens with one of Solomon's favorite workers being plagued by a demon. So far, so good. By plagued, I mean the demon is stealing his wages, his food provisions, and sucking his soul out of his thumb while he's sleeping. So, yeah, plagued. Also, thumb here might be that's probably a sexual euphemism for reasons we'll get to in a minute. For reasons that aren't clear, Solomon really takes a shine to this youth worker and pleads to God to intervene with this whole demon business. Then, lo, God sends the angel Michael to provide Solomon with a ring with a special seal able to bind and control demons. Now, that seal ring we've already seen as far back as Josephus in the 1st century, but the earliest stratum of the Testament doesn't seem to provide any further information or description on the seal itself, despite the fact that that would be the most conspicuously interesting thing about the whole book from at least a magical practice point of view. But, as I mentioned, the text does end up on a very practical magical trajectory, and various manuscripts provide various versions of this Solomonic seal. In fact, there seem to be as many versions of this seal as there are manuscripts, or at least manuscript traditions. The most common motifs for the seal are magical terms or magical words, sometimes in Hebrew set into circles, very often displaying a pentagram or a hexagram along with further magical symbols. Though by the early modern period and the development of the Lesser Key of Solomon, probably the most popular version of the Solomonic magic, at least these days, the seal has undergone dramatic transformation. None of that hardly can be found in the Lesser Key of Solomon seal. You can compare the one on the screen from Harley MS 5596, a 15th century magical manual including various recensions of the Testament, along with a host of other magical literature. It's actually a really amazing manuscript, to the more popular Lesser Key of Solomon version to get a sense of just how much variation one can find in these manuscripts about what exactly was the Seal of Solomon. So, which one is more accurate or has the most magical power? No, it beats the hell out of me. But I don't think you can get the Testament version on Etsy. So if you want to be like a hipster mage and be like, oh, the Lesser Key seal, I use the MS Harley 5596. It's kind of underground. Maybe you want to listen to my cool black metal track. I'm only releasing it on 4-minute Edison wax cylinders. Like 6 of them. Well, whatever seal you want to use, Shlomo Melech, as we call him, gives the ring to the youth who, when the demon comes to suck his thumb, creepy, he casts the ring, Pokemon style, into his chest, immediately binding the demon. Dragged before Solomon, the demon, like the veritable parade of demons to come, is forced to reveal their name, their astrological location in the cosmos, their activities, because demons are usually up to no good, especially the specific harms they inflict upon mankind, their genealogy, which I think is a really fascinating aspect of the demonological lore here. Beelzebul, for instance, is the last OG angel that fell to earth in the descent to earth by the original angels, while other ones like Asmodeus actually have angelic fathers but human mothers, kind of Nephilim style, along with their corresponding thwarting angel before being sentenced to various forms of hard labor in the construction of the temple. It's kind of like a demonic gulag over there. In fact, this whole demonological system has a D&D monster manual feel to it, to be honest. All they need is like an armor class and hit die, and we're ready to roll for initiative, folks. Though really, the Testament would actually benefit strongly for someone creating like a spreadsheet with all the charts of all the demons and their activity and their stats and their activities and their binding angels and their thecos. Yeah, I'll have it all laid out. Just an idea. If someone actually makes a Testament of Solomon spreadsheet with all the information we have about these demons, I'll link it in the description, just saying, make it a banger of one. In this case, though, the demon captured is Ornias. His name literally means vexing, who dwells in Aquarius and is a pedophile demon who strangles male Aquarians attracted to Virgo women, who can also appear variously as a winged being or a lion. That thumb thing is getting even weirder. Ornias is said to have descended from a fallen archangel and is thwarted by the archangel Uriel. As punishment for attacking this young boy or young man, Solomon sentences him to hard labor cutting stones for the production of the temple. Though Ornias, like many demons, is terrified of iron. This is something repeated in Michael Sellis's demonological manual, which you can check out in the card above. That's why you often see necromancers with swords. There's something terrifying about them, and we'll talk about that in Michael Sellis. Given this fear of iron, Ornias offers to give up his other fellow demons, kind of snitch. Undeterred, Solomon has Uriel summon sea monsters and cast the fate of Ornias on the ground. This section is as awesome as it is unclear. But now Solomon gets to have his cake and eat it too. Ornias is forced to labor until the completion of the temple, and he's forced to bring forth the prince of the demons, Beelzebul. Once the prince of the demons is bound, same throwing the ring into his chest business, the entire demonic retinue is brought before Solomon. Each one of them is bound and forced to reveal again their name, astrological information, their demonic shenanigans, before being sentenced to hard labor in the construction of the temple, everything from cutting stones to spinning rope to carrying water. Though it's always struck me that these menial tasks seem like a waste of demonic potential for them to do other stuff. Though this whole demons building the temple narrative should be contrasted, by the way, with another legendary cycle found in the Babylonian Talmud, where Solomon used various kinds of demons, specifically Asmodeus, to find a magical worm. Yep, a magical worm called the Shamir to help build the temple. You can learn more about that specific version of the narrative around the building of the temple using demons in my episode on the Lesser Key of Solomon in the card above. No doubt the most popular, is that the right word? Most popular grimoire or book of magic in the Solomonic cycle, especially in contemporary times. I mean, Goetic demons are getting their own animes and movie deals, and I'm still looking to get coffee with Paimon's agent because I want to break into Hollywood. Hey, Paimon, if you're watching this, each demonic narrative is fascinating and serves to display the wide range of demonological lore accessible to the redactors of this text. We have the usual cast of characters such as Asmodeus and Beelzebul. The demoness Lilith makes an appearance, though she's actually known in this text as Obizut, which is interesting. Lesser-known demons include a Satyra-like character called Onosceles, the wind demon with the more Latinate name Lix Tatrax, a Pazuzu-like wind demon named Ephippus, a winged dragon, and the dread seahorse demon Kunupegos, along with the two-headed female lunar demoness called Enepsigos, along with a bunch of others. Further, the text has a Gnostic-like interlude where the 7 planets seem to be denoted as demonic rulers of this realm, known as deception, strife, fate, distress, error, power, and the last one's called the worst. The worst. This very interestingly parallels on the origin of the world in the Nag Hammadi library, where death is produced by Yaldabaoth, Demiurge, and set to control the 6th heaven. Their death, being androgyne, produces 7 sons and 7 daughters, and through incest, they go on to produce a host of many, many other beings. Those original 7 sons and daughters of death are very similar to the ones found in the Testament. Now, while the lists don't really overlap with the Testament, they only really share eris or strife. The Gnostic texts conclude by telling the reader that the demonic names and functions of all those various beings created through incest with the death kids can be found in a Book of Solomon. Now, I'm skeptical it's the Testament as we have it, but I do strongly suspect that this is a case of survival bias where many other Testament-like Solomonic literature existed. While not a strong match, it's still strikingly conspicuous nonetheless. Speaking of Nag Hammadi in Egypt, the text also contains a detailed list of 36 demons which correspond to the deacons of the zodiac. This astrological distinction seems very likely Egyptian in origin, not Palestinian, and the demonological catalog is especially important in the transition toward the text becoming a practical manual, and virtually all of these demons seem especially connected to disease. It seems like this zodiac part was included in part of the trajectory of making this text practical, not just narrative. And again, it's worth pointing out just how demonically populated the cosmos is in the Testament. From the circle of the zodiac to the planets themselves, the various stars, and the wilder places of the earth, the world seems simply full of demons. It's a veritable pandemonium. Well, following the astrological demons, we learn that the demons know the future because they can fly up close to the throne of God before becoming exhausted and plunging back to the earth as falling stars. Meanwhile, back at the construction site at the temple, things have hit a snag. Neither men nor demons can set the enormous cornerstone of the temple into place. At the same time, Solomon receives a distress letter from the king of Arabia asking him to remove the very powerful wind demon Ephipus. Solomon sends his envoy and they trap the demon Ephipus in a leather flask. Then the demon trapped now agrees to work with the demon of the Red Sea, Ephipus, to place the cornerstone of the temple. The cornerstone then placed, it appears that the demon of the Red Sea, who has also raised a gigantic pillar out of the Red Sea, is bound to hold it in the sky forever. This is probably the origins of the Milky Way, at least in the text. For what it's worth, by the way, Abezethibu is the demon who the Egyptian magicians Janus and Jambres employed when they magically dueled with Moses and Aaron, who also hardened Pharaoh's heart, somehow getting God off the deal for that. And they went on to chase the Israelites with the Egyptian army until they were swallowed up by the Red Sea when it collapsed in on top of them, along with all those poor Egyptians. The Testament of Solomon ends with the downfall of Solomon. With the construction of the temple complete, Solomon can return to his true love, the gathering of wisdom. Nah, it's not, it's philandering. And in order to obtain some Shumanite booty, Solomon sacrifices 5 locusts to the pagan gods Raphan and Moloch. And the Spirit of God, well, it departs from him, and he places idols into the temple. But he spent all that time with all those demons building. Solomon tells us how he's composed the testament for his fellow Israelites so that the demonological lore wouldn't be lost. In fact, later legends have the book being hidden by Hezekiah and surviving down to this day. Of course, the text itself, while fundamentally a book of pre-Talmudic Jewish demonology, is at this point thoroughly Christian. Many of the adjurations and exorcistic language of the text emerge directly out of the New Testament, and many of the demons can only be fully bound by a future power, interestingly depicted as a kind of angel who will be executed and rise from the dead. Yeah, this text kind of depicts Jesus as like a powerful angel. And some of the magical binding incantations seem to be taken directly from the mouth of the dying Jesus. One version of this is an incantation called Elohi, which is probably Jesus' last words. Thus, the text is also a kind of Christian prophetic wisdom, such that while Solomon can bind some of the demons some of the time, he eventually falls into a life of lust-driven idolatry. It would be Jesus who would fully bind all of the demons, defeat death itself, and remain divinely pure. Though, as I pointed out, the Testament of Solomon is a text somewhere between being a mere story of Solomon's adventures with the demons, deep adventure, a demonological catalog, and a manual for demonological magic. Clearly, the text fires the imagination in all those directions, but it's certain the mere tables of Solomonic magic inspired more and more practically oriented magical texts to be produced, even internal to the Testament itself. Thus, in Recension C, the language has become much more imperative and hypothetical. It's much more of a straightforward manual of demonic magic. In fact, in the center of this recension, there is a detailed demonological list very much aimed at something like the practice of goetic magic, with over 50 different demons, their seals, and various skills. It's sort of like a proto-Goetia or a proto-lesser key of Solomon. In fact, Recension C is something like the bridge which connects the more descriptive, legend-like Testament to the more Solomonic magical literature often bound with it, especially the Greek Hygromanteia or the magical treatise of Solomon. That text, in turn, will serve as the foundation as for all of Solomonic magical practice as it develops in Western Europe down to this day. Of course, I'll be coming back to the Hygromanteia or the magical treatise of Solomon in a future episode, so stay tuned for that one. The Testament of Solomon is just required reading for anyone interested in ritual and Solomonic magic, the history of demonology, or just anyone interested in the lore around Solomon, like our Freemason brothers out there. It's a fantastic piece of very ancient legend and magical practice, especially seeing how those legends and practices developed over the centuries and the millennia. This text is almost 2,000 years old. And you might be surprised to learn that the standard critical edition of the text by McCowan was produced in 1922, making it a century old this year. So happy Centennial Testament of Solomon critical edition. That text is wonderful, but of course it's rather dated at this. Though if you want to see the various recensions in the original Greek language, it's still basically going to be your go-to. For the standard introduction and diplomatic translation, however, you're going to want to check out Dooling's edition in Volume 1 of the Old Testament Pseudepigrapha. Like, you just want both volumes of that text if you're interested in esoteric stuff like this. Even without the Greek, it has tons of useful notes and brings in discoveries like Nag Hammadi made decades after McGowan produced this edition. Also, for those interested in the more magically oriented recension C of the Testament, i.e. everyone watching this channel, you'll need to pick up a copy of Brian's edition of Recension C. You may recall Brian from my episode on the Necromancy Manual from the Medici Library. He's a great scholar and produces really cool texts. His edition is especially important for those interested in the very specific magical development of the Solomonic tradition. Of course, you'll need the rest of the Testament of Solomon and the Dueling edition to really make sense of how all the recensions fit together, including Recension C, but I'm sure you're going to want Recension C as well. Don't worry, much more Solomonic material coming, so stay tuned. Until then, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. I recall once during an October thunderstorm back when I was still living down south that the power got knocked out, and I decided to sit up and listen to the storm rage outside and read a bit, have a bit to drink. So I went to the shelf and pulled off the first volume of the Babylonian Talmud, Masechta Berachot. This is a tractate mostly dealing with the laws of blessings, the lore of blessings. Opening to Daf A, I was reading along, and though I had studied this topic before at length, something about it gave me the chills. Something about it creeped me out, frankly. Maybe it was the storm or the cool autumn air finally breaking the summer heat, or just being alone in a big, dark, old house. But as I read along, I came to the line, and in another Baraisa it was taught that Abba Binyamin says, if the eye were given permission to see, no creature could withstand the abundance and the ubiquity of the shadim, of the demons, and continue to live unaffected by them. Similarly, Abaya said, they are more numerous than us. The demons are more numerous than us, and they stand over us like mounds of earth over a pit. And Rav Kunat said, each and every one of us has 1,000 demons to his left and 10,000 demons to his right. And though the text says that the divine does protect human beings from such creatures, there's no denying that the Talmud imagines our world to be a pandemonium, a literal pandemonium. This term was invented by John Milton in his Paradise Lost for the capital of hell itself. The word usually means something like chaos, but the Greek reveals that it actually means something like full of demons, replete, overflowing with demons. In the imagination of the rabbis, reality itself is infested in every nook and every cranny with shadim and ruchot and lelit, with demons. The idea, whether I believe it or not, doesn't matter, that just beyond the reach of that candle, as I was reading the text, that malevolent entities lurking in untold thousands, was a truly uncanny notion to me. No text in the history of demonology has better attempted to catalog and describe, and perhaps most important, most infamously at all, to conjure and control that very pandemonium than the mysterious name of the Megaplan, or more commonly known, the Lesser Key of Solomon. In this episode, we're going to explore the early history of the role of Solomon in controlling demons,
their business, the
history of the genealogy of demons and their various hierarchies, and the composition and construction of that most famous, infamous textbook of black magic, the Lesser Key of Solomon. And this episode's also really special because it's a collaboration with my colleague and my dear friend, and of course, fellow academic researcher of all things esoteric and occult, Dr. Angela Puka, over at her wonderful channel, Angela's Symposium. Now, Angela specializes in the academic study of magic and magic practicing religions and traditions, and comes from my shared background in philosophy. So you can expect that she's going to be just as sympathetic as I am, but also just as critical to literature. She now focuses on contemporary esoteric and occult practices, which is great as a complement to esoterica, but we mostly focus on past.
Mrs. Muffin.
Now, Angela's going to pick up where I leave off and cover this incredibly important history of this text, and most importantly, its practices into the occult canon of the late 19th and the 20th century, and all the way into contemporary practitioners of both Solomonic magic and a little bit into popular culture. In fact, she has 2 videos that you can check out on the topic. So again, make sure to check out Angela's Symposium for the continuation of this episode. And of course, make sure to subscribe to her channel and support her project, her symposium, if you're interested in this kind of material. And of course, if you're interested in magic or hermetic philosophy, alchemy, Kabbalah, or the history of the occult, make sure to subscribe here to Esoterica and check out my content on esotericism topics as well, including curated playlists. And if you want to support work like this,
God, what is still holding you down?
Accessible, scholarly, and free content on
Human
topics
beings.
of esotericism and
Mostly,
academic
guys.
study of the occult, I'd hope you consider supporting my work either on Patreon. You can hook me up with a one-time donation if you like. You can
Human
use the
beings.
thanks option just below the video, or we have some pretty cool black metal style merch over on the channel.
I didn't get that all right. Yeah, sometimes I say the wrong words. Oh, yes, I knew that when I said it. I'm like, yeah, whatever. He doesn't really care what I'm talking about anyways. It's like, what or what? I'm magical magic. Yep. Well, damnation. Damn fucking nation. Oh, mead. Mead. What happened in your mead hall, man? Oh, really? Oh, really? Really? Oh, right.
Switch to our most affordable unlimited phone plan and get 2 lines for just $80 per month with Simply Unlimited from Google.
Really?
Wireless.
Oh, really?
Stay connected with all the essentials.
Right.
Unlimited
Right.
calls and texts. Plus 5
Damnation.
high-speed hotspot tethering per month for each line.
Damn fucking nation.
And full connectivity for select smartwatches. Try Simply Unlimited from Google Fi Wireless. Switch today.
Hurry into the Nissan Now sales event to save on an award-winning new Nissan, like the all-new Kicks and Murano, J.D. Power's most dependable small and mid-size SUVs, and our best-selling Rogue at the Nissan Now sales event.
Oh, you're using the house care argument? No, it's my argument. You're like, I mean, a damnation.
Alcohol. Its origins are closely tied to the origins of many people. So much so that some of the most important pre-Christian theological concepts
So what's your next argument, huh?
expressed by it, and its consumption was even adopted as part of Christian ritual. It was a drink of the gods, gift of the god, sometimes even the blood of God. Yet consuming it could bring life, vigor, and knowledge. It was Ushkebehet, the water of life. Yet long before whiskey was ever created, there was a beverage
because they weren't cat people.
Ancient myth that embedded itself in the language.
No, you actually burnt cats, didn't you?
Mythology and culture.
Oh, you're a witch burner
across
too?
the world.
I love these people. Now, that's one thing. That's a whole other thing.
While we view the creation of alcohol today as a mundane scientific process, ancient people had a very different
Stabbing someone through the chest.
They didn't
or burning them alive.
The underlying processes at work. To them, its creation was a form of magic and expressed the power of some god. The oldest of those divine drinks was mead, thought to be the oldest alcohol in the world. Honey can be found in the wild and mixed with water. It ferments naturally over time. Though we can't say for certain where the knowledge of mead first developed, some of our earliest evidence for it was found in Jiahu, China, near the Yellow River, dating to around 7000 BC. Yet despite being the earliest known archaeological evidence for mead, later evidence in China for its use is lacking. When mention of honey appears on oracle bones dating to the Shang period between 1600 and 1000 BC, the word that they use is meat, derived from Tocharian meat, and ultimately Indo-European medu, meaning both honey and the drink made of it, called mead in English, met in German, medu in Old Church Slavonic, methu in Greek, mev in Welsh, madu in Indo-Iranian. It even made its way into Japanese, mitsu, and Vietnamese, mat. One of the only languages it wasn't preserved in was Latin, which used mel, an old Indo-European synonym for honey, also found in a number of European languages. The spread of this honey-related vocabulary is quite mysterious, but is at the root of the cult of mead.
Trying to go outside again?
The origin of the Proto-Indo-European word might have some relation to the Proto-Semitic word for sweet. On the other hand, the word might have flowed the other direction, entering Proto-Semitic through the progenitors of the Hittites. In either case, the words for honey and Semitic or ancient Egyptian are completely unrelated.
I'm doing your psychic.
Pre-Indo-European languages such as Basque also have completely unrelated words for honey. On the other hand, while modern Finnish has borrowed the Germanic word honey, derived from the Proto-Indo-European word meaning something like yellowish brown, the Hungarian word mez is actually an extremely ancient borrowing, going back thousands of years to Proto-Finno-Ugric, the progenitors of the Hungarian language and Finnish language, were Asian-dwelling hunter-gatherers. It's argued to have been borrowed from the Proto-Tocharian language, dating their interaction with Indo-Europeans to around 3000 BC. Now, surely, they must have known and had their own word for honey before coming into contact with Proto-Indo-Europeans. Why did they adopt a foreign word for it? There are two interrelated reasons. Though archaeological evidence is not, and perhaps cannot, validate this, the Indo-Europeans must have developed a specific cult of mead very early on. It is one of the
Modern
most
people
shared words of Indo-European.
See, modern people really gotta stand for themselves.
As shared as words like mother and father. The process of creating mead, the sacred rituals that it was used in, and the trade of the drink and the honey that made it must have made a significant impact on people with whom they came in contact with, such that the substance for which they already had a native word for came to take on a foreign name. In addition, it is highly likely that the Indo-Europeans did not simply gather wild honey, as most people had previously, but developed techniques.
The kind of technology they have, it's pretty easy to get into panic.
This would have made a significant impression on those that they came into contact with, and would likely set their honey as something different from wild honey, and likewise serve to explain the adoption of a foreign name, perhaps originally used only for domesticated farm honey, as opposed to wild honey, but eventually coming to refer to everything associated with it. For the importance that the Indo-Europeans placed on honey, it would have been next to impossible for them to be relying on only foraged wild honey. The cult of mead required the development of the art of beekeeping. Now, when exactly this started is very difficult to say, but it likely began with the Eastern hunter-gatherers, even prior to the rise of the Proto-Indo-Europeans. While mead-making traditions likely developed independently in many places around the world, the preponderance of later evidence strongly suggests that it was among the Proto-Indo-Europeans that honey and the drink made of it,
the human project,
so important, not only as a drink, but as part of a religious
the Avatar project,
seen as a conduit for the divine.
That's what the human project is, guys. The Avatar project.
While other forms of alcohol were known by Proto-Indo-Europeans,
we're Avatar.
It was mead
for the animals,
the most sacred and elite drink for the steppe dwellers.
But they got something wrong with the brains.
At least 4,000.
And then you got
for them,
experiment.
A lot was the mysterious sacred animal, which provided up the key ingredient for this magical brew. Throughout the descendant culture, the figure of the bee holds a very special place, and the more archaic
and the force of nature too,
the greater reverence is given to it.
Which the animals are almost avatars for them.
The Proto-Indo-Europeans must
the
have been producing mead for far longer. Our earliest evidence comes from the corded ware and bell beaker culture.
Well, we got the third division, guys.
Unique pottery styles, and that pottery was used primarily for holding mead and ale.
This fucking crusty place.
Both were used in rituals, including and especially for the dead. Their pots would be used to make and store the drink in life.
Really, it's the fourth.
And they were also
when we made up
with them.
The human division,
filled with their favorite brew. This isn't just
civilization, whatever the fuck that means.
Analysis of the pottery has actually revealed
it's just another organism. It's almost like a cancer.
And in
almost.
every case, the bell beaker and corded ware cultures were using these pots buried with the dead to keep mead or ale. The practice,
which is
so particular that they can be archaeologically identified by this practice alone and distinguished from each other.
Transmutable cancer can be, turns out.
They use, along with some other details.
A bane even.
The Yamnaya also frequently buried their dead with pots. but I haven't yet seen a detailed study of their contents. Likely, however, they too were offering mead and ale.
Test me, find out.
The Proto-Indo-Europeans were primarily pastoralists, not extensive grain farmers. But there is a theory that the increased focus on growing wheat by the descendant cultures such as Cote d'Ivoire and Belgique
Cancer not yet.
Motivated
Not even
by
quite.
a desire to bake bread or make porridge.
I'm curious to what's going on in my body.
Of ale. Ale was widely produced across Europe by the Neolithic farmer population.
I don't know what the
also adopted
evolutionary
Europeans.
benefit of cancer is,
But it
other
was
than
honey
just
that
population
was the
control.
more elite product, more difficult to obtain and more limited in quantity. Much greater quantities of ale could be produced
You know what I mean
with
yet,
less
doctors?
bee stings, and thus ale was probably the less prestigious but more common drink, even as early as the dawn of the Bronze Age.
You've decided that I was a good target for
Early
population
attempting to
control a
view
long
this
time ago.
Ancient society as just a bunch of drunks addicted to alcohol.
In more ways than one.
There is a little bit more to it than that. Drinking unpurified water carries dangerous risks. And those risks were known by prehistoric people. However, they also realized that through the magic of the fermentation process, the water was made safe to drink. The overall alcohol content of these early beverages probably wouldn't have been as strong as their modern counterparts. But given the risks of drinking contaminated water, it was far preferable from a health perspective alone to consume low-strength alcohol. This is why alcohol in our earliest sources, right through to the name of whiskey, is associated with good health.
Oh, you can't? You can't do it? Off and off and off and off and off. I know.
You're about to be entrusted with top secret information.
Chuck my cat and you know it.
You can get Disney Plus and Hulu for just $2.99 a month.
Just one of those days, I guess.
Why doing a
Your
bit?
favorites from Disney Plus and Hulu together on Disney Plus for just $2.99 a month.
This is serious.
Is something distracting you?
That is beautiful.
For a limited time, get Disney Plus and Hulu for just $2.99 a month for 4 months.
The Proto-Hellenic word for mead was methu. Mycenaeans were still strongly connected with their steppe origins and had not yet fully embraced the wine-drinking Mediterranean farmer culture.
Oh, really? They're fine? There's dogs next door to them?
Amongst the elite. Mycenaean art
Likely,
shows enigmatic depictions of bees and flowers.
Kind of neat.
Some even show a god or goddess in the form of a bee. People have long wondered what the particular draw of the bee was to Mycenaeans. The explanation is their irreplaceable role in mead production.
They walk those dogs sometimes?
Bees were thought to have a special divine connection for their role in the producing of honey. For the Mycenaeans, the bee and the flowers that they were associated with were divine symbols. Some later Greeks, such as Aristotle, even thought that bees did not mate, but emerged spontaneously from the flowers themselves. Homer's Iliad still preserves some of this tradition, as honey is frequently offered to the gods, and wine is often described poetically as melinthea vinum, honey-sweet wine. In the funeral for Patroclus, 2 jars of honey were also put on the fire for him, echoing the ancient traditions of the Proto-Indo-Europeans, and likely the tumulus culture of Central Europe at the time. The Greek word for drunkenness, methi, and amethistos, not drunk, developed in an identical way as the Welsh word for drunk, methu, from the word for mead, showing that in the Proto-Greek period, mead was still the
They don't let cats around here look just like
alcohol,
George.
with its
Almost.
physical effects directly named for the drink itself.
They weren't Big
There
George.
is solid evidence that honey and mead were originally associated with Apollo. His son Melesios was the god of honey and beekeeping, responsibilities he shared with Aristaios, another son of Apollo. A story
And George's
exists
not
of
the guy that died
contest
that day. I'm pretty damn sure,
between
guys.
Dionysius and Dionysus, where mead and wine, respectively, were sampled by the god. Though the gods liked both, they could only do a limited amount of, and so Dionysus was given first prize. However, this story dates to the classical period.
God looks a
expressing the
little
later
different now, and I know
preference
it.
for wine, likely due to its
They did
easier
before.
production. A more archaic
He
tradition
knows
is
it too.
connected
He doesn't
to
know why.
Melissa. In myth, it is the name of a nymph or a group of nymphs who introduced honey from the word for honey, meli, which is cognate with Gaelic meal. They are mentioned by Hesiod, where they are said to have been created by the blood of Uranus falling upon the earth. Hesiod believed that the third race of men had been born of these honey nymphs, who likewise gave their name to the ash tree due to its honey-like sap. In one tradition, it was the Melissae who fed baby Zeus. Of this bee fostering of Zeus, Diodorus Siculus said, "And the nymphs nurtured the child on a mixture of honey and milk, and gave him upbringing at the udder of a goat, which was called Amalthea. The god, they say, wishing to preserve an immortal memory of his close association with the bees, changed the color of them, making it like copper with the gleam of gold. And since the region lay at a very great altitude, where fierce winds blew about it, and heavy snows fell, he made the bees insensible to such things.
No, he actually is Garfield actually is psychic. Most cats
Since
are.
they must range
Really like that.
over the most wintry stretches. The connection
What you
between
say, what
honey
you say
and
yourself, and
the
what you
god
actually
was
mean,
so central to
it's
Greek
not the
religion
same thing.
that some
Almost
priestesses
never.
were actually called Melissa. This was explained by saying that they were as pure and holy as bees, though there was likely a more archaic origin to this. Perhaps they began as the bearers of honey during sacrifices. The priestess of the Delphian Apollo was referred to as Melissa. In the Homeric hymn to Hermes, Apollo bestows upon the god prophecies involving the three-eyed nymphs. They were associated with divination from pebble. Yet these nymphs, dwelling on Mount Parnassus, were imagined as bees with the heads of women. The reverse of this, women with the heads and arms of bees, are found depicted on Mycenaean-era artifacts. Without a doubt, these have a common origin with the Melissae. Just as the Melissae raised Zeus, the Three-Eye raised Apollo. Although Apollo's cult may have
Hypnosis, a lot of it.
these nymphs to
They're trying to get me now. Little slips because they can't get me on just
Apollo was
whole
never
sentences.
totally separated from the bees. One
So
of the
throw a code
god's
word in there?
lovers was Melia, a nymph of chaos.
Not realizing this is an
and her
innuendo.
son was the
My mind doesn't work that
king
way.
of the island. The ancient connection
You know what I
resides
mean?
in the honey's connection to the divine inspiration. We can see the trace of this in Homer, who describes gifted speakers as using honey-sweet words or having honeyed lips.
But don't look at my family that way. You know our story.
Speech, art, and knowledge in
My
general,
story's not their story.
though this element would be best preserved in surviving Germanic tradition. In the Anglo-Saxon poetic tradition, the name of what was effectively a proto-tavern was a mead hall. It was in this hall that the lord or king would reside with his retinue, and thus the mead was closely associated with the nobility. People would gather here for community events, and it also served as a place where the lord would receive guests. Such mead halls feature in the story of Beowulf, and excavated examples of such halls in Denmark dated to the 6th century show several examples which were 50 meters long. In Old
Well, they're getting weak, huh?
the word appears
Those legs
as
need to stand on still.
with seld meaning hall. It has a direct
Almost
cause
anyone?
Sanskrit medusala,
Morally and
which
spiritually,
refers to
seems
a
these days.
tavern. And it was also used by J.R.R. Tolkien for his Meduseld, the name for the hall of the king.
Me, that too sometimes, almost.
Shield better screen SPF 50 with collagen.
But if leaning on these guys from before, as if they're like us from today, You got nothing coming.
Aliens.
See, we're seriously bankrupt because we think we're the best people ever, but we're not. Mine not even close.
In Old English surviving poem, mead is mentioned more than any other drink save for wine. Likely this has more to do with the sound
No, I'm
of
not.
the
Spiritual
beverage,
bankrupt.
its mythological
Just
connections with poetry and the nobility, than it does with the actual amount of mead consumed by the general population. The reason wine takes top place is due to Christian tradition. With the spread of Christianity in the Middle Ages, wine became the new favored beverage, eventually coming to replace mead, though it remained in small supply, available only through import by the wealthy in the church. In Skaldskaparmál, Snorri Sturluson relates the story of the god named Kvasir. He was formed from the spittle of the gods when they conducted a truce by spitting into a vat. He was renowned for being the most knowledgeable of the gods. It is said, Kvasir went up and down the earth to give instruction to men, and when he came upon the invitation to the abode of certain dwarves, Fjalar and Gjalar, they called him to have a private converse with them, and killed him, letting his blood run into 2 vats and a kettle. The kettle is named Odhrerir, and the vats Son and Bodin. They blended honey with the blood, and the outcome was that mead by virtue of which he who drinks it becomes a skald, scholar. Odin goes through great trouble to try and obtain this magical brew from the other world, where, though formed by the dwarves, it was held hostage by the Jotnar, the great obstructive forces of not only the outer cosmos of the material world, but the inner one of the subconscious. The Jotun
The Kali Yuga
took the mead from the dwarves and brought it to his mountain abode.
That's what's coming.
And he set his daughter Gunlo to watch over it. Odin sneaked into the mountain, seduced the daughter, and managed to consume all the mead and escape in the form of an eagle. He was chased furiously by a Suttungr, which resulted in him spitting, or in some cases crapping, out some of the mead, which resulted in the general abilities present in any substandard poet or common man. But he brought the vast majority of it back to Asgard and filled vats of it. And this was distributed to the gods and is bestowed upon
the Age of Aquarius, when we dissolve all boundaries.
There is or was almost certainly a connection here with the real mead and its effects upon one who consumes it. Alcohol can have a liberating effect on one's mind and body, and that effect was believed to be related to the power of the divinity. The mead of poetry is not a physical
golden age
thing, but a spiritual state of inspiration and pure knowledge. It was believed to be doled out to people in a predestined way. One cannot achieve more of it than Odin has granted.
We're known at too much or too little.
The name of the god whose blood gave rise to the mead of poetry, Kvasir, is also not a coincidence.
When God lived on the earth,
is rooted in an Indo-European term meaning
everyone else
to become sour, which referred to the process of fermentation. Kvasir on a physical level is effectively
it's another wretched sinner amongst a lot, guys.
Yeast for the creation of alcohol. The same root gave rise to Slavic kvass, a well-known beverage enjoyed in Russia and much of Eastern Europe.
You enjoy it?
It has sometimes been called a fossil beverage because of how kvass is still often made in a very similar way to how all early grain-based alcohols were produced, going back many thousands of years. Now, here's something to consider. The god whose blood made the mead of poetry is the leavening agent of knowledge, Kvasir. While on the physical level, he is that which transforms the honeyed water into mead. He exists also within you. His blood is quite literally in your blood, representing your potential knowledge and skill. Like the fermentation transforms the water and honey into mead, so Kvasir turns observations into knowledge, tasks into art, and speech into poetry. Perhaps unexpectedly, in many ways it is the Vedic tradition which most closely resembles the story of Odin and the mead of poetry. Only in that case, it may not actually be mead, but a new beverage. In a very ancient period of Indo-Iranian tradition, mead was the beverage of choice. The Indo-Iranian language and culture developed in the Santashta culture, a group who emerged from an eastern movement of disordered ware, and thus shares a common origin with Germanic, Celtic, and other European peoples. The Bronze Age Indo-Iranians
Work for your government, that's the claim.
Drink, however, which replaced
Crazy?
likely developed from
more hypnosis,
local
something like that.
traditions they encountered. They elevated this drink to the status of a god, akin in many ways to Kvasir. Soma. The word is derived from the Proto-Indo-European.
Everyone's like, oh, I must be him. I must be him. I must be him. And I'm like, well, I know who he is.
From the juices pressed from a special plant, which the text.
That person does not want to be them.
Though scholars are unsure of exactly which plant was originally used. Some even think that soma was a form of mead, to which the juice of a specific plant was later added. There are also numerous references which associate honey as well as milk with the drink. In a hymn to the Ashvids, it says, "To you in praise of sweetness sang the honey bee. Ausia calleth you in Soma's rapturous joy. Ye do upon yourselves the spirit of Daya, and the horse's head uttered his words to you." As early as the Rig Veda, a basic story of Soma was present. It was held captive in the sky or a mountain, where it was found and taken away by an eagle, who bore it back for the benefit of gods and men. Sometimes the finding of the Soma is ascribed to Indra, other times the Ashvin or Agni. Though greatly expanded and altered through later centuries, the core of this story is nearly identical to that in Norse myth, where Odin, in the form of an eagle, brings the mead of poetry out of the mountain held by the giant for the benefit of gods and men. Though referring to a different drink, the core mythology and importance of it remains exactly the same. The gods, especially Indra and Agni, were believed to drink it in vast quantities. The Soma ritual was one of the most important Vedic rituals. A hymn from the Rig Veda recalls its offering. For thee, O Lord of light, are shed these drops, and grass is strewn. Bring Indra to his worshippers. May Indra give thee skill and light of heaven, wealth to his votary, and priests who praise him. Though the specific drink changed, the importance of the ritual drink, which provided physical and psychological effects, remained, and even reached an entirely new level of importance during the Vedic period.
How am I already underwater?
I'm in the same boat.
I'm in an actual boat, because I've been using Grammarly's AI for years to keep me high and dry. Try it. Grammarly can point out what's missing, right there. The CEO will want to see a deadline.
Oh.
And here you should connect the projections back to company strategy.
Yeah. Mia, can you do a deep dive?
On it. 10% higher revenue by next year.
I'm sending it in.
Budget and hit counts approved.
Download Grammarly for free.
Introducing the all-new Passport Trail Switch.
Curious.
Fully redesigned with
Here's
available
Garfield.
trail watch to help you conquer.
We're gonna go there in a minute.
Our most capable Honda yet.
Celtic languages have numerous words derived from the root. Proto-Celtic medu gives us mead in Scottish Gaelic, mead in Irish, and Welsh mead. The
Are they Garfield?
offshoot
I don't care.
Medwos, meaning pertaining to mead, in Welsh became meddw, and in Irish meddw, meaning the same thing, drunk. Yes, the name Maeve means drunk. Maeve
No, I know
symbolizes
that I
the
am.
drink of sovereignty,
But it's not coming because
which they need to
can't do
possess
it.
in order to lay divine claim to rule.
You said
On the
pure.
coronation of a king, they
Said
were
sinless. That's
required
not
to
who the
drink
fuck I am.
sacred mead of sovereignty. In a tale involving the legendary King Kong, the god Lugh bestows such a drink upon him. Lugh also
killed me in
seems to have
private.
been associated with exactly the same type of concept as the mead of poetry. In the poem,
Fucking bullet.
the doorkeeper said to the noble warrior, the god explains his abilities in the following way.
They won't tell anybody.
I am a
No, it's a big old secret. I've been
poet
under
of
hypnosis
thousands
since.
Of swans and ewes.
And more than that too.
Is there a craftsman in the house
Oh, Garfield.
in which the company is a hostel that can leap upon a bubble without it breaking, and offer for his recounting, swimming over the unknown water, bearing a vat on the back of my.
Was I hypnosis my whole life? Yes, actually I was. Am I breaking free of it now? Yep. Except I can't shut the fuck up now.
One might wonder how this information alone conveys to the doorkeeper that the god possesses every art. Both statements of Lugh subtly convey it. Weightlessness in Gaelic tradition is associated with states of prophetic mania, and the vat which he carries swimming over the waters is filled with mead of the other word, the equivalent of the Norse mead of poetry. Archaeological evidence shows that the beverage
I know he's coming back and we guys wanted him to come back.
was mead, while the common man drank mostly beer.
Today's baby
the
bored.
cultured elite saw
Because they're
mead
special.
as their prestige drink. Later
There has been
supplanted
that.
to some extent in the late Iron Age by imported Greek.
They were
and
devoured.
Roman
Now they're
wine.
devoured.
The
You're
reason
right.
for this may not be only rooted in rarity, but in custom developed since the Neolithic.
Or two, Garfield.
Methaglin is a special spiced mead created by the Welsh. Braggot is another Welsh type, which combines both honey and ale. The type may have been mentioned as early as the ancient Greek writer and traveler.
Remember 1999?
One of the earliest Greeks to travel throughout northern Europe. He mentions that the people of Thule created a type of mead combined with grains. At the site of the High Kingship of Ireland, Tewit, or Tara, one of the most important and most.
We've told you the world's been over since then. Damn near.
Mead Huarda, House of the Mead Circuit. Provincial and local kings all had their own, although
Really, it's been over since about 2006, guys, but yeah, not his world though. Garfield.
Some of that Celtic love of mead is expressed in early medieval Welsh poetry in the Book of Taliesin, Cani y Mead, the Song to Mead. May Malagwyn of Mona be affected with mead and affect us, from the foaming mead horns, with the choice pure liquor, which the bees collect and do not enjoy. Mead distilled.
Evil's proud of themselves.
Its praise is everywhere.
Good for them.
Many references are to be found in the medieval writings of the Welsh, showing that the drink of nobility, and perhaps especially the bard, was mead, who still viewed it with a certain sacred air. In the poem of the Godothe, the martial qualities of mead are extolled. Before Godothin's forces were shunned, pressed hard for the land of Manawydd, he would spare neither mail shirt nor shield. None could, on mead he was nourished, ward off the stroke of Cadvana. The mead was also a payment of sorts for the warriors who were gifted it by the lord who commanded their service. Godolphin's war band on shaggy mounts, steeds the hue of swans in full harness, fighting for Edin's treasure and mead.
Grows locally.
But there was also a darker side. The mead was drunk by these warriors in preparation for battle. It may have been the continuation of the ancient cult practices, but the battle went disastrously for the Briton. The Godolphin is a praise poem to honor the men who died in that battle. and the poet often invokes the mead as the instrument of their doom, not because they were drunk while fighting, but because their commitment to the doomed battle had been secured through the gifting of mead. From Catrice, from catastrophe, from Bryn Hithun before it fell, after holding bright mead in hand, never a one saw his
Baby Zagreus.
Men launched the
Hand it
assault,
over
moving as one,
and ripped apart.
Short were their lives, made drunk by pure mead. Minadhaug's band, renowned in battle, for a feast of mead, they gave their lives. The Slavs likewise have a powerful mead culture.
By the Titans.
In some places, mead retains a wide popularity, especially in Poland. Archaeological evidence from the early medieval period, identified as Slavic, has found ceramic beehives and wooden bee shelters, large brewing vats, and fermentation jars, with the earliest evidence tracing back to eastern Poland and Belarus, believed to be the heartland of the Slavs before their migration. Just like their corded ware ancestors, the Slavs continued the tradition of producing and using mead in rituals, including for the dead, well into the medieval period. Throughout the territory of the Kievan Rus and into Greater Moravia, modern-day Czechia and Slovakia, early medieval Slavs were still buried together with vessels containing traces of honey. Yet we not only have archaeological evidence for the association between mead and ritual, but historical accounts.
With my Savior.
The primary chronicle, written in the 12th century, preserved
What do you do with my Savior?
Ritual use of mead.
With your Savior, where's my Savior?
Olga then sent to the
Why do you
Derevlians
take
the
my Savior?
following message. I am now coming to you, so prepare great quantities of mead in the city where you killed my husband, that I may weep over his grave and hold a funeral feast for him. When they heard these words, they gathered great quantities of honey and brewed mead. In this case, it isn't clear if the mead was actually offered to the dead or was simply used as part of the funeral feast, but likely the difference is small.
Hurry into the Nissan Now sales event to save on an award-winning new Nissan, like the all-new Kicks and Murano, J.D. Power's most dependable small and mid-size SUVs, and our best-selling Rogue at the Nissan Now sales event.
Quick question. Have you heard about Google Fi Wireless? Their Simply Unlimited plan costs only $80 a month for 2 lines. The setup is so simple. You can activate from home with eSIM. All over the US, Canada, and Mexico, it's got you covered. But if you're about to be adventuring, the Unlimited Plus plan gives you high-speed data in over 200 destinations with no extra cost. You're even covered while you're on the go with high-speed hotspot tethering and VPN so that you don't need to stress about security while on the airport Wi-Fi. Google Fi Wireless really feels like a new approach to a phone plan. Check it out for yourself.
What's up, Blue Jay?
In another case, a celebratory nature is recorded. After he had thus escaped, Vladimir founded the church and made ready a great festival, for which he caused to be brewed 300 kettles of mead. With the thought that the weak and the sick could not easily reach his palace, he arranged that wagons should be brought in, and after having them loaded with bread, meat, fish, various fruits, mead in casks, and kvass, he ordered them driven out through the city. It is often a drink that appears in Slavic fairy tales, awarded to heroes, or as a type of otherworld drink that empowers them. The bear has been popularly associated with Russia, and in Russian it is called
Oh, is that what you think?
meaning the honey eater.
You're so handsome.
In Slavic lands, mead was not supplanted as the primary drink until the Industrial Revolution. The invention of distillation processes, which allowed the creation of drinks like vodka, eventually saw mead fall into decline in most regions. But Poland remains a top mead producer, accounting for 40% of European total mead production. The ancient custom of drinking mead has been in decline for a long time, from the earliest days of the Indo-Europeans to the great warriors of the Iron Age and the mead halls of the Anglo-Saxons. The honey wine has been a part of our most important periods of history, drunk happily in life and offered respectfully in death. Perhaps it is one more magical custom waiting to be rediscovered. Thank you so much for watching. If you found this interesting, please like, share, and subscribe. Consider supporting me on Patreon, PayPal, or through YouTube Super Stickers, or become a member of the channel. I rely on supporters like you. So thank you so much for your support, and as always, stand tall.
He still doesn't remember us, Bruno.
Fabuloso. Fabuloso. The accident. Long-lasting freshness to take the drama out of any mess. Fabuloso. Dramatically clean.
Oreo Thins, flavors that feed your fancy.
Let's call and see if they're home yet, Garfield. Four 412, Garfield. That's hilarious. Now these cats come in here and they're like trying to read for me sometimes. These certain books. It's interesting how it works. And how they can mix me up. And then they can possess me. I'm trying to have the cats speak their tongue every time. And I don't know why that is yet. I'm assuming it's because of what they did to George. And some humans in the afterlife think that they got one on the cats too, and I'm telling them that they don't, and they're retarded because they haven't gone to heaven yet. And they're sitting here like thinking that they're top shit down here as a ghost. And I'm like, well, did you go to heaven? What do they say there? Evening, Garfield. The fart. The burp. Come on, Garfield. Go get some bread and make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Who's a Wowha? Who's a Wowha? I don't know who a Wowha is. I think it's a thing to say. A few of them know. Which most of them, are Americans. Though. Use because they use cover their identity stuff. Good boy. Very handsome. His carriage. Everyone respects the Garfield. Don't respect this horse. Come on. Come on. No, none of that right now. Why are you gonna do that? Sit. Why I gotta manhandle you? Because I gotta manhandle you. Not listening. You're not trying to go anywhere in the carriage? Well, I am. And I know it. You are. Then you pushed around. Well, the one who knows more, but not by much anymore. I don't know where to go. Yep, exactly. Now I question it. something else, man. One of the greatest whistlers of all time. Fuck the other one. Right. No, right. Right. I agree. No, I agree. I agree. For one side, I totally agree. No, obvious, right. But I actually agree. He has the potential and the voice to be the greatest whistler of all time. Still. No, still. Be a weird story, but still. It's like, Taran, why are you the greatest whistler of all time? Well, I think I'm God or something like that. So, yeah, cool. This is actually God. And they're like, cool, bro. Here's your reward. I'm like, no, you got to meet God. My cats. He's Gar on Earth. Yeah, he's Gar on Earth. Who are you? What? No, what? What? No, it comes from the accents. They come from nowhere. To me, it sounds really good. To other people, it doesn't sound so good. So I'm just like, whatever. My voice does too, pretty much, but not anymore. So I've been this for a while. A lot of people aren't aware when their voice sounds like this, but yeah, mine's gotten a lot worse recently. Which is a demon I took on. I thought I could fix it. Maybe I can. It's a hard one to fix. This kind of speech impediment from brain damage. Which is amazing because other than that, I don't really seem to use my brain very much anymore. I don't need to seem to. Your brain gets fooled pretty easily, so I give it a break. Give it to the cats. And certainly where memories come from, dude. The memories come from the water, I think, in your body. Now, it's bioelectric, at least. But also probably very biochemical, but who really even knows, dude? It's fucking spiritual. Who are you? Because it's not in your fucking brain. Your memories. Are you fucking dumb? Well, yeah, sure. You remember. You see, when you get to Alzheimer's, it's much more just your brain. It's like type 3 diabetes, pretty much. I do not have that. I have dementia. Not really, but almost. I have like almost my whole life, kind of. But I have a great memory. Like some people with dementia, and they know every fucking detail of their lives now. Yeah, me too. No, I thought. Motherfucker. No, motherfucker. We good. No, we good. That's what I thought. I'm channeling. Some powerful ghosts. The word ghost is fine, but they're not really ghosts anymore. I mean, they are, but they aren't. You know what I mean? A ghost is like a memory. They are fluid, which makes me emotional. They're not the same person you thought they were. Often. Right. No, right. Right. No, right. Right, though. Oh, Garfield. My bad. You went out of... Shit. You went out? Like, my dad doesn't respect me. He forgets about me all the time. All the time. They respect me as a man. Respect my sanity. Respect my safety quite a bit. Respect my form a lot. And the sanctity of it. Handsome. And deadly. Yes, deadly. No, a lot of these guys that become like straight up, like, not all of them though, aren't that great, or just hang on by a thread. But there's some cocky, I had faith motherfuckers. So they like to walk across the razor bridge with me, like, okay, guys. And they told me I'd make it, but I'm fucking falling. They're like, right, no, right, right. See, I know I got back somehow though, but when I do it again, I'm like, whoa, icky. That's how it can feel. Reliving your life. Being judged for your sins. How many people did your mistakes affect? That's a hard one, huh, guys? So they didn't want to hear that shit from me, but you know what I mean? That's why it's damnation, guys. Form of it. Not as many people go to damnation as you'd expect, but quite a fucking few. Some people just go there just to try it out sometimes. Or they're just scurrying up to heaven instead of making it to paradise. Which is what I've been thinking about doing. Once again. Now they got like this little reality TV show thing playing behind me. What's happened in the spirit realm? It's just some crazy shit, dude. They step up and they're like, "Yep, Mr. So on and so forth has got his heart ripped out by a cat once again." Painfully. You know, they're like, "Hey, man, if I can see him go through it a little bit, he's trying, I guess." .440 Garfield. Well, a lot of hypnosis there. See, I kind of know this, but I don't know this. Angels. No, angels. Yeah. Something about angels, right? They're hard ass. But not all of them. Sometimes they're cut for angels. Sometimes, yeah, even a little selfish. Yeah, selfish. From my perspective, almost. Just being honest, guys.
Possible sin
not trying to be
is the
disrespectful.
law for man. To live without sin is the dream of an angel. Everything terrestrial is subject to sin. Sin is a gravitation, writes Victor Hugo. We approach a new stage in our exploration of angels, a phase that will take us from the esoteric wisdom of Gnosticism to the uncharted territories of the afterlife and beyond. However, it is important to take a moment to reflect on the nature of the path that lies before us. After all, as Pascal Pensée, man's unhappiness springs from one thing alone, his incapacity to stay quietly in one room. And may I suggest that maybe man is incapable of having a one-on-one with himself because he is afraid of confronting his own angels and demons. Therefore, a study of angels is required because angels are a psychological reality with real-world consequences, a concept that confronts and unites billions of people. For in fact, these celestial beings reflect our deepest hopes and fears, our highest aspirations, and our most profound questions and interests. I invite you to confront the great mysteries of life and death, good and evil, spirit and matter, to gaze into the cosmos, to discover the hidden dimensions of your psyche. This demands intellect, rigor, courage, and spirit, a willingness to question everything and embrace the unknown, to look into the abyss and allow it to look back at you.
As a little kid,
You read Nietzsche.
I had a.
But you must keep the spirit of open-ended inquiry and existential fearlessness in mind. The path of angelic wisdom is not a straight line.
Just so they can identify me better.
It is a spiral, a fractal, a labyrinth, full of twists and turns, shadows and revelations. You will have to confront your own demons and angels of your psyche, and to emerge transformed by the encounter. But when Minos releases the Minotaur, the hero must listen carefully and act intelligently. So let's walk the path with humility and grace, with wonder and awe at the great mystery that surrounds us. As Plato would say, philosophy begins in wonder. And you know what's wonderful? That the unknown may be infinitely wonderful. But we must trust that the angels will guide us towards a deeper understanding of the microcosm and macrocosm of the above and below of atoms and cosmos. Most people think they will discover or acquire some kind of secret knowledge or arcane power. But that's not what happens. This is learning to see with new eyes. Marcus Aurelius and all Stoics knew it well. Everything is perception. Or as Plato would have suggested, it's something you knew when you were a child. It's something you just need to remember, to perceive the world as interconnected meanings and symbols. It is a vision of wholeness and integration that the angelic realms invite us to contemplate and eventually embrace. A vision that transcends the dualities of light and darkness, good and evil, spirit and matter. For in the end, as the great mystics have always known, these apparent opposites are but two sides of the same coin, two faces of the divine mystery that lies at the heart of all things. To have reverence and wonder, that is the motto and goal of the 21st century, to have a willingness to be transformed by the wisdom that awaits you always. Trust that you will emerge with a new sense of your own place between life and death, spirit and matter, time and eternity. You see, everything is a scale, and you are the agent that decides how you move between different polarities. I am Irrevelato. I illuminate the lives and stories of the world's greatest luminaries, mythic figures, and oftentimes gods. The secrets you deserve to know, the fire of Prometheus, the apple, the light, the knowledge, the wisdom, the data, the organic and artificial intelligence, the links, the doors, the keys.
The most enlightened cat in the world is going to be. Spiritually, he's going through lessons.
Ideas, myths, facts, stories, or theories holistically, comprehensively, exhaustively, carefully, but also with speed. Quality and quantity are both important for well-rounded, disciplined, and hungry minds. Because the unexplored life is not worth living. Socrates was right with that one. The hell with complacency, laziness, incompetence, malevolence, tyranny, and abominable states of the soul. Not the hell with people, but with the behavior. You want to nurture and help people. But even for the kindest heart, there's a but. And I say this because some questionable individuals are feeding on your souls right now, and most of you allow it every single day, and you are not even aware of it. But God doesn't play dice with the future or the universe. Oh no, not on my watch. That's why I say the hell with all vampiric demons. In case you thought I was malefic, you little NPC. But I diverged. More on that in part 3. Right now, this is
I know
part
that
2,
I am.
and we begin with Gnosticism.
A little bit of a prick.
If you are new here, welcome. If you've been here before, you know who I am. Please note that there are a few kinds of people that I don't like in life. Closed minds, uncivilized individuals, unprofitable personalities, corrupted and incurable souls. If you check the mark on all of these, please get off my platform. You are not welcomed here. For the rest of you, let's begin, dear friends. The Gnostic view of angels is complex and layered because it reflects the fundamental dualism that is close to its heart. In the Gnostic cosmology, spirit and matter are separate. There's a split between the transcendent God of light and the fallen, ignorant demiurge who creates the material cosmos. As Hans Jonas explains in the Gnostic religion, the cardinal feature of Gnostic thought is the radical dualism that governs the relation of God and world, and correspondingly that of man and world. The deity is absolutely transmundane, its nature alien to that of the universe, which it neither created nor governs, and to which it is the complete antithesis. To the divine realm of light, self-contained and remote, the cosmos is opposed as the realm of darkness. The world is the work of lowly powers, which though they may immediately be descended from him, do not know the true God and obstruct the knowledge of him in the cosmos over which they rule. The genesis of these lower powers, the archons, rulers, and in general that of all the orders of being outside God, including the world itself, is a main theme of Gnostic speculation. Within this dualistic framework, angels play a paradoxical role. On one hand, they are seen as emanations of the divine spiritual beings who serve as messengers and guides for the human soul in its journey back to the divine source. Gnostic texts such as the Apocryphon of John and the Sophia of Jesus Christ present elaborate hierarchies of angelic beings, each with its own name and function, corresponding to the various levels of the divine pleroma. Yet simultaneously, Gnostic angels are also intimately tied to the material world and humanity's fallen state. Many Gnostic texts depict the angels as responsible for the creation of the material realm and the imprisonment of the divine spark within it. They are the archons, the rulers of the lower realms, who seek to keep humanity trapped in ignorance and illusion. This dual nature of Gnostic angels reflects the ambivalence of the Gnostic attitude towards the cosmos itself. The material world is seen as both a trap and a necessary arena for the soul's spiritual journey and refinement. The angels, in this sense, symbolize the soul's own inner struggle, the battle between light and darkness that each individual must confront. And perhaps no figure embodies this symbolic dimension of Gnostic angelology more than Sophia, the divine wisdom who plays a central role in many Gnostic cosmologies. Texts like the Apocryphon of John and the Pistis. Sophia portrays Sophia as a fallen angel, an eon who becomes trapped in the material realm through her own misplaced desire. Yet Sophia is also the source of humanity's divinity, the light that guides the soul back to its true home. As the Nag Hammadi text Thunder, Perfect Mind expresses, I was sent forth from the power, and I have come to those who reflect upon me, and I have been found among those who seek after me. Look upon me, you who reflect upon me, and you hearers, hear me. You who are waiting for me, take me to yourselves, and do not banish me from your sight, and do not make your voice hate me, nor your hearing. Do not be ignorant of me anywhere or anytime. Be on your guard. Do not be ignorant of me, for I am the first and the last. I am the honored one and the scorned one. I am the whore and the holy one. I am the wife and the virgin. I am the mother and the daughter. I am the members of my mother. I am the barren one, and many are her sons. I am she whose wedding is great, and I have not taken a husband. I am the midwife, and she who does not bear. I am the solace of my labor pains. I am the bride and the bridegroom, and it is my husband who begot me. I am the mother of my father, and the sister of my husband, and he is my offspring. I am the slave of him who prepared me. I am the ruler of my offspring. But he is the one who begot me before the time on a birthday, and he is my offspring in due time, and my power is from him. I am the staff of his power in his youth, and he is the rod of my old age, and whatever he wills happens to me. I am the silence that is incomprehensible, and the idea whose remembrance is frequent. I am the voice whose sound is manifold, and the word whose appearance is multiple.
I really thought maybe he was evil. No, he's not evil at all,
You who hate me, do you love me? And hate those who love me. You who deny me, confess me. And you who confess me, deny me.
Don't like me very much
You
anymore.
who tell the truth about me, lie about me.
Almost
And
not
you
fair,
who
but I
have lied
understand why.
about me, tell the truth about me. You who know me, be ignorant of me. And those who have not known me, let them know me. For I am knowledge and ignorance.
They don't actually care about me, but I was like, okay, well, how would they react if they saw me getting tortured? And they're like, yeah, it was not cool.
I am war and peace. Give heed to me. I am the one who is disgraced.
Yeah, they reacted physically.
Give heed
means they
to
have
my
empathy.
poverty and my wealth. Do not be arrogant to me when I am cast out upon the earth, and you will find me in those that are to come. And do not look upon me on the dung heap, nor go and leave me cast out, and you will find me in the kingdoms. And do not look upon me when I am cast out among those who are disgraced, and in the least place.
See, I think
nor laugh at me. And do not cast me out
depends
among
on
those
who
who are
and
slain
why
in
and how
violence.
much.
But I am compassionate and I am cruel. Be on your guard. Do not hate my obedience, and do not love my self-control. In my weakness, do not forsake me, and do not be afraid of my power.
With me
For
watching
why do you
yourself,
despise my fear and curse my pride? But I am
I'd be
she who
attacking the
exists
stage.
in all fears and strength and trembling. I am she who is weak, and I am well in a pleasant
basically
place.
for anyone, huh?
I am senseless, and I am wise. Why have you hated me
You guys
in
would
your
just
counsel?
do the same thing to me.
For I shall be silent among those who
If I
are
attacked
silent.
over there, wherever there
And I
is.
shall appear and speak. Why then have you hated me, you Greeks? Because I am a barbarian among the barbarians.
So good my imagination is. I can
For
just,
I am the wisdom of the Greeks and the
what would that be
knowledge
like?
of the barbarians. I am the judgment of the Greeks and of the barbarians. I am the one whose image is great in Egypt, and the one who has no image among the barbarians. I am the one who has been hated everywhere, and who has been loved everywhere. I am the one whom they call life, and you have called death. I am the one whom they call law, and you have called lawlessness. I am the one whom you have pursued, and I am the one whom you have seized. I am the one whom you have scattered, and you have gathered me together. I am the one before whom you have been ashamed, and you have been shameless to me. I am she who does not keep festival, and I am she whose festivals are many. I am godless, and I am the one whose God is great. I am the one whom you have reflected upon, and you have scorned me. I am unlearned, and they learn from me. I am the one that you have despised, and you reflect upon me. I am the one whom you have hidden from, and you appear to me. But whenever you hide yourselves, I myself will appear. For whenever you appear, I myself will hide from you. Wasn't this wonderful? Now what can I say better than this? Sophia speaks as a paradoxical, multivalent being who encompasses all polarities. She is a symbol of the soul's own journey, the descent into matter, and the eventual return to the divine source. For Carl Jung, this psychological dimension was a key of Gnostic angelology. Jung saw in Gnostic myths a profound reflection of the archetypal structures of the psyche. Gnostic angels, for Jung, symbolize the process of individuation, the soul striving towards wholeness and self-realization. As Jung wrote in Ion, the individual ego is the subject of personal wishes and desires, but not of acts of redemption. Only the self, as a supraordinate and inclusive whole, can take into account the data of the divided state and submit them to the realization of the unconscious will of the great man, the one, the anthropos. In this Jungian view, studying Gnostic angelology becomes a form of psychology, a way to explore the hidden recesses of the soul through mythological symbolism. The truth is that by confronting the angels and demons of the Gnostic world, we confront the forces shaping our own psyche, the forces of light and darkness that shape our inner world, as above, so below, so above, as within, so without, as without, so within. Yet the Gnostic understanding of angels was psychological, profoundly ontological and metaphysical. Gnostics viewed angels as real beings with concrete existence and agency in the cosmos. To elaborate, the cosmologies of Gnostic texts depict angels as active agents in the creation and governance of the universe. This points to a central theme in Gnostic thought, a profound sense of the complexity and ambivalence of the cosmos shaped by forces beyond ordinary human ken. Yet for Gnostics, recognizing this was not cause for despair, but a call to spiritual liberation through transcendent knowledge or gnosis, to understand the true nature of the cosmos and the role of the angels within it. This is how the Gnostic seals freedom from the chains of ignorance and illusion binding the soul. In this sense, Gnostic angels formed a kind of cosmic map, a guide to the hidden structures of reality that could aid the soul's navigation back to the divine. The bewildering mythological systems of Gnostic texts, with their elaborate hierarchies of eons and archons, in fact encoded spiritual wisdom. For example, the complex emanation doctrines of Valentinian Gnosticism, as described by the church father Irenaeus, were more than mere fantasy. They maintain, then, that in the invisible and ineffable heights above there exists a certain perfect, pre-existent eon whom they call Proarchor, Propator, and Bythus, and describe as being invisible and incomprehensible. Eternal and unbegotten, he remained throughout innumerable cycles of ages in profound serenity and quiescence. There existed, along with him, Ennoia, whom they also call Charis and Seed. At last, this Bythus determined to send forth from himself the beginning of all things, and deposited this production, which he had resolved to bring forth, in his contemporary Sage, even as seed is deposited in the womb. She then, having received this seed, and becoming pregnant, gave birth to Nous, who was both similar and equal to him who had produced him, and was alone capable of comprehending his father's greatness. This Nous they call also Monogenes, and father, and the beginning of all things. Along with him was also produced Aletheia, and these four constituted the first and first begotten Pythagorean tetrad, which they also denominate the root of all things. For there are first Bythus and Sige, and then Nous and Aletheia. And Monogenes, perceiving for what purpose he had been produced, also himself sent forth Logos and Zoe, being the father of all those who were to come after him.
That's what I'm talking
the
about.
Beginning and fashioning of the entire pleroma. By the conjunction of Logos and Zoe were brought forth Anthropos and Ecclesia, and thus was formed the first begotten Ogdoad, the root and substance of all things, called among them by four names, viz. Bythus and Nous, and Logos and Anthropos. For each of these is masculo-feminine, as follows. Propator was united by a conjunction with his Ennoia, then Monogenes, that is Nous, with Aletheia. Logos with Zoe, and Anthropos with Ecclesia. While bewildering at first glance, such passages outline an initiatic path, a progressive unveiling of divine realities. The Gnostics sought to embrace these directly, to establish a personal relationship with angelic realms through practices of ritual, meditation, and visionary experience. The Gnostic understanding of angels emphasizes direct, personal encounter as a means of spiritual awakening and transformation. This experiential focus is vividly portrayed in the Excerpta ex Theodoto, a collection of Gnostic teachings preserved by the early Christian theologian
Couple guys are still alive.
Clement of Alexandria. In one
Maybe
passage,
next up.
Theodotus describes the role of angels in the process of human conception and generation. An ancient said that the embryo is a living thing, for that the soul entering into the womb after it has been by cleansing prepared for conception, and introduced by one of the angels who preside over generation, and who knows the time for conception, moves the woman to intercourse. And that on the seed being deposited, the spirit which is in the seed is, so to speak, appropriated, and is thus assumed into conjunction in the process of formation. He cited as a proof to all how, when the angels give glad tidings to the barren, they introduce souls before conception, and in the gospel the babe leapt as a living thing. And the barren are barren for this reason, that the soul which unites for the deposit of the seed is not introduced so as to secure conception and generation. This passage suggests that angels play an active role in the very beginnings of human life, overseeing the entry of the soul into the womb and facilitating the process of conception. The angelic realm is thus intimately connected with the physical world, and angelic activity is seen as a necessary condition for the generation of new life. Theodotus also discusses the role of angels in the unfolding of sacred history, particularly in relation to the covenants between God and humanity. The heavens declare the glory of God. The heavens are taken in various meanings, both those defined by space and revolution, and those by covenant, the immediate operation of the first created angels. For the covenants caused a more especial appearance of angels, that in the case of Adam, that in the case of Noah, that in the case of Abraham, that in the case of Moses. For, moved by the Lord, the first created angels exercised their influence on the angels attached to the prophets, considering the covenants the glory of God. Furthermore, the things done on earth by angels were done by the first created angels to the glory of God. Here, angels are understood as mediators of the divine covenants, working to establish and maintain the relationship between God and humanity throughout history. The first created angels are seen as particularly important in this regard, exercising their influence on the angels associated with the prophets and overseeing the implementation of the covenants on earth. Finally, Theodotus presents a hierarchical view of the heavens, with the Lord at the summit and various ranks of angels and holy men below. It is the Lord that is principally denominated the heavens, and then the first created, and after these also the holy men before the law, as the patriarchs, and Moses, and the prophets, then also the apostles. And the firmament showeth his handiwork. He applies the term firmament to God, the passionless and immovable, as also elsewhere the same David says, I will love thee, O Lord, my strength and my refuge. Accordingly, the firmament itself shows forth the work of his hands, that is, shows and manifests the work of his angels. For he shows forth and manifests those whom he hath made. This celestial hierarchy reflects the Gnostic understanding of the cosmos as a graduated series of emanations from the divine source, with each level of being mediating the divine presence to the levels below it. The angels, as immediate emanations of God, play a crucial role in this cosmic order, manifesting the divine will and wisdom in the created realm. Taken together, these passages from the Excerpta ex Theodoto paint a rich picture of the experiential and cosmological dimensions of Gnostic angelology. Angels are seen as active agents in the drama of human life and the unfolding of sacred history, mediating the divine presence and facilitating the soul's journey towards spiritual awakening and ultimate reunion with its divine source. By engaging with these angelic realities through direct transformative encounter, the Gnostic
Oh, you wanted to rule the world one day? I'll rule it. Yeah, rule it. Good for you. Good for you.
Fully in the divine life that animates the cosmos. To understand angelic contact as a path to spiritual awakening and liberation has a perennial relevance, particularly in times of widespread alienation and disconnection. What a shame. There's a transformative potential inherent in the encounter with the numinous, inviting us to rediscover the divine spark that animates our being and connects us with the transcendent source of all reality, to transform spiritually, to awaken. We are reminded that the divine is a living presence that can be directly encountered and experienced. In a world that often seems fragmented and devoid of meaning, the Gnostic path offers a way to reconnect with the luminous ground of our being and to realize our true nature as spiritual beings. Of course, this is hard as hell. The shadows are there, of course. You need to attune to the archetypal forces and existential questions of meaning and identity. It takes discernment and courage to face the unknown depths within us. Yet for those who accept the call, the rewards are profound. In the Gospel of Philip, a revelatory text found in the Nag Hammadi library, we find a striking description of the ultimate goal of Gnostic practice. Light and darkness, life and death, right and left are brothers of one another. They are inseparable. Because of this, neither are the good good, nor the evil evil, nor is life life, nor death death. For this reason, each one will dissolve into its earliest origin. But those who are exalted above the world are indissoluble, eternal. We are back to the transcendence of duality that lies at the heart of the Gnostic path. By engaging with the angelic realms, the Gnostic seeks to move beyond the polarities and limitations of the material world, awakening to the eternal, unified reality that dwells within. The Gospel of Philip further emphasizes the transformative power of this unitive realization. Those who say they will die first and then rise are in error. If they do not first receive the resurrection while they live, when they die, they will receive nothing. We must learn to see beyond the veil of appearances and to awaken to the divine reality that animates all things while you live, today, now. In doing so, we take a step towards healing the rift between matter and spirit,
5 in that one.
earth and heaven, self and divinity.
I love you.
This is the perennial promise of Gnostic wisdom, to guide us back to our essential wholeness, to help us remember who and what we truly are. It requires courage, discernment, and a willingness to confront the uncertainties and unknown within ourselves. Yet for those who heed the call, the rewards are immeasurable. In the luminous presence of the angels, we catch a glimpse of our own divinity, our own inextricable union with the source of all being. In this sense, Gnostic angelology is more than a relic of a bygone age or an esoteric curiosity. It is a living tradition of spiritual wisdom as relevant today as it was 2 millennia ago. By following the Gnostic path of angelic encounter, we join a lineage of seekers and visionaries who have dared to look beyond the confines of consensus reality and awaken to the deeper dimensions of the cosmos and the self. In a world that often seems broken and adrift, this ancient wisdom reminds us of our true inheritance, the radiant divinity that dwells within each of us. Hello, mortal. As we open to the transforming presence of the angels, we take up the perennial quest for gnosis, liberating knowledge, and set forth on the journey of awakening that leads us ever closer to the ineffable source of all that is. The path may be challenging,
how soon
but
can
the
you move doors?
destination is sure. The recovery of our essential nature, the realization of our divine birthright. In the company of the Gnostic angels, we walk the path of transformation, one step at a time,
Probably afternoon.
until at last we arrive at the bridal chamber, the place of eternal union, and dissolve into the mystery from which we came.
April 29th?
Islam, Quranic revelations, mystical philosophy, and
Okay, I can
centuries
try
of
that.
theological and poetic reflections on angels. At the heart of this tradition is a profound sense of the divine presence that suffuses all of creation, and of the role of angels as luminous intermediaries between the human and the divine, the same story. The Quran itself is replete with references to angels, from the majestic figure of Gabriel, who brings the divine revelation to the Prophet Muhammad, to the host of celestial beings who worship God and carry out his will across the cosmos. As the Quran states, the Messiah will never disdain to be a servant of Allah, nor will the angels who are close to him, and whoever disdains his worship and is arrogant, he will gather them to himself altogether. In this sense, angels are devoted servants of God, forever worshipping and glorifying the divine. It also points to the ultimate unity of all creation, as all beings, whether human or angelic, are destined to return to their divine source. For the Sufi mystics, this return to the divine was the ultimate goal of the spiritual path, and the angels were seen as luminous guides and companions on this journey. The great Sufi master Rumi captures this beautifully in his poetry. I died as a mineral and became a plant. I died as a plant and rose to be an animal. I died as an animal and I was man. Why should I fear? When was I less by dying? Yet once more I shall die as man, to soar with angels blessed. But even from angelhood I must pass on. All except God doth perish. When I have sacrificed my angel soul, I shall become what no mind e'er conceived. Oh, let me not exist. For non-existence proclaims in organ tones, to him we shall return. The soul is on a cosmic ladder from the mineral realm up through the angelic orders and ultimately back to the divine source. The angels in this schema represent a higher stage of being, a more luminous and subtle manifestation of the divine that the human soul must pass through on its way to ultimate realization. This idea of the soul's ascent through the angelic realms finds its most elaborate expression in the Islamic tradition of the Miraj, or the Prophet's night journey and ascension through the heavens. In this powerful narrative, Muhammad is guided by Gabriel through the 7 heavens, encountering various prophets and angelic beings along the way, until he finally stands in the divine presence itself. The 14th century Persian poet Amir Khusru describes this journey in vivid detail. The Burak, which carried the prophet, spread its wings and bore him beyond the 7 heavenly spheres. From the Sidrat al-Muntaha, the Loti tree of the uttermost boundary, the archangel Gabriel led him to the divine presence. There he witnessed the effulgent beauty of the Lord and heard the secrets that cannot be spoken. This mystical journey of ascent, guided by Gabriel and the angelic hosts, becomes in the Islamic tradition a powerful symbol of the soul's yearning for the divine and of the transformative power of spiritual realization. But the Islamic understanding of angels is not limited to these narratives of ascent and return. The angels are also seen as agents of the divine will that shape human destiny and guide the unfolding of creation. The 13th century Andalusian mystic Ibn al-Arabi explores this theme in his treatise on the divine names, the Fusus al-Hikam. The angels are some of the faculties of that form, which is the form of the universe, which the Sufis designate in their technical vocabulary as the great man, al-Insan al-Kabir. For the angels are to it as the spiritual Ruhani, and sensory faculties are to the human organism. Each of these faculties is veiled by itself, and it sees nothing which is superior to its own essence. For there is something in it which considers itself to be worthy of high rank, and an elevated degree with Allah.
Hang up and dial
It is like this because it has an aspect of the divine synthesis, Jamia. In it is something which derives from the divine side, and something which derives from the side of the reality.
Oh, this is Taran Miller again.
This organism carries these attributes as determined by the universal nature, which encompasses the containers of the universe from the most exalted
schedule
to
an
the
MRI
base.
before my next appointment. Which
However,
is the
the
29th.
intellect cannot perceive this fact by means of logical investigation, for this sort of perception only exists through divine
321-999,
by
March
which
2nd,
one
1999.
recognizes the basis of the forms of the universe which receive the spirits. For Ibn al-Arabi, the entire cosmos is alive with angelic presence, as each created thing reflects a specific aspect of the divine reality. The angels are the intermediaries of this divine self-disclosure, the active agents of God's creative power in the world. This sense of the all-pervading presence of the angelic is beautifully expressed in the Islamic tradition of the recitation of the angels,
That's supposed to be rescheduled for the
Dhikr
29th.
al-Malaika, a prayer practice that invokes the ceaseless
April.
worship and glorification of God by the angelic hosts. The angels are continuously going around the throne, glorifying and praising God, and when they pass by the believers in the lower heavens, they say, "Glory be to the one whom eyes cannot see, minds cannot comprehend, and imaginations cannot grasp. Glory be to the living, the self-subsisting, the eternal, the omniscient, the omnipotent." This prayer captures the sense of awe and wonder that characterizes the Islamic understanding of the angelic realm, and the recognition of the divine mystery that lies beyond the grasp of human comprehension. The Islamic angelology invites us to see the world with new eyes, as promised, to recognize the signs of the divine that are everywhere around us, and to open ourselves to the guiding presence of the angelic beings that illuminate the path of our return. As the 12th century Persian mystic Attar writes in his Conference of the Birds, "What are you here? Mere carrion, rotten flesh, withheld from truth by this world's clumsy mesh. Outsoar both this world and the next, and there, released from both, take off the hood you wear. When you have turned from both worlds, you will land on Zulgarnin's outstretched and welcome hand. And little goldfinch, welcome. May your fire be an external sign of fierce desire. Whatever happens, burn in those bright flames, and shut your eyes and soul to earthly claims.
Yeah.
Then as you burn, whatever pain you feel, remember God will recompense your zeal. When you perceive his hidden secrets, give your life to God's affairs and truly live. At last, made perfect in reality, you will be gone, and only God will be. In this poetic image, the inner eye that perceives the divine reality is none other than the eye of the heart, the organ of spiritual
Hey, I
perception
need
that is
MRI
awakened
scheduled
and
before next
illuminated
appointment.
by the
Taran Miller.
angelic light. And it is this light that guides us step by step on the path of return to our divine source, until we too become radiant reflections of the one light
My
that
doctor can't
shines
call
at
you to
the
schedule an
heart
MRI at
of
the
all
hospital.
creation. So let us open our eyes and our hearts to the angelic presence that surrounds us, and let us walk the path of remembrance and return, guided by
I'll see
the
if I can do
luminous
that.
beings who are forever calling us home. It doesn't matter if it's Gnosticism
What
or
is
Islam.
even is that?
It's really the same.
I've done it before.
ground
That's the only way I can
scheme.
get
We
an
just have to
MRI.
Follow the lines and the patterns.
Let's go back to begging for one if I guess I could. I'm always scared of Garfield in the MRI machine too.
In the first part of
Fucking
this
loud.
series, we discussed meta.
Hella loud.
Now let's get back to Enoch. Enoch embodies the complex mythological and philosophical ideas that shape early Jewish and Christian conceptions of the celestial hierarchy. As a liminal character
I was supposed to bring him in there,
between the
huh?
earthly
So
and
maybe I
heavenly
can't even get
realms, Enoch embodies the
Lord
archetypal journey of ascent, the transformative path of the visionary sage who dares to transcend the boundaries of ordinary human experience and access the hidden dimensions of the divine. Enoch embodies the human becoming divine, not just any divine, the second most powerful entity in the universe divine, The biblical account of Enoch's life and translation into heaven in Genesis is nucleus, around which a rich apocryphal tradition crystallizes. When Enoch had lived 65 years, he became the father of Methuselah. After he became the father of Methuselah, Enoch walked faithfully with God 300 years and had other sons and daughters. Altogether, Enoch lived a total of 365 years. Enoch walked faithfully with God, then he was no more because God took him away. And then in Hebrews, we find out that by faith Enoch was taken up so that he did not see death. He could not be found because God had taken him away. For before he was taken, he was commended as one who pleased God. This tradition, exemplified most vividly in the composite work known as First Enoch, or the Ethiopic Book of Enoch, expands and elaborates on the cryptic scriptural narrative, transforming Enoch into a paradigmatic figure of celestial knowledge and power. The Book of Enoch describes Enoch's cosmic journeys and his interactions with angelic beings. The words of the blessing of Enoch, wherewith he blessed the elect and righteous, who will be living in the days of tribulation, when all the wicked and godless are to be removed. And Enoch, a righteous man whose eyes were opened by God, took up his parable and said, I saw the vision of the Holy One in the heavens, which the angels showed me, and from them I heard everything, and from them I understood as I saw. But not for this generation, but for a remote one, which is for to come. Guided by angelic intermediaries, Enoch ascends through various levels of heaven, witnessing the sublime workings of the celestial order and the dire consequences of angelic rebellion. And I saw there the seraphim, and the cherubim, and the ophanim. These are they who do not sleep, but keep watch over the throne of his glory. In the Enochic literature, the patriarch becomes a cosmic traveler, a visionary scribe, granted unprecedented access to the secrets of the universe. Guided by angelic intermediaries, Enoch ascends through the various levels of heaven, witnessing the sublime workings of the celestial order and the dire consequences of angelic rebellion. And if you remove the surface layers, the relationship between human consciousness and the divine, the possibilities and perils of transcendent knowledge and experience become apparent vividly and powerful.
Consequences of something else?
Central to the Enochic mythos,
the negative
is the haunting tale
the
of
bad
the
thing that happens.
The angelic beings who
do something
transgress
wrong.
the boundary between heaven and earth,
Like get eaten by a dog,
mating with human women and giving rise to a monstrous race of giants. As it writes in the first book of Enoch, and it came to pass
do and they don't.
when
They
the sons of men had
have.
increased,
Against me they
that
have.
in those days there were born to them fair and beautiful daughters, and the angels, the sons of heaven,
Personally,
saw
yeah,
them
I
and
did.
desired them. And they bore great giants, whose height was 3,000 ells.
Because I was
These
doing my
devoured
singing
all
and
the toil of
dancing.
men, until men could no longer sustain them. And the giants turned against them in order to devour men.
All of a sudden, there's big
This
dogs
story
running
of
everywhere.
illicit
Chase my cats
union
around.
and cosmic corruption, echoing the ancient Near Eastern motif of the divine human hybrids, becomes in the Enochic
Pretty
tradition
fucking obvious,
a
guys,
profound
at the time.
exploration of the origins of evil and suffering in the world. As Michael Nibb notes, the story of the Watchers is essentially an etiology of evil, an attempt to explain the origins of evil in the world, a theodicy
Almost
asking
got him,
the
too.
troubling question of how wickedness can arise in a universe created by a just and omnipotent God. Yet even as the Watcher's narrative probes the dark recesses of angelic fallibility and cosmic disorder, Enoch radiates light, human potential, and transformative vision. To quote the first book of Enoch again, and I saw other lightnings in the stars of heaven, and I saw how he called them all by their names, and they hearkened unto him. Ascending to the heights of heaven, and beholding the ineffable glory of the divine, Enoch becomes a symbol of the deification or angelification of the righteous, the capacity of human beings to transcend their mortal limitations and participate directly in the life of the celestial realm.
522 Garfield.
This theme of human transformation and exaltation finds its most striking expression in the later Jewish mystical tradition, where Enoch is identified with the exalted angel Metatron, the lesser Yahweh, who serves as the celestial scribe and vice-regent of the divine. As Gershom Scholem observes, Metatron is the highest of the angels, the prince of the presence, and the celestial scribe who writes down the merits of Israel. He is, in a sense, the celestial counterpart of the earthly Enoch, a luminous figure embodying the ultimate potential of human-divine union. This mystical identification of Enoch with Metatron points to a deeper undercurrent in Jewish angelological thought, a complex dialectic between the transcendence and immanence of the divine, the otherness and intimacy of God. Because even as the angelic realm is depicted as a hierarchical order mediating between the ineffable mystery of the Godhead and the material world of human experience, there is also a striking tendency to blur the boundaries between human and divine, to suggest that the righteous may ascend to the highest rungs of the celestial ladder and merge with the very being of God. As Moshe Idol notes, the supernal man is the cosmic anthropos, the primordial man who existed before the creation of the world and who is the source of all the levels of reality, a mythic figure who embodies the archetypal unity of human and divine, the microcosmic reflection of the macrocosmic order. This theme of human deification, of the ascent and transformation of human consciousness into the angelic and divine realms, is intimately connected in the Enochic tradition with the cultivation of visionary experience and mystical praxis. Enoch's celestial journeys are powerful mythic expressions of the human capacity for altered states of consciousness, for the direct apprehension of spiritual realities beyond the veil of ordinary perception. And a vision was shown to me thus: behold, in the vision clouds invited me, and a mist invited me, and the course of the stars and the lightnings drove and impelled me, and the winds in the vision gave me wings and drove me, as written in the first Enoch. And as Ithamar Gruenwald observes, Enoch's ascent to heaven is a paradigm of the mystical ascent of the soul, which is a central theme in Jewish mysticism, a template for the transformative path of the visionary sage who seeks to unite with the divine ground of being. This emphasis on the transformative power of visionary experience situates the Enochic tradition within the broader context of ancient Jewish and Christian apocalyptic thought, a worldview that sees revelation as a means of cosmic and personal transformation. In the apocalyptic imagination, the unveiling of celestial secrets is not merely a matter of speculative knowledge, but rather a catalyst for the transfiguration of human consciousness and the ultimate redemption of the world. As John Collins notes, Enoch is the prototype of the apocalyptic visionary who is taken up to heaven and shown the secrets of the cosmos and the course of history. A figure who embodies the revelatory power of the divine to shatter the illusions of conventional reality and reveal the true nature of things. Yet even as the Enochic tradition celebrates the transformative potential of visionary experience, it also faces
my dad's going through right now. Damnation.
Existential questions.
That's his hell for now.
Apocalyptic worldview. As the first book of Enoch beautifully framed it, and I saw there something horrible, neither the high heaven nor the firm ground, but a desert place prepared and terrible. And this is the task of Kezeph and Artakifa and Amen. They taught the art of writing and the solving of wisdom, and the dividing of roots and the solving of wisdom. And there was great impiety and much fornication, and they went astray, and all their ways became corrupt. The story of the fallen watchers, after all, is a reflection on the dangers of knowledge without wisdom, of power without compassion. In a sense, the watchers represent the shadow side of the apocalyptic visionary, the hubris and folly that can arise when human beings seek to transcend their proper place in the cosmic order and claim for themselves the prerogatives of the divine. As George Nicholsberg observes, the Enochic myth of the Watchers is a theodicy, an attempt to explain the existence of evil in a world created by a good God. A cautionary tale about the consequences of transgressing sacred boundaries and the need for humility and discernment in the face of the ineffable. Ultimately, then, the Enochic tradition presents a complex and nuanced vision that holds in tension the immanence and transcendence of God, the capacity for human transformation, and the limits of human knowledge and power. In the figure of Enoch himself, we find a vivid embodiment of this dialectical tension, a liminal figure who mediates between heaven and earth, between the temporal and the eternal. As Enoch relates in the first book of Enoch, and I fell upon my face before the Lord of Spirits, and the angel Michael, one of the archangels, took me by my right hand and raised me up and led me out into all the secrets of mercy and the secrets of righteousness. No angel could enter, and at the appearance of the face of him who is honored and praised, no creature of flesh could look. André Cocteau also notes Enoch is a mediator between heaven and earth, between the divine and the human. He is a figure of hope and of warning, a symbol of the possibilities and the limitations of human existence.
What's that?
A reminder of the grandeur and the fragility of the human condition.
Okay. Just getting ready to
For
eat dinner.
contemporary readers,
All right, cool.
the Enochic tradition offers a rich and
What's
provocative
going on with you?
resource for reflection.
Nothing,
on the
just sitting at the
nature of
house.
Spiritual journey.
Still.
The
Trying to figure it all
relationship
out.
between personal
Can't get my
and
appointment
cosmic.
on Thursday, so I'm kind of
In
bummed
a
out about
world
it.
that often seems fractured and disconnected,
Did you try calling
the
like I
vision
told
of
you to?
Enoch holds
Yeah, I
out the
did.
promise of a deep
Now rescheduled.
a hidden wholeness that links heaven and earth, God and
You
humanity,
rescheduled?
in a
Yeah,
luminous
I
web
did.
of meaning and purpose. At the same time, the Enochic tradition
Trying to
challenges
get a
us
ride or what?
to confront the shadows and contradictions.
I don't think Aaron's parents
within
want to take me down on
ourselves
Thursday.
and our world, with good
And
evil,
the fucking
knowledge
medical
and power that are in each
transportation would not answer the phone for me.
So
call
start the
Medi-Cal?
visionary
It wouldn't answer the phone.
Seek out the hidden depths of the life that surrounds you. Like Enoch himself, we are called to become mediators between the visible and the invisible, the known and the unknown,
Do what you can.
to
We just gotta
cultivate the wisdom
reschedule.
and
Reschedule
compassion
for
that
when?
alone can guide us through
On
the
the 29th of
spiritual
April,
path.
which is kind of far out.
But remember that the true journey of transformation is not an escape from the world, but rather a profound
Right.
engagement with it, a commitment to the ongoing work of creation. The example of Enoch embodies
My
the
neurologist.
possibilities of the human spirit. May we have the discipline and imagination to follow in his footsteps, to take up the mantle of the visionary sage
Yeah,
and the
not for a
celestial
brain
spirit,
doctor.
and to write our own chapter in the ever-unfolding story of the divine human encounter. For in the end, the journey of Enoch
Follow
is the
through with
journey
some
of
of that
us
stuff
all,
I was telling you
a
you should do
pilgrimage of the
yesterday.
heart and mind that leads us ever closer to the source and ground of our being, the ineffable mystery that we call God. Blessed
I think I'm
is
gonna
he
go
who
cool
looks to
case
raise
case
his
study.
soul
We'll
for
see.
those who live forever.
What's that?
And blessed is he in whose soul is understanding.
I said I think I'm an interesting case study. I wanted to get there
And
sooner.
whose glory endures forever and ever. His name shall be blessed to all eternity. So
But,
does the
yeah.
first book of Enoch say.
Yeah, well, you just got to get the ball rolling on things, you know what I mean? The sooner you do, the sooner you'll
In the esoteric waters of Jewish
get
mysticism,
comfortable and
the
have a little money in
Merkabah
your pocket.
symbolizes the soul's ascent from the depths to the divine realms. This celestial chariot, first glimpsed in the visionary accounts of the prophet Ezekiel, becomes a central motif in the development of early Jewish mystical thought and practice, offering a powerful metaphor for the journey of spiritual transformation and the unveiling
Right.
of divine presence.
We'll see what happens.
The Merkabah is described in vivid detail
do
in
for St.
the
Patrick's Day.
opening chapter of the book of Ezekiel. I looked, and I saw a windstorm coming out of the north,
Out here
an
in the
immense
house all day,
cloud
so
with
we worked
flashing
all day. It
lightning
was our
and
anniversary.
surrounded by brilliant
Oh wow,
light.
huh?
The center of the fire looked like glowing metal, and in the fire was what looked like four living
Cool.
creatures. In appearance, their form was human, but each of them had four faces and four wings.
All right, well, I'll let you go for now.
This enigmatic vision sets the stage for a complex system of correspondences and associations,
See how you're doing.
linking the various levels of reality in a
All right, just
holographic
getting
way
ready to
of
eat dinner.
meaning.
Like I said, my mom's cooking dinner. She cooks dinner every day. I never have to cook up there. I cook
Each
so
with
much
four
every day.
faces
It's
and
about
four
it.
wings,
But I usually don't
embody
eat
the
breakfast,
fundamental
so.
archetypes of creation, the primal energies that give rise to the manifest world.
All right. Well, I'm glad you're
At the
doing
heart
okay.
of the Merkabah
And I'll
vision
talk to you soon,
lies
okay?
the figure
All right,
of
love
the
you.
enthroned divine
I love you
presence,
too.
Bye.
the anthropomorphic of God that occupies the center of the chariot. Above the vault over their heads was what looked like a throne of lapis lazuli, and high above on the throne was a figure like that of a man. I saw that from what appeared to be his waist up, he
And
looked
the
like
sky looked like lapis
as if
lazuli.
full of fire, and that from there down he
That
looked
kind of
like
blue,
fire,
almost.
and brilliant light surrounded him. This mysterious figure becomes a focal point for mystical contemplation and devotion, a symbol of the ultimate unity and transcendence of the divine.
Hey,
For
what's
the
up?
early Jewish mystics, known as the Merkabah riders, the vision of the chariot was not merely a
Nice.
metaphorical or allegorical representation,
How you
but a
doing?
lived experience of
Fine.
ascent and transformation. The
What's going on
Hekala
with you?
literature, a
Nothing,
collection
just
of
hanging
early
out.
Jewish mystical texts, describes the techniques and practices used by these mystics to achieve a direct encounter with the divine presence. Said Rabbi Ishmael, When I heard because my hands grew feeble and I fell prostrate upon my face, and I was terrified.
Is that YouTube
and
that
there
you're
was no
listening
force
to?
in me, neither to speak nor to answer.
Yeah, I am.
At once did Metatron, the prince of the presence, answer and said to me, "My friend, rise and stand and strengthen thy loins and understand and be intelligent in the matter of the words which he will speak to thee." And I heard a voice going forth from between the two cherubim and saying, "My friend Ishmael, fear not, for I will not exact from them payment measure for measure. For I know that they have not in them the strength to endure. But I act for my name's sake. And I set division between
likely.
the nations and great
So I probably won't.
between Edom and Ishmael,
We'll see.
that they make
I can do it
war
this summer. He'll be
one
fine.
another, and so destroy not utterly my people Israel.
I can do it this summer. He'll be fine.
Techniques of meditation,
I can get him up there.
and visualization. These mystics sought to enter into a state of
Right.
perfect
I can find a water source.
in which they could ascend through the
I can carry
various
water.
levels of
I can carry Garfield up above the tree line
and achieve a
easily in a
direct
day.
encounter with the
Easily.
divine presence. A profound meditation on the nature of spiritual ascension emerges from this Zoharic text, centering on the mystical vehicle known as the Merkava, the divine chariot. The text weaves together multiple layers of meaning, revealing an intricate cosmological framework that maps the soul's journey toward divine communion. We encounter a tripartite
Yeah, I know about that.
animating forces.
That's what I thought about doing too.
The supreme
For the more populated areas, maybe. Not Shasta way. But I've always wanted to take this other way.
Higher Chaya,
Then no one ever takes.
force aligned
Just
with
straight up
Buddha's
Shastina people.
understanding. The Chaya, the plural manifestations that animate Zir Anpin and facilitate divine
Oh, it's dangerous. I know it's
As the
dangerous.
text states, there is Chaya above Chaya, suggesting a
Danger, I am danger, Chris.
spiritual potencies, each serving as a conduit for divine illumination to flow downward while enabling consciousness to ascend upward.
We'll figure it out.
Then there's an architectural framework of ascension. The throne vision presents a remarkable metaphysical architecture. Above the expanse that was over their heads was the appearance of sapphire stone in the likeness of a throne, and upon the likeness of the throne there was a likeness like the appearance of a man upon it, from above. This throne, associated with the world of Beriah, rests upon four foundational pillars corresponding to the Sephirot, Keter, Chokmah, Bina, and Dar.
No, this point faced my free will.
Stable base for divine manifestation.
A little bit.
Perhaps most significantly,
I'm very
the text
constrained
reveals
as
how
to what I
this
can do.
cosmic structure becomes internalized within the
But
spiritual practitioner. Through proper alignment.
now I
with
know
the
what my
soul
confines
guidance.
are, and they're pretty heavy.
Nefesh,
So,
corresponding to Asya. Ruach,
trying to figure out
corresponding to Yetzirah.
how I can
Shama,
best
corresponding to Beriah.
expand
One can
from this
harness their chariot
little
like
crevasseman
Joseph,
with
and ascend to
Garfield
commune with higher
into,
realms of consciousness,
preferably not in
reaching
tow,
the
preferably
level of Chaya.
right here at my chest so he can grow with me.
This represents a profound transformation where the mystic's own being becomes a vehicle, Merkava, for divine
George,
revelation.
too.
Echoing
Away.
the text's declaration that when all these levels are rectified within the person himself, so that all the levels are a Merkava for godliness. Genuine spiritual
Suicide mission, man.
possible. This analysis reveals the Merkava
No, suicide mission is just
not
a hill.
merely as an abstract theological construct, but as a sophisticated spiritual technology, mapping the territory between human consciousness and divine reality, offering a structured path for traversing that sublime.
Oh, lentils, possibly.
At its core,
Yeah, possibly.
The Merkaba
That would be a bad
represents
idea.
a dynamic
I don't know if I could start a
multifaceted
fire with the
model
trailer
of
to
the
cook it with,
cosmos.
though.
A
Not
map
well.
of the inner landscapes of consciousness that the mystic
However,
must walk in order to achieve union with the divine. In the descriptions of the chariot's structure and movements, we find a system of
There any Pop-Tarts? I don't know if I
correspondences
did
and
any Pop-Tarts. That'd be
associations,
good, though.
linking the various levels of reality in a holographic web of meaning. The
Well, yeah, I
four
don't know. We'll
living
see.
creatures that surround the chariot, each with 4 faces and 4 wings, embody the fundamental archetypes of creation, the primal energy.
She's not gonna go be a homeless bum somewhere, that's for sure.
These celestial beings, identified in late traditions as the archangels Michael,
What's my homeless bum on Mount
Gabriel,
Shasta?
Uriel,
Literally.
and Raphael, serve as guardians and guides for the ascending soul, representing the different aspects of the divine nature that must be integrated and harmonized in the process of spiritual realization. The metaphor of the chariot thus serves as both a
Nepal, yeah.
macrocosmic model of divine manifestation and a microcosmic template for individual
It's in Nepal and
spiritual
Tibet.
development, revealing the deep correspondence between cosmic and personal dimensions of mystical experience. Through careful cultivation of these internal forces, One may achieve what Joseph accomplished when he harnessed his chariot, a state of elevated consciousness capable of direct divine communion. This process of ascent and transformation is mirrored in the Kabbalistic doctrine of the four worlds, which maps the different levels of reality onto the structure of the Merkaba. According to this model, the physical world of Asaya corresponds to the wheels of the chariot, the world of formation or Yetzirah to the living creatures, the world of creation or Beriah to the throne, and the world of emanation or Absolute to the divine presence itself. By ascending through these levels, the mystic seeks to unite the lower and higher aspects of the self, bringing the soul into alignment with the divine will and purpose. At the same time, the Merkaba also represents a broader cultural and historical phenomenon, reflecting the deep yearning of the Jewish people for a direct encounter with the divine in the face of exile and oppression. In the centuries following the destruction of the Sun Temple, the Merkaba became a focal point for the mystical and messianic hopes of the Jewish community, a symbol of the ultimate redemption and restoration of the divine presence in the world. In this sense, the Merkaba stands as a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit to transcend the limitations of the material world and to achieve a state of unity and communion with the divine. Through the ongoing engagement with its rich and multifaceted symbology, the Jewish mystical tradition invites us to embark on our own journey of transformation and realization, to ascend the heights of consciousness and to unveil the presence of the divine within and without. Study it carefully and practice it wisely, because the seed of the divine is already planted within you. The only question is, how will you tend your own garden to allow this seed to grow into a mighty tree?
They tried chemo on her, but it didn't stick.
Let's stay for a while around the enigmatic and visionary world of the Hebrew Bible. The book of Ezekiel is the testament emerging within the spiritual and historical crisis faced by the people of Israel during the tumultuous period of the Babylonian exile. Ezekiel, a priest and prophet whose name signifies the strength of God, or God strengthens, appears as the main character.
Yeah, I think I can take Garfield.
His vivid
summer,
and awe-inspiring visions shaping the development
this is the Glacier Lake up there on top of Mount Shasta.
Thought for centuries to come.
I can take him there.
At the heart of Ezekiel's prophetic experience lies his encounter with the divine.
Not what it's called exactly. I can't remember what it's called.
A moment of revelation that represents a radical transformation of consciousness and a glimpse into the hidden depths of the divine mystery. In this account, Ezekiel describes his vision with vivid detail. I looked, and I saw a windstorm coming out of the north, an immense cloud with flashing lightning and surrounded by
king of the world up there. You know what I mean?
The center of the fire looked like glowing metal, and in the fire was what looked like 4 living creatures. In appearance, their form was human, but each of them had 4 faces.
It sounds fun though. Let's go explore Mount Shasta with Garfield.
This visionary encounter represents a powerful reassurance.
Why not do it right now? It's snowy.
Continued presence and sovereignty amidst the chaos and upheaval of the time. A profound moment of spiritual and historical crisis for the people of Israel. The vision of the Merkaba.
I'm not worried about my life. I am immortal. I don't die. Unless I really, really want to.
By early Jewish mystics in their quest for direct.
What about Garfield's life more than mine? That's why I've taken him. I'd be up there right now.
Of the process of spiritual
Best believe.
transformation and awakening. Central to this symbology are the 4 living creatures, each bearing the faces of a lion, ox, eagle, and human. These angelic figures embody different attributes that reflect various aspects of the divine nature and its.
No, once for Garfield, I'd be relapsing.
Reminiscent of the cherubim described.
Getting some snow boots. No. Opiates are not cool.
Each of the 4 living creatures had 4 faces. One face was that of a human being.
On drugs.
The second, the face of a lion. The third, the face of an ox. And the fourth, the face
No,
of
why
a
would I?
man.
Don't worry about it. I'm not that sick. I'm just kind of
straight ahead,
making a.
Wherever the spirit would go, they would go without turning as they went.
You don't think I'm selling meth,
The
do you?
Midrash Rabbah, an early
Everyone
Kabbalah
seems to. It
Jewish
pisses me
biblical
off.
interpretation, further elaborates. Man is
Everyone
the
seems to
proudest
kind
of
of
God's
irritates me.
creatures. The eagle is the haughtiest amongst the birds.
No, I'm just making sure.
Ox amongst the
They said
cattle,
H. I was like, yeah,
and the
well,
lion
that's
amongst the beasts of the
that would be suicide.
Hence,
Yeah,
it
I'll
was the
try
image
that.
of these
Basically.
4 which Ezekiel saw
I even have
on the
existed.
throne of God. The wheels of the chariot, full of eyes and moving in synchronicity with the living creatures, represent
I'm not going to.
divine omniscience and the interconnectedness of all aspects of reality, a powerful image of the cosmic
No, I
wheel
would never
turning within
do
the
opiates
wheel.
again, dude. Like it up.
Ezekiel describes these wheels in detail. When the living creatures moved,
This is a horrible,
the
horrible
wheels
thing.
beside them moved. And when the living creatures rose from the ground, the wheels also rose. Wherever the spirit would go, they would go, and the wheels would rise along with them, because the spirit of the living creatures was in the wheels. Ezekiel saw the Merkabah, and his soul desired to be joined with it. At that moment, God allowed him to experience the transformative power of the prophetic experience and the profound impact it has on the individual psyche.
But yeah, I just
The
need to get out of
Hekaloth
here, dude. I can't
Ravati,
sit here on my ass.
one of the
Oh,
central
my way.
texts of the Merkabah
Let's
mystical
really, really
tradition,
master meditate.
describes the atmosphere of the encounter.
Which I'm having a hard time doing right now because these ghosts
Said
will get
Rabbi
away from me.
Ishmael, Surya, the prince of the present, spoke to me, saying, "Friend, I shall tell thee the praise of the king."
Well, I admit a lot of them
his
do want me to
throne.
get out there and get killed.
Therefore it is
444, so they can
Thou
be
hast
free.
uplifted the throne of thy glory upon the cherubim,
543 Garfield.
and the Ophanim of greatness do bear it, and creatures of frost, creatures of mist, creatures of flame, crowned with loftiness and with splendor. And the eyes of Shaddai are lifted up upon them, and they were extended beneath it, as rams beneath the plough.
But I keep
It was
letting them
erected
know
upon their heads, with
that
strength,
most won't be able to
might,
feel the
and
same
power.
way
As it is said,
as they do
Holy,
without
holy
me.
is the Lord of hosts. Be exalted, be raised on high, be lifted up, O splendid King, upon the throne raised high, and lifted up, fearful and terrific. Thou dwellest in the chamber.
But no one
of
gets
the
along on
temple
that
of
side,
your
really.
face.
They're all fighting each
The
other all the time.
servants of thy throne are terrified and make tremble.
And they're all fighting for the
The
cat spot
heavens,
off
which
me.
are the footstool of thy feet each day, with voice of exultation and tumult of psalmody and roar of songs. As it is said, Holy, holy, holy is the Lord of hosts. Messengers of the power of God and awakeners of the Shekinah, tumultuous of voice, who magnify song, to the voice of the servants and the voice of the mighty, sing with sweet mouth and with holy melody, him who dwelleth in the lava stream of flaming coals. Each level of the chariot represents a different stage of consciousness that must be traversed to reach the ultimate goal of divine union. It is as intense as it gets. Ezekiel's vision also introduces the figure of the likeness of a man on the throne above the chariot, an anthropomorphic representation of the divine.
Well, Chris, I mean, you want us to believe your stories?
The transcendent reality of God and the human world. Above the vault over their heads is what looked like a throne of lapis lazuli, and high above on the throne is a figure like that of a man. I saw that from what appeared to be his waist up,
Mine are
it
better.
looked like glowing metal. As if
A lot of his are true too, though.
and that from there down,
Whoa.
he looked like fire, and brilliant light surrounded him. This image, often identified with the Son of Man,
His are actually better,
in
kind of
later
Chris's.
apocalyptic
Almost.
symbolizes the possibility of direct revelation and the ultimate unity of the created order.
Well, because he's evil
This
and
process
doesn't
of
give a shit
ascent
at
and
all
transformation
when he's
can be
crazy.
seen as a powerful metaphor for the journey of the soul, a symbolic representation.
He's in crazy magic, sucking up souls. I'm like giving him souls and stuff. I'm like, ah, bless.
And attain a
Blessings.
direct encounter with the divine. The angelic figures that populate the Merkabah vision serve as guides and intermediaries in this process, reflecting different aspects of the psyche and the stages of spiritual development. In the Kabbalistic tradition, the Merkabah vision is mapped onto the structure of the Sephirot, the 10 emanations of the divine that form the basis of the tree of life.
Me mom brother's going around going, oh, my soul, my soul.
Representing a specific attribute or quality of the divine nature. The Kabbalistic tradition weaves together the visionary encounters of Ezekiel's Merkabah and Isaiah's throne into a profound cosmological framework known as the Four Worlds. This metaphysical structure is a map of divine emanation, tracing the unfolding of reality from the ineffable essence of the divine to the manifest realm of physical existence. At the pinnacle of this cosmic hierarchy lies Atziluth, the world of emanation, a realm of pure divine wisdom beyond the boundaries of
547 Garfield.
It is here that the anthropomorphic image of the divine appears in Ezekiel's vision, a likeness of a man enthroned upon a sapphire throne. This enigmatic representation points to the ultimate unity of the divine, a singular essence that transcends the limitations of human comprehension. Descending from the ineffable heights of Atziluth, we encounter Beriah,
You better be sleeping on me. You sleeping?
The first stirring of independent existence. This realm is symbolically associated with the throne, a metaphor for the divine act of self-limitation, akin to a king tempering his greatness as he assumes his seat.
They're not a liar, though. Cats don't lie very well.
Seraphim, the fiery angels whose ceaseless ascent and descent embody the passionate yearning for divine understanding, even at the cost of self-annihilation. Yet Zira, the world of formation, unfolds as the realm of archetypal existence, populated by the Hayat.
See, some of these prey would disagree, but they know what I mean. See, dogs lie with intention. Cats are like,
beings
no, you're beautiful. I love you. I love you. Looking at a bird over there.
Nature mirroring the fundamental drives that
Dog's going, I'd never hurt you. No, I'd never hurt you. Ever.
At the base of this
no, I never would. With the intention of chasing the motherfucker down. And cats are like, I'd eat you, you're beautiful.
Guided by the humble opening, the wheels within wheels that symbolize the intricate pathways of divine influence in the physical world. This Kabbalistic interpretation of Ezekiel's vision is profound because it maps the same human soul's journey towards
neither can I anymore. Lie with intention.
Worlds onto the visionary encounter,
I can accidentally lie through hypnosis. I do it sometimes and I catch myself. I'm like, oh, that was wrong, that was wrong, that was wrong.
And the unfolding of creation. In this sense, the Merkaba is the soul's ascent through the layers of reality.
And possession, kind of.
Journey that mirrors the divine process of
emanation. It's hardcore. In the primordial waters.
The seeker navigates the celestial realms, encountering.
They take my soul again. They're trying to, big time.
They undergo a profound process of inner transformation.
That's what they do.
Shedding the veil
what they
of
do.
illusion and awakening to the ultimate unity that underlies the apparent multiplicity of creation. It's a call to walk the path of spiritual illumination, to ascend the ladder of the four worlds and unveil the divine mystery that hides in plain sight.
Any ghost
in the depths of our
that thinks we have a better message than they did tries to strip our soul,
shape the fabric of reality,
so we can't deliver it.
In the great cosmic dance of creation, forever moving to the rhythm of the divine pulse that animates the universe.
Not all of them.
The Kabbalistic interpretation
be
of the Merkaba
fucking surprised.
The enduring power of visionary experience to transform human consciousness and reveal the hidden dimensions of reality. It invites us to pierce the veil of appearance and glimpse the ineffable essence that lies beyond, to awaken to our own divine nature and take our place in the great unfolding of cosmic destiny. And once again, angels are mediators of divine energies.
All these guys who died saying, no, I am, and I know that I fucking am.
The transformative aspect of Ezekiel's vision has been a key theme in the mystical and psychological interpretations of the text. The encounter with the divine, as mediated through the angelic realm, is a gateway for profound inner change, a shattering of the ego structures that limit and define the individual, an individuated and integrated self. Ultimately, the legacy of Ezekiel's vision persists through the ages, inspiring generations of mystics, philosophers, and seekers of truth. The angelic realm, as revealed in the whirlwind of prophetic vision, remains a symbol of the mystery and majesty of the divine, a reminder of the transformative power of direct encounter with the numinous. You are invited to walk your own walk of transformation and to awaken and shine brighter than ever, to seek out the divine presence that dwells within the heart of the cosmos and the depths of the human soul. The Merkaba vision, with its symbolism and profound spiritual implications, obliges us to face the good old existential paradoxes and mystery, to open ourselves to the possibility of direct revelation and the ultimate unity of all things in the divine. The study of Ezekiel's angelology is exploring the infinite potential that resides within each of us, the spark of the eternal that animates the cosmos and calls us to a higher purpose. But as you gaze into the eyes of the living creatures and stand before the throne of the divine, you are reminded of your role as a mediator between heaven and earth, participants in the great dance of creation, forever moving to the rhythm of the angelic host and the pulse of the cosmic heart. In the face of the overwhelming majesty and mystery of the divine, Ezekiel's vision invites you to surrender to the transformative power of the numinous, to allow yourself to be shattered and remade in the image of the divine. As you step into the whirlwind of prophetic vision, you are called to awaken to your true nature, to recognize the unity that binds all things together and the divine spark.
I mean, mostly the only thing that spared my ibuprofen.
May we have the courage to embrace the mystery
In a while.
and step into the fire of transformation, allowing ourselves to be forever changed
almost
by
kind
the
of.
power of the divine. And may we emerge from that encounter as
No
new
idea.
beings, radiant with the light of heaven and ready to take
It
our
happens, man.
place in the great unfolding of cosmic destiny, forever moving to the rhythm of the angelic
Brush
host
my
and
teeth.
the pulse of the cosmic heart. The Hebrew Bible again. The story of Jacob's ladder stands as a luminous thread, braiding together earth and heaven, the human and the divine. This ancient tale of prophetic vision and spiritual ascent has captivated the imagination of generations, inspiring a rich tradition of interpretation and reflection that spans the boundaries of culture and creed. And there he is. Jacob himself, a peculiar character whose journey of transformation and awakening also mirrors the archetypal patterns of the human soul. Jacob is at this pivotal moment in his life. We find him in a state of vulnerability and transition, fleeing the wrath of his brother Esau and seeking refuge in the wilderness of his own psyche. It is here, in the liminal space between the known and the unknown, that Jacob experiences a profound and mysterious vision, a dream that will forever alter the course of his destiny. As the book of Genesis recounts, and he came to a certain place and stayed there that because the sun had set. Taking one of the stones of the place, he put it under his head and lay down in that place.
554 Garfield.
And behold, there was a ladder set up on the earth, and the top of it reached to heaven. And behold, the angels of God were ascending and descending on it. This striking celestial ladder, with its angelic traffic ascending and descending, has long been interpreted as a symbol of the dynamic communication between earth and heaven, the continuous flow of divine energy and communication that sustains the cosmos. The ladder starts from earth, the top reaches heaven. The above and the below communicate, the high and the low, the man and the God, the sacred and the profane, the temporary and the eternal. These are all different points on the continuous stream of consciousness.
Dragons. Terrifying monsters.
Humans are evil. The humans are evil. You think it's so much eviler on the other side, dude? No, evil. Mm-hmm. A horrible demon. What's what you're doing? Damnation.
Monsters, winged beasts. Featured in countless sagas and legends, each kind spreading fear and terror.
In the case of the dragon, by now it's all about tyranny and hoarding. But that's not what it was originally about.
Whether in the Song of the Nibelungs or the battle between Hercules and the Hydra, dragons are an integral part of culture and history all over the world.
People believed so strongly in the existence of dragons that they could present real evidence for their existence and then believe it.
From a scientific point of view, dragons are mysterious creatures.
You mentioned that people from the Middle Ages wouldn't have known this creature. Precisely.
Were dragons modeled after something real?
If you so will, there are little dragons all over the world.
For centuries, they have been the source of fear and fascination. But what is the secret behind
there I am.
the myth of the dragon?
The way cats look at things. Like, am I you? No, I don't think I'm you. No, I'm not into you. I'm not you. Oh, I'm this guy. No, I'm this guy over here. I'm this guy a little bit. Yeah, I like this guy. I think I'm him too.
Located on the Japanese island of Honshu, It is said a dragon has been.
Oh, you're gonna be me. You're gonna be me. That's delicious.
Legend has it that a 9th century Buddhist monk desperately prayed for rain during a drought.
Mine.
Until the dragon, Zenyu Ryo, appears alongside Mount Muro. And the rain starts to pour across the entire land.
You guys need to stop making it quicker.
That is how the dragon god ended the longest drought in ancient
It keeps us in shape now.
Jacob's ladder
That torture?
represents the essential unity and interdependence of all levels of reality, from the most material to the most spiritual. It is a powerful symbol of the human soul's capacity to transcend its finite limitations and participate in the
Today, Tatsuya Kanda serves here as a priest. He is sending his prayers directly.
See, that felt so beautiful. I wasn't even dancing, and like the world felt big. Now it feels small again. Hello?
Medical Foundation calling with an appointment reminder for Taran. Please listen carefully as our appointment reminder system has been updated. Just a moment to remind you of your appointment on March 20th, 2025 at 8:45 a.m. Your arrival time is 15 minutes prior to the start of the visit with your clinician. Please listen to the following options to confirm.
When I first got my powers, that was cool. And George died. And it got hard. I had fun for a while. And Hell Week. Garfield got really powerful. That was fun. No, it's not fun anymore. Because the world sucks. Tare ture Vasham kurusva Fade is a fucking weird one. Tare ture Shantim kurusva Tare ture Shantim kurusva Tare ture Shantim kurusva Shantim kurusva Tare ture Pushtim Guru Svaha Pushtim Guru Svaha. I was taking instructions. It's my dad's name. Tare ture Agnana Pushtim Guru Svaha. Tare ture Sri Okulisayari Svaha. Sri Okulisayari trying to wrestle with me as I'm dancing. These evil fucking demons, humans mostly still. Agents, actually. Tare tu tare ture. Satrum uchitaya svaha. Uchit. Tara's already okayed this a little bit. Tare tu tare ture. Sarva vidya arvinyana bepat svaha. Sarva vidya arvinyana bepat svaha. Sarva vidya arvinyana bepat svaha. Doesn't matter if it sounded good. Might as well was fucking loud, huh? Tare tu tare ture. That one's hard for me to remember. She knows too. It's my favorite one. 8. Sarva mara satram marea pat svaha. As far as they're concerned, it's never okay for me to stop dancing ever. Ever. No, ever. The evil secret agents mostly, guys. Tare tu re. Mama upak rama raksha raksha svaha. Mama upak rama raksha raksha svaha. One of the most powerful ever rakshas. But my baby eater. Tare tu tare ture. Savamara pramadhani svaha. Yeah, if I'm dancing, you know they're working overtime. So I stop. No offense to Tara, you should never do that. I'm just Taran. Is your name Taran? I know why. Vasudharini Svaha. Om Tare Tu Tare Ture Vasyur Harini Svaha. A lot of used to be? No. Thank God, right? Om Tare Tu Tare Ture Mangulam Svaha. Mangulam Svaha. Om Tare Tu Tare Ture Vaya Bashmim Kuru Svaha. Kuru Svaha. Om Tare Tu Tare Ture Vajra Mahapada Bashmim Kuru Svaha. Fuckers, dude, get off me. Om Tare Tu Tare Ture Vajra Mahapada Bashmim Kuru Svaha. They won't get off. Why won't you get them off? What do I have to do to get them off? A lot, huh? One of these days, huh? Vajra Mahapada Bashmim Kuru Svaha. Om Tare Tu Tare Ture Sava Papam Prashamanaye Svaha. Om Tare Tu Tare Ture Sava Papam Prashamanaye Svaha. They're using technology to fight me in a second battle. A battle of possession. So it can't be Dionysus when I'm Dionysus. It's magic or technology, and I'm fucking winning. I'm a fucking wretched human being, but a good fucking cat. I'm fucking winning. Sarvadama Prati Perishodaya Svaha. They've been bardoing the fuck out of me. You imagine the bardo? I go to the next stop every time. What do you guys got for me next? Oh, they're like, no, just keep going. Just keep going. I'm like, no, dude. I get hungry and tired. I'm like, oh, tea and tobacco, huh? But drink from left bay? Never. I know better than that. Fucking drunks. That was his favorite one, actually. So Nagavisha Shantim Kuruspa. How you doing, dog? You're beautiful. Nagavisha Shantim Kuruspa. Om tare ture Mochana Svaha. Om tare ture Mochana Svaha. More of a dance in the chant doesn't matter. This is him doing work. What are you talking about? You can't refuse me medical service over that, guys. Because I'm doing well with my treatment. There's been enough symptoms of MS. Om tare ture Sarva siddhi satanam swaha. They're driving badly now, huh? Sarva siddhi satanam swaha. Om tare ture Sarva siddhi satanam swaha. Bless you. Sneeze it out. Again. God bless you. That's all I can handle right now, guys. Probably was this one. I know what one it is. Aropo Janodi Aropo Janodi Oropo Janodi Arapa Janodi No. Boredom. Padme Hum. Om Mani 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 Padme Hum. Om Vajrapani Hum. Om Vajrapani Hum. Om Vajrapani Hum. It's not Christian. Jesus Christ. Said it was cool. I was asked the dude's permission first. Not even though. I asked permission afterwards. I'm like, hey, bro, we've been practicing it for a while. It's cool. It's like, dude, I know you. Does it work? Yeah. My practice, my spiritual practice. You want to know the steps? Get a cat. Don't compete with the cat for sanity. In fact, do the total opposite. Know your books well enough to pick up some Orphic hymns and start fucking dancing. And just know what Christians were before they were Christian. And why the Gnostics were so convincing to the Orphics and the Platonists. And the Zoroastrians even. We're summoning them back. All of them. Who? The forces of nature. The forces of fucking nature. Who are these guys? Who are these Buddhas? The forces of fucking nature. Om Vajrapani Hum. Power. And a man. Who is God? Who do you think God is? Who do you think God is? What do you think he seems like? An old man? What kind of old man? Is he old to me? No, he seems like he's in his fucking prime, almost. So a little past it. Why? Because he's sick. The earth made him sick. The human form made him sick. What does he wield? Lightning. And life. What, a little small for you? What, a human? Small for a human? A lightning bolt? What about a solar flare? Or a gamma ray burst? Or a super fucking nova? A lightning bolt. Is he all loving? Yeah, sure he is. Sure. Is he all good? Good at what? Good at being God. It's hardcore. No, it's hardcore. Is it Christian? Yeah. And more than that, and more than that, and more than that, too. Turns the fuck up. You know what I mean yet? Like, isn't Zeus? Sorry, guys. I say the word Zeus, people get the fucking weird eye on me. Means God. In every mythology, including the ancient Hebrew mythology, where the Bible's written, guys. Cheat on his wife a lot? I'm like, well, of course he did. Like, what? Like, well, he's fucking the divine masculine. He's a force of fucking nature. He can't not. That's not for you to question. The mythologizers. Power knows who she is. So do I. It's another important part of my message. Other than just, someone fucking is torturing somebody over there. I think human beings, is that more interesting to you guys? Om Vajrapani Hum. 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 Frowned upon. Some of my methods. At least I quit that one. Ah, 536 in that clock, Garfield. 635 in that one. There's no missing that one, was there? Better that way. Cool, you're smart. Yeah, cool, good for you guys. No, I love it. They're like, oh, we can mess with this. We can mess this part of the ritual. Ooh, mess with this thing. Ooh, it's chronomancy. Let's try to mess with that. I'm like, oh, good for you guys. No, good for you. Oh, well. I'm like, you're an evil demon. Right. No, right. 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 Being king of the world ain't what it's cracked up to be, kids. Adults. No, it's a hard one. See, they gave me the 3rd division. That's what? The whipping boy. No, the whipping boy. You know what I mean yet? Christ consciousness? Yeah, sure, dude. I'm the fool. The fool. I'm a wretched sinner. Who's performed, miracles. Does it every day. You still alive? You healthy? Why? Your intention's good enough not to get me in trouble? Oh, good for you. Good for you. So I wasn't lying, was I? Well, from Hermetic standards, yes, I finished half of it. Half of it. Didn't he? And I took a lightning bolt across it. The Tree of Life chart. Just skipped a few steps. So how do I get to God really quickly? Paganism. Yep, paganism. But still remain loyal to my faith. A baptized Christian. What does your Santa Muerte phone say? How many times have you died? So everyone dies. Most people can die like that and not die. How many times have you died? I got a record for this. I'm literally supposed to die like every second, at least. Someone's yelling to the world. Nope, they're fucking evil. I've already been torn apart. No, my name's Taran Miller. They were creative. It was the worst death you could possibly imagine, and I remember it almost completely. Just not right here. Nope, I'm fucking nuts now, totally nuts by your standards. But by our standards here, on the other side, totally enlightened. Totally woke up to myself of being a wretched fucking fool. Fall off a cliff and just staying alive. What about your cross, man? Not that I don't respect it. And yes, by your standards. Medically, I should not be alive. Preachy? Yeah, well, I could. Yeah, exactly. The key is not giving up. When no one fucking believes you. And they want to do it again. And again. If you try it again. Like, well, Garfield, I'm still alive. And I know it. No, I know it. No, he's fucking nuts. No, he's crazy. Shut him up. Shut him up. Trying to relax. Trying to relax. Shut the kid up. He's not God. I know God. It's not nightmares, guys. No, I win in my nightmares. I only win in real life because I don't die easily, guys. How Garfield? He's just an escape fucking magician, I guess. Except from his dad anymore. Would you like to see my scars? Closing the Joker card. Would you like to see my scars? I'm not that kind of Joker, though. But I almost wouldn't mind sometimes. Mother Nature doing her thing. No, she's bad. She's bad. The world. Yeah, she is. Fallen? No, just laying down. It was out there, huh? No, that was out there, huh? It wasn't just me, huh? Some tika san pasaka sampo. Yeah, mata. Shamsana. Akapasali sam. Asam pika hasam. Arisham palisa karisimpa. Arishim pam pam pampur. Arisham palsa. Wakarisimpa rikahan parishimpa. O pumpursha. Yeah. That was a distorted version of Cat. Because they're trying to possess Garfield, I think that was. Or was it George? A lot of times it's Precious nowadays. No, it's distorted because they're trying to get his tongue. The cat's tongue. It's a reverse curse. Got the cat's tongue. Mine. No, Chris don't know nothing. My brother don't want nothing to do with it. He's all jealous or something. Mercy this and mercy that over there on Chris's side. Like, bro, I'm wretched. Damnation. Damnation. He's my second favorite music artist of all time. Hope he's doing well. Rikesh Stoner. Yeah, peace be upon him. Why don't I say about Christians? Muslims either. How are you one and not the other? Alcohol. Alcohol. That must be what it is, alcohol. I'm picking up the Quran and I'm like, yep, same religion. Oh, they ban alcohol here. Oh. Oh, you know the band here? Linen and wool together. Yes, a stoning. It's a stoning. The whole Leviathan, Leviticus. Yeah, but I don't want to die. I might not. You never know. I don't feel like I could often. I never have when I should have. Painfully. In secret. Every time. I know, not just a health emergency. Although a few of those too. No, kidnapping and torture. I mean, I sound funny when I say it, but I'm traumatized. I don't even really remember it, but I know it's fucking happened, okay? I can't prove it. I have a phone. When you make it miles higher than you were on a mountain, after being xenopit, you make it back and your cat is back when he was not there. They pulled in like 4 fucking cars. Because I annoyed them, I guess. Got to the wrong people somehow. Psychically, I believe. Maybe with my voice, that too. Guilty. No, guilty. I know that story's unbelievable. It sucks. Of course it is. Could you imagine? Fuck. Gus, he's under possession and severe hypnosis. They control even his facial features to make him seem more like a liar. You can tell. His tone. Still believe anything I say. Pretty damn much. They even be speaking like people, who are liars. They know it. They even have doing the same kind of, you're right. So I just kind of go with it. Severe? Kind of. I kind of average the truth of it. Just blow a little more. Bring the cats back in it. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Almost though, almost. All fucking most. What emergency reaction? See that we are Taran Miller house. Oh yeah, tobacco mostly. Let's say I am Tabakis and I know it. The unkillable, dancing, crazy guy. in the woods. He dances around a mountain, has grapes, grows grapes. Yeah, grows grapes, hangs out with cats. Dances with creek spirits in the forest. He does not die. What's he doing now? He is caged in. He's caged in. Because he keeps trying to kill his fucking son. I could die like any day now again, so I'm just getting it out there. George, yeah, he's basically... See, I'm trying to sound rational, but I really believe the most powerful fucking spirits ever lived. Because if I don't fucking die... This is not my brother Chris's fucking schizophrenia, guys. It's not the same thing. This is spiritual possession. This is possession completely. And it's hardcore. No, it's hardcore. But a few prayers, a few spells, with Jesus in mind often. And a few others, don't worry about it. Hey, I know who I am, okay? Stop getting on me about the text. Where's your name, huh? Is it in there? Probably is. It don't matter what I was talking about. It's just like that. Senility. Take advantage of it. Oh, right. Not George. Oh, Garfield. It's my other option in this life. Got him back on Christmas. Sacrificed Taran Miller in the process. Why the fuck would I ever let him out of my sight again? You guys fucking nuts. I climb Mount Shasta on Christmas to get him back. And die. Alone. I lost my tobacco. And I wasn't even satisfied that I was still alive. I'm like, fuck. My tobacco? Are you kidding me, you fucking demons? Guess what they did? I bet they just took it, and he goes, put it right up their fucking nose, huh? Nosers. Nosers. Was my brother schizophrenic? I don't think so. I don't even really believe in schizophrenia anymore. No, it's a misdiagnosis of being possessed by demons. I know, but I'm gonna die again. I have to get it out. I need someone who's really powerful. Just in case. You're ready if that happens. No, not suicide. I'm concerned about, my health. And a few other things. got pissed off recently. By getting shot in the woods. Surviving. With the Zeta biting, so I don't remember that part. But I kind of did. It's almost a different story. So I did remember that. Not be such a fucking wreck. Pretty damn sure. I don't know if people actually teleport or if they just reinstantiate somewhere else. This happens all the time. This is not uncommon. You hit a cat, and it's still alive. Lucky. Vajrapani hum. So, for you. It's for you. Legend has it. Garfield's everywhere. He's there. So he should be fine. This one's special. So what they try to do next. Slow calfgrass illusion bullshit. Often. Because they're a different person often. How's my purring son? But that paranoid though? See, not really. But they're smart. No, they're fucking smart. They're not stupid criminals. But they're criminals. Oh, they're heavy duty criminals. So they don't care about shit. The cops don't even believe me. Padme hum. Om Mani Padme hum. Om Mani Padme hum. Om Mani Padme hum. Mani Padme hum. Om Mani Padme hum. Christians, man, Christians. From my perspective, I hang out with the dude, okay? No, that was a human. Psychic. I didn't just make up that date. I read it in a book. A book I found during the making of this enlightenment. That was written a year before I was born. They channeled his mother and got the date. And it was planned. It was planned. To be the first of the year of the old calendar. Do I care? I mean, I do. I just gotta get off my chest. But that's who I am. When I was born. Everything else doesn't really matter. I mean, it could be just a weird coincidence. Almost is in a way. But of course it's not. Because I died. And I know it. No, I know it. Fucking know it. Do I remember it? No. Do what happened? Yeah. Really tried? Could I partially? Yeah, almost. Feels warm. And other than that, that's all I can really confirm right now, I guess. Except for the magic powers, I've almost confirmed that with people. Like, it's coincidence. Synchronicity here, synchronicity there. He's just a master at what? Timing? Knows what God was, right? Well, in the highest sense, being. Time. Not space. Is time your enemy? Why? You never really die. Sometimes it's months before these ghosts are really like, okay, whoa. This isn't a dream. No, I'm fucking dead, huh? No, I'm dead. Sorry, bro. Sorry. Welcome to the primordial waters. Welcome to hell. It's temporary. Possibly. Yeah, no, they are. The Jinn, no, they're powerful in a way that we don't understand. A Jinn. Salamanders. They can be more powerful than the angels. The fire beings. I like Garfield. He knows what I'm talking about. He connects with them deeply. Garfield does. Scares the shit out of him. Does it really scare me? No, it doesn't, Garfield. It just means you're powerful. I'm gonna watch out for sure. Not in an evil way, you fucking weird ass fucking freaks, dude. Were you at war with the Jinn in your mind? You thought they were evil. It says in the Quran, they are mischievous, can be evil, often evil, from your perspective. But they can convert. You'd be fucking surprised what that means to a genie, which I'm not. Do not claim to be. Don't move like one, almost. I go into the skies outside a little bit, but not even. Just depends. You know who's more powerful? Well, that's a debate. There's a lot of spirits out there. Around here, you got earth spirits, gnomes, satyrs, dryads, giants. And they're out there. I know that's crazy, right? It's crazy. It's nuts, right? Right? Totally nuts. I know it. I know it. No, he's lying. He must be lying. No, he's a bullshit artist. He must be a bullshit artist. No, he's not. A bullshit artist. He does not see very well. Which means when he saw it, it was close. Anyways, so I get carried away with the current. So don't ignore the rest of it. Instead, my childhood, it almost makes sense. This is what I believe now, after everything that's happened. Have you not seen them yet, the Lemurians? They really try to get up to. They don't always come up to you, and they see in the dark. Well, there's more than that out there. No, they're a race of people, and they're little. No, they're little. So the reptilians see not really. No, they're humanoid. And they're shorter than you. See, I don't know. I don't know what they are. I think they're goblins. From our perspective, almost. But they're evil? Not really. Just weird. Some of them are huge, though. And hairy. I think they're all kind of... They're weird, man. They're weird. Some of them are like the size of a chipmunk, but they fly. And you're like, okay, I see you, guy. It's everything I've seen in my life out there. I got all my lies over and done with, and they cursed me. I had to go through a whole fucking crazy process. Embarrassing the fuck out of myself. For years. Most of my life, actually. But I've seen some shit you would not believe. And no one believes it. I've done some shit you would not believe. No one believes it. So I'm like, okay, fine. That kind of life, that sucks. I don't want to live it anymore. But I have to. Because of Garfield. I know it's real. Not suicidal. It's not going to conform to your organism, to your species. The cave dweller. The 21st century troglodyte. A Homo sapiens. Yeah, your religion. No, your religion is talk shit and watch TV. Oh, your phones. Oh, your phones. Yeah, your phones. Oh, you work. You work a lot. That's your religion. Oh, you have a religion. Good for you. No, good for you. What else do you do in your religion? Work hard? Is that your religion? Damn, that works. Now, some of you guys are alright. And I know it. Doesn't mean I didn't see grays over your house one time. This also doesn't mean you haven't done some things in your life that you wouldn't die and they wouldn't show you that was really fucking wrong. Typically, people don't remember their NDEs for a reason. All the way through the good parts. I know it's there. I still got something to do, man. But reality is like, You don't understand. Yeah. You don't understand. Get to the right place and like xenobiting you after you just had it done. Told you, you're not ready for heaven. There's a little heaven here. There's a little one, yeah, up there in the clouds. Dreamland. It's down there too. Wraps around. There's heavens and the stars, all of them. There's heavens out there to you. World's still rung up in this one on the consciousness scale. But this one is interesting. Yep, shit's out there, and you learn too much, they will kill you. No, they will kill you, and that's a threat. That's a threat. From me, no. Through me, unfortunately, yeah. From humans, yeah, humans. Mostly, but not all of them. Why? I don't actually know. No, it seems ridiculous. Because we're living in a fucking zoo. Fucking zoo. And you're like, we can't know we're zoo animals. Why? I don't know. They can watch us destroy ourselves, I guess. Or so they can do it for us, I was hoping. It'd be more efficient. They can just do a reset. Get everyone in their place. Get me and Garfield out of here. I know I'm nuts. I'm nuts. But I've always been nuts. I beat it. Being nuts. I'm awake now. Now, you know they say hippies, they're like, oh, I'm wide awake. No, they're not. Some of them are, though. And they're the fucking crazy ones. Like, no, it's not like that. Not like that. It's like this. No, it's like this. And you're like, no. It's like that. Alive. All of it. All of it. Tare tu re. Stri och säger sva.
Zenyo-ryo's sanctuary must not be defiled. Therefore, no mortals are allowed to enter it. The Shinto shrine.
Yeah, they do. No, they do.
Concealed within the forest.
It's not impressive at all, but I don't really care. You should see me dance.
The dragon tradition has been passed down through centuries and thousands of years.
That's a tough question. Yes, I am. Now I am.
That the dragon is living in this cave.
Almost.
The dragon god Zenyo-ryo symbolizes the ambivalence of the myth. He does not bring
always kind of happen,
but rather life-giving rain.
There's something quite
from a philosophical perspective.
about the idea of a dragon, a fearsome creature that could be part of the natural world,
The middle path.
quite, and can do
The
things
middle path.
unnatural like breathe fire and fly. Everybody thinks they know what a dragon is, but depending on where and when you are in the world, it's radically different.
Dragons appear in countless stories and legends told by people around the world, and they often have completely different roles. At times as a demonic monster, and other times as a best friend, or an insurmountable force of nature. Game of Thrones is no exception. This fantasy epic ended in 2019 after 8 seasons and went out as one of the most successful TV series of all times. The prequel, House of the Dragon, picked up where it left off in 2022. This is primarily thanks to the dragons.
Depictions of dragons vary across time and space. Sometimes they have wings, sometimes they don't, sometimes they breathe fire, sometimes they don't. Many accounts are left down to us through oral tradition, hearsay, folklore.
In Klagenfurt on Lake Wörthersee in Austria, people have been recounting one of the old legends since the early Middle Ages. There they say, those who dare to enter the dark and eerie swamp outside the city never return. A voracious lindworm, supposedly dwelling in the swamp, is to blame. Back then, the Duke's brave servants performed a heroic deed. They managed to lure the dragon out of its cave using a bull, fitted with an iron chain and a barb. The plan works. The beast devours the bull and becomes ensnared. Klagenfurt is later founded at the site where the dragon is slayed. This is just one of scores of stories about dragons, lindworms, and snake-like monsters circulating throughout the German-speaking world. Linguist Lena Peschel wants to find out if there's more to the stories. Can the accounts of the mythical creatures be traced back to animals that have yet to be researched or are thought to be extinct?
Der Drache ist hauptsächlich von
For the most part, stories of dragons are transmitted by people, but the image has to have come from somewhere. People describe the world around them using language. They don't usually make up words for things that don't exist.
Das heißt,
So that means all over the world, people are using the same word for the same thing.
Mitbezeichnung sagt mir,
That tells me people are actually referring to something that exists.
sprachlich abzubilden.
Using modern scientific methods, Lena compares dragon drawings from around the world. Like the biblical Leviathan, the gigantic sea serpent from the Old Testament, or Quetzalcoatl, the feathered giant snake worshipped as a deity by the Aztecs and the Mayans. The Naga, as they are called, are semi-human serpentine creatures, presumed to be living in India. In China, Long, both a dragon and god of nature, controls the weather and the seasons. By contrast, legends of vicious, fire-breathing lindworms originate in medieval Europe. Is it possible that these legendary figures can be traced back to real-life events? In Klagenfurt, Lena Peschel is looking for answers. A monument to Klagenfurt's founding legend now stands in the heart of the city. For the cryptozoologist, this is more than just a decoration.
Die Kryptozoologie hat
The field of cryptozoology focuses on the space between the natural sciences and the world of unknown senses or sightings.
Unbekannten.
I find the legends about dragons exciting because dragons are one of the oldest animal-like creatures ever to be written about.
Weitesten Sinne Tier geht.
Where does the legend of the Klagenfurt lindworm come from? And who told it in the first place? Tour guide Horst Ragusch has been guiding tourists through the city for 20 years. He can't imagine Klagenfurt without the lindworm.
The identity of a town is based on the legends that surround it. Klagenfurt was founded because people did something they had never done before. The whole community, and especially the servants who slayed the dragon. Thus, the city's founding legend is a testament to those who overcame a problem, who overcame their fears.
The residents of Klagenfurt know exactly what the dragon looked like.
Is that what a dragon head typically looks like?
No. The first depictions of dragons found in Klagenfurt's first coat of arms looked a bit like dogs. And here is where the image really changed to become somewhat more reptilian.
That is really important because I read that a typical dragon often looked like a mammal. They had the head of a cat or a dog, sometimes a horse-like body or a horse head. So what I understand from you is that the reptilian image really started in Klagenfurt.
The oldest city seal from 1287 features a lindworm with the head of a dog, the body of a bird, and the tail of a snake. It wasn't until 1593 that this lindworm is depicted with 4 legs instead of 2, and the body and head of a reptile.
We've developed a kind of instinct for what we think a dragon is, and it's certainly linked to reptiles. We find their appearance strange and also their curious, scaly skin.
No borderline, no boundary.
They go with guard goals, but they often
Dissolving personality disorder.
in locations that are, in one way or another, challenging or threatening or dangerous to humans, such as dark caves or swamps.
Oh, diagnose me as this or that, the other thing. Like, no, check it out. Like, I'm not trying to take PTSD because combat is different.
Mere fiction.
Some shit's more intense than that.
This is a common dragon legend.
Even though I could get yeah, you know what I mean?
Dragon legend has a similar
Already kind of am.
The dragon is a symbol of great danger, a threat. And there's always a dragon slayer, a man who seeks to confront the danger. Many of them fail, but in the end, the dragon is always killed, so it's a happy ending.
Aquarius.
The story always ends with the hero emerging victorious over the vile lizard. It is a story about courage, how humans overcome forces of nature and chaos by facing the danger.
In some cultures, our stories about dragons center around the dragons fighting off some hero. And I think that really represents this
Latin.
good versus evil contrast, the balance between those two things, and to continue along in these stories because they capture something deep in the world.
And there was war in heaven. Michael and his angels fought against the dragon. Even the Bible features a dragon as the final apocalyptic adversary in the book of John. Does Christian literature hold the key to unlocking the mystery of the dragon? The library of the Strahov Monastery in Prague houses more than 200,000 ancient and medieval works. Librarian Geza Shidlovsky explains why dragons are so often depicted as the root of all evil, as the adversaries of God.
Everything must have a form. All content takes on form, and the form then gives rise to the content. The form of the dragon is evil. In the book of John, the dragon is portrayed as the face of evil that must be defeated. This is because the dragon.
What is an antichrist? If I can revive two.
To control them.
Question my ghost.
So even in early Christianity, dragons were the epitome of evil, the personification of the devil. One of the most well-known Christian dragon tales is the story of St. George. A pagan village is haunted repeatedly by a ravenous beast. Just as the king's daughter is about to be sacrificed to the dragon, George, the valiant knight, steps in and kills him. As a sign of gratitude, the whole village decides to be baptized. A story from the period of Christianization in Europe. It represents the promise that Christianity, together with all its saints, can offer protection from danger.
Dragons represent fear and harm. And maybe this is one reason why they're always associated with the devil and with evil in the Christian tradition. When the other side has dragons, that might incentivize you to join the church's side for protection and safety. So in this way, the church might be using the image of a dragon to persuade people to join the church and advance its political and social mission.
During the Middle Ages, nobody
Put the
doubted
cat
that
mostly on.
dragons existed, not even scholars.
About the conflict.
That'd be the hardest part, Garfield.
And dragons.
Sharing water.
In
The heaviest thing out there.
Ars Historia, first century Roman scholar Pliny the Elder
Won't be that hard. There's a lot of springs, but you'd be surprised.
That is known about the natural history of the ancient world.
Big fucking mountain.
This, as far as I know, is the first report to come out in Western culture about dragons and about their battle with the elephants. The dragons come from Mauritania.
No
the
fucking way,
kill
right?
elephants. Legend has it they coil themselves around their bodies and strangle them.
Dragons are described in detail in several texts, known as the bestiaries. They go by the name of Draco, Latin for dragon, and are portrayed in quite diverse and imaginative ways.
The dragons are all made up of several different animals. They are hybrid creatures. Some have wings, similar to bats. Others, the legs of a lion or an eagle. And the head is usually that.
Good for them. No, good for them.
Crocodile or a dog.
It means like big ego psychos are like they're making it through the planets right now, and they're just like
You also see dragons as hybrid creatures with bird-like
they're
bodies.
getting through it together. Some of them, they're like sticking together. They're not gonna pack. They're like, yeah, we're the most horrible people of all time, and they're like, we'll make it. No, we'll make it.
Hybrid animals, sometimes called chimera, are extremely
They've been in hell for like
across the
centuries,
world.
basically.
They're
They're
made
just
up
like
of bits and pieces of what's observable in that environment.
second chances, guys. Second
Reason why
chances.
They vary across cultures because they are
I
rooted
turned in
in
hell.
what is actually observed in that ecology.
It's a day. Damn near.
This transforms dragons into more than just winged lizards. They start to mirror reality. However, most dragons are able to do something supernatural. They
What are you doing, those cats over there?
fire. Sheer fantasy, or is fire breathing actually possible, at least theoretically speaking? Molecular biology.
So we give out the rest of it. Just getting it out of my head. What's up with the cats? The people who are getting tortured. Have you guys looked into that yet?
You need three things: oxygen, a combustible material, and some kind of ignition spark. All these things are available in nature and in biology.
An experiment is being conducted to show what this might look like. Greenhouse gas methane serves as the medium. In this case, a highly flammable foam is used. In nature, this gas is produced when plant food is digested, for instance, in a cow's stomach. To ignite the gas, Martin uses an electric spark. In doing so, he is replicating an organ found in about 250 species of fish, the electroplax.
The electroplax is an organ used by electric eels to generate surges of electricity. Originally, they were just muscles, but then they evolved to produce a current, an electrical voltage rather than a contraction.
The electroplax consists of electrocytes, thousands of electrical plates connected one after the other, similar to batteries in a flashlight. To stun its prey, the electric eel delivers a jolt of electricity. It can even be dangerous to humans.
With its electroplax, electric eels can generate a current of up to 860 volts.
So, in purely theoretical terms, a plant-eating dragon with an electroplax could actually ignite the methane produced by its own body and spit fire. Right?
The problem with this methane is that it doesn't compress well in a biological organ, which means if I produced a large flame, I would empty all the methane in the organ, and it would take another long day of digestion before I could spit fire again.
But there is another natural material that enables flames to be spread on a large scale: the spores from lycopodium plants. Because they are light in weight and have a fine dispersion, lycopodium spores create a particularly large combustible surface area.
When I blow into this tube, the lycopodium spores disperse, creating a very fine, flammable aerosol.
With the right type of ignition, it can produce a small inferno. Lycopodium is used in pyrotechnics for fire shows at rock concerts, for example. The experiment proves that an animal could theoretically play with fire using natural substances. This is likely not the explanation from a biological perspective.
From an evolutionary point of view, fire-spitting dragons wouldn't make a lot of sense. There are simply more energy-efficient ways for them to kill their prey, and a fire-spewing animal would be constantly burning down its own
Straight up
habitat.
hypnosis.
That's not ideal either.
Keep me stuck in my place, huh?
So the
Often.
origins of the fire-breathing dragon don't come from the animal kingdom, but have been conjured up by humans.
That's what I'm talking about.
Since the dawn
I'm
of
talking about
fire and heat have played a key role throughout human history.
vibrations.
Over 1 million
Often.
years ago, the first humans only had access to fire with the help of naturally occurring wildfires. It was not until 30,000 years ago that
Listen.
our ancestors learned how to make
Changed,
fire
didn't it?
themselves.
Why?
Without fire, it wouldn't be possible to food or protection or see in the dark. Everything that makes humans human has to do with fire.
On one hand, the fire breathed by dragons is a representation of knowledge, and on the other, it's energy. But this is exactly what dragons represent: the knowledge of how energy takes form. So they become symbols of wisdom, and they become breathers of fire, breathers of knowledge.
It is no wonder that many dragons are said to have had healing properties. In the Song of the Nibelung, the hero, Siegfried, bathes in magic dragon blood that enabled him to be virtually indestructible. Since ancient times, people versed in healing practices and herbal medicine have claimed that dragon bones can be used to treat ailments and wounds. It is alleged that the Romans used dragon bones to treat pain and a variety of injuries. In the 12th century, dragon meat was still used in the Arab world as a remedy for paralysis and colds. In the 12th century, Christian Saint Hildegard von Bingen recommended using dragon's blood to treat gallstones. To this day, Chinese medicinalists believe dragon bones have miraculous properties. In the form of a balm, drops, or tea, they are said to give strength and heal a variety of ailments. The fact that the bones used are fossilized animal bones does not make them any less popular.
While in the Western tradition, dragons tend to be seen as something evil, scary, dangerous. In other cultures, that's not the case. So, in the Far East, for example, dragons are godlike creatures. They're benevolent, they're kind, they bring good fortune and good luck.
In Japan, rituals paying tribute to the water dragon are an integral part of everyday social life. For 11 years, Tatsuya Kanda has been overseeing the Shinto
I think I'm
shrine
floating.
in the Muro Mountains.
Almost
His
sometimes.
father-in-law was once a priest here, and Kanda will also pass on his duties to a family member as per tradition. It is very important to pay homage to the dragon god.
Those are prayers for a bountiful harvest in the future. If the festival would not be performed anymore, it would be a sign that the village is in a state of critical collapse. If we cannot continue this festival, the very existence of this village would be in danger.
For centuries, rituals honoring dragons have shaped Far Eastern culture. People believe that the dragon, Long in Chinese and Ryu in Japanese, controls the weather and the seasons. Their strong tradition is based on this belief.
そうですね。当然、いい時も。
There are good times and bad times. But I think the power of nature is something that feels extremely threatening to us. Therefore, it is important to have a sense of reverence every day. Pray to the dragon gods, the kami, show gratitude to them. We pray daily for peace in our hearts. I believe that the kami responds to such a mindset and protects us from natural disasters such as flooding.
Back, yeah, the back. The back. Correcting. Kundalini yoga.
Traditions and rituals are a deep part of the human social experience. They help us coordinate, to bond with our groups, to provide meaning and support, and offer a sense of safety in the face of unpredictability.
Breaks the laws of physics. No, breaks the laws of physics almost.
The dragons go from being a malevolent threat to an ambivalent phenomenon. In Prague, Elena Peschel searches for clues as to why the image of the dragon starts to change during the 15th century.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Following the discovery of the Americas, Europeans became increasingly interested in distant lands. Artifacts from other continents were collected in what was referred to as cabinets of curiosities. Also
Right,
on display
right.
at the Strahov Monastery in Prague. This
654 Garfield on that clock.
from the 17th and 18th century.
Hit 754 on that one.
Alchemical literature,
Yeah, I missed it. It's okay.
and exotic taxidermy.
The Garfield numbers.
A dragon?
I got one of them this time.
Small.
Yes, true.
It's a baby.
The most
See, Precious deserved these numbers, so give her mine.
standing at around 77
8, 5, and
years
2.
tall and a good 400 years old. Could this be
Garfield got him for some weird reason. 7, 4, and 1. So George got 3, 6, and 9.
A basilisk.
You know about it.
They are mysterious, rare, and relatively unknown, but they belong to the dragon family.
basilisks?
Oh, you want to switch now? You want to switch?
As extremely venomous snakes. Since the Middle Ages, myths have been circulating about their origins. It is said they were spawned by toads in a dung heap, or hatched from a snake's or hen's egg. Their distinguishing feature is the crown on their heads. It is said their gaze turns people into stone and their breath is deadly. This basilisk has 6 wings, 2 feet, and a kind of crown on its head. An animal that does not, and should not, exist in our world.
There are actual figurines in Chambers of Wonder that are dragons. This is because, in many cases, they were believed.
What are the humans for? What does this mean?
If we think about a world where really broad parts of continents were out of reach for many people, and travelers would bring stories over long distances, the idea that a dragon could be living on another continent in another part of the world, that was very possible.
The new sailing routes to the Americas and Asia marked the beginning of a new era for Europe.
It's a math equation. I don't know what it means.
The Europeans discover the last corner
Figure it
of
out,
the earth.
humans.
Conflicts ensue, but also a lot of interaction and trade between cultures. In particular, European art collectors benefit from the treasures of the New World, which they put on display in those chambers of wonder.
People were looking at an animal they had not seen before in nature. Of course, to us, it is strange that they thought it was a dragon. They knew it was an unusual creature, but they didn't know what exactly.
This dragon does not fly through the air, but across water.
In fact, this specimen was made from the skin of a stingray.
From a stingray?
Yes, it was carefully prepared, preserved, and cut into shape.
In the early modern period, stingrays that end up as bycatch in fishing nets are dried and elaborately processed. The body parts of other animals are added to some of them, creating amazing mythical creatures. British sailors named the figurines Jenny Hanover, borrowed from the French Jeanne d'Anvers, which translates into the girl from Antwerp. This is a clue as to where many of the imaginative animal figurines were made and sold to the sailors at the time.
These kinds of figurines originally came from sailors. They would process the fish and then sell them as souvenirs or as strange, mysterious objects to those who knew nothing about the sea or fish. They made these dragons, basilisks, or other fantastic figurines.
Tourists and collectors would buy these unique figurines in order to show them off in high society as a sort of rare exotic treasure. Another Jenny Hanover figurine in the Strahov Chamber of Wonder is said to be a merman.
Here you can see how it was made, because you can see how these parts were connected. They cut through the skin and throats and then boiled the body.
So this is actually empirical evidence that people believed in dragons. It is not evidence.
That'd be average
that there
infinity.
were real
Cut it in half. What we find in the middle? What would that equal? Garfield the cat,
As the story goes, sailors
laying there in the night
from their journeys
with me and George.
figurines from faraway lands, saying those are dragons. In
Nothing.
any case, if people want to believe in something,
You guys.
making things from bones and parts of animals, that's a very good way to convince them.
You're right there.
The Jenny Hannovers are not real dragons, but provide further evidence that people long believed they existed, and that there is a need for mythical creatures in a world where many things still seem incomprehensible.
Precious, you're inside technically.
Symbolism is as complex as humanity itself. The dragon is depicted differently depending on the people doing the depicting. The things
She
that
came in at one point.
their
At one point.
environment, their landscape, their religious beliefs. The dragon is this supernatural, otherworldly, mythical beast that can blend and change according to what people need.
It seems that hardly anyone is bothered by the fact that dragons are so hard to find. That's because dragons apparently like to hide in caves or swamps or on high mountaintops. It's no wonder that the Alps have long been considered a place of refuge for dragons. According to geologist Georg Friebe, dragon legends in the mountains reveal a great deal about the surrounding environment.
Depending on the legend, dragons have several roles. Sometimes they're the source of danger, other times they warn of dangers to come.
This is especially true for areas with a particularly striking landscape, like when mountain ridges resemble a dragon's spine, or mysterious hills pop up in the landscape, like in Beitzau in Austria. A legend describes the origins of the Jola-Bühl. Legend has it, a poor man once asked a rich farmer for alms here, but the stingy farmer sends the poor man away. Shortly thereafter, the sky grows dark, and an avalanche of stones comes crashing down on the farmhouse.
There's a dragon amidst the moor rubble, and the beggar appears to be riding the dragon. The dragon's tail pushes the rubble, causing the rocks from the moor to fall.
Exactly.
And that is how the hill was formed. From a geological perspective, that's something completely different.
Love is going through our lives, right?
The dragon myth is constantly
Right.
changing.
Love
Human
us.
beings are
Love
natural
us.
storytellers, and we're also
We're just going through our lives. We're just like, bullshit, 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 and bullshit.
with a mighty fire-breathing demon.
Some more bullshit. Yeah, a bunch of bullshit.
That gets layered up in these stories.
No, all kinds of bullshit.
Something that's shared around a campfire into something that represents moral issues.
Utter bullshit. Yeah, bullshit and bullshit. Oh, I heard bullshit on bullshit. Someone's straight picking up like bullshit and bullshit, dude. No bullshit and bullshit. Yeah, some bullshit and bullshit, bullshit.
So over time, dragons have become the reason behind avalanches and landslides, storm surges and floods, natural catastrophes which humans can neither prevent nor control. And when landslides repeatedly occur throughout the night,
Right. No, right. Right.
people are quick to
No, right.
the culprit.
Right.
An indomitable dragon that devours both livestock and humans. Legend also has it that the dragon too was
People who know nothing about geology, seeing a hill out of place along the
Georg Friebe, mythical beings are nothing more than misunderstood natural phenomena. A welcome theory for people who seem to be at the mercy of their environment.
Major events such as fire and flood, earthquake and drought are now understandable to us. But for our ancestors, a dragon, a creature of immense power, and more importantly,
Some lies and some bullshit.
the world was a perfectly rational explanation. but we must rely on science.
Yep, damnation.
In 2015, historian
Turns out
compared the characteristics of dragons described in legends coming from 23 different cultures.
Yes.
He is in pursuit of the very first
Oh yes.
as described
Simba somebody sa anibasan na matahan beto shaka na.
Based on his findings, the origin of the myth lies in southern Africa. What did the first ever dragon look like? A hairy horned serpent.
Before we could even stand on 2 feet, we were afraid of snakes. And this fear went with us everywhere we went. And in every dragon story, this fear is there. Fear, what was one of the most scary predators in the world.
So is the dragon myth based solely on the age-old fear of snakes? This theory seems to be confirmed by the origins of its name. The word dragon is derived from drakon, the ancient Greek word for stiff-eyed beast or serpent. Can the tales of dragons be traced back to encounters with snakes? This is what cryptozoologists like Lena Peschel are trying to find out.
In fact, we received a report a few years ago that someone had seen an unusual reptile in the Alps in Steinhaus, South Tyrol.
In Steinhaus, Südtirol. And
the way it was described is quite similar to what I would consider to be the most famous cryptid in Europe, the Tatzelwurm.
Auf dem Tatzelwurm.
And the Tatzelwurm is a small European dragon.
The name Tatzelwurm literally translates to snake with claws. The creature is described as reptilian, up to 2 meters tall, with a long body, a cat's head, and 2 legs, making it able to pounce on its victims at lightning speed. Tatzelworms are said to dwell in caves or abandoned tunnels, particularly in the Alps. The people there consider them shy and reserved creatures. They only become aggressive when caught off guard by humans or animals. Eyewitnesses report hearing a high-pitched whistle before seeing the Tatzelworm and being met with its malevolent gaze. Others tell of a sticky slime or poisonous fumes which the little dragon is said to have excreted. Over the last 150 years, there have been a number of documented sightings. In South Tyrol in particular, the stories are piling up. One of the most recent sightings was said to have taken place along a stream about 5 kilometers from the village of Steinhaus in South Tyrol.
There are hundreds of reports of an unidentified animal in the Alps. So based on the current amount of data, you can actually say, okay, there's got to be something there. Something is definitely behind these stories.
Lena Peschel wants to get to the bottom of the eyewitness accounts. Together with reptile expert Ivan Plasinger, she is searching for the scene of the uncanny encounter.
Along the street.
Oder Charter.
Together with his fellow members of the Hapatone Club, Ivan Plasinger devotes his time to protect biodiversity and researching endangered reptiles and amphibians. There are lots of these in the Alps. Could mountain lizards and slow worms be behind the Tatzelwurm sightings?
Lizards and reptiles like to hide in ravines around streams and creeks. This here is the perfect spot for them because there are covered areas and open areas.
Yes.
I saw something that looked like a snake on the rock down by the stream.
It had eyes like a lizard, was a greyish-brown in colour, and a blunt tail that wasn't at all pointy. In total, it was about 1 metre long and had 2 short legs.
As the legend goes, the tatzelworm digs deep underground burrows and then lives in them.
Quindi la mia domanda ora è:
So, my question is, are we currently in an area where snakes or lizards normally exhibit such behaviors?
vivono in questi cornicoli incavati da loro stessi?
Meaning them burrowing dens
Fanno così, serpenti,
and then live in them?
oppure sauri, altri
No. Allora,
animali qua?
no, allora
No, there are certainly some natural burrows here, and there are also snakes that do dig their own dens, but not our snakes. The snakes that we have in this area don't do that.
Ok, i nostri serpenti non fanno questo.
Despite all of this, Ivan Plazina still believes the tatzelworm could be a native snake species.
E questo serpente
Imagine a snake catches a fish. It then needs to take it to shore to eat it. This is something a dice snake would do.
Per esempio, la bice tessellata fa questo.
Unlike other snake species, the dice snake is an excellent swimmer. It spends a lot of time ambushing its prey in shallow waters. After successfully catching its prey, it drags it ashore, usually horizontally in its mouth.
Però se il serpente per un
Imagine the snake is holding the fish in its mouth
aspetta che il pesce
like this
muoia,
and taking its time to eat it. This is exactly what the eyewitness might have seen. Maybe the fish was in its mouth, and this looked as though it had 2 little front legs.
potrebbe.
So only a snake with its prey, or a cat-headed dragon on 2 legs after all. Ivan Plazing is sure that from quite a distance it would be difficult to tell exactly what one was seeing.
So that cliff over there, it's 5 meters from here. An animal that is that large, perhaps elongated or curled up, can be identified by a trained eye. In other words, by me. But if the animal is further away, near that huge cliff over there, say 10 to 12 meters away, then it would be quite difficult to identify the species, even for me.
The Tyrolean tatzelworm. Once again, no evidence of real dragons.
Oh, and Garfield had the power eye. No, he was too powerful, so I had to give him the wisdom eye instead.
People tend to remember things and attend to things.
Now he's a third eye mark
that they
on his
already
forehead.
have. And so if you really believe
But he didn't have that
dragons exist, you will only pay attention to the evidence that confirms that belief and tend to ignore the evidence that denies it.
Big George had the power eye.
My first encounter with consciousness.
Precious has the wisdom eye too, and she's a lot better with it than Garfield.
Whose most recent past life took place.
Well, I just gave her the third one often.
I could
My other
look
cat.
into their
Why
past
not?
life and see and feel their planet through
Who else I
them.
give it to?
It was a fully enlightened world. There was no karma there. Every being was fully embodying their light in form without distortion.
That's fair. And then give you this one,
Total joy,
Precious.
Total peace and resonance. I also remember vividly something that happened during a group clearing call I was leading
This one.
for several
Here
thousand
we
light
go.
workers in
This is Garfield one.
2017. It was the first
George
time I
right here.
witnessed a dying world, a
All
world where
these.
the lights went out, where
All
all
these pretty
life was
much,
wiped out by the decisions made and actions taken by the dominant species on that planet. I have seen both the heaven on earth ending and the planetary extinction ending. And we are at a critical moment right now when humanity and all of us lightworkers must choose with conviction which ending to our story we want to live and cook.
But even myths can have a big impact, especially when spread all over the world over thousands of years. Like the myth of the Klagenfurt lingworm, which for the longest time has been dragging people and animals into the swamp.
Mm.
Geologist Claudia Doyen believes that the old legend has shaped the regional identity of the city of Klagenfurt.
These old maps provide evidence in support of the legend and the Lindworm saga. This one dates from 1780 and has Lake Wörthersee over here. Today, this whole area has already become part of the city. At the time, it was still an open field. And here, on the south side of the city, to the east of the lake, there was a large swamp.
No, you can't get jelly anymore, Precious. You can't get jealous. Because technically you're tagging along.
Long before the first settlers came here,
but not even, huh?
She
had this
for a swamp or bog.
She had this thing on her. It was like a cancer, a tumor. It was benign mostly, I thought, but I think it might have killed her.
At the time,
the infection did for sure, huh?
Disappeared in the swamp, and so did animals. It was clear that some mystical creature was behind all this. No,
it was like a skin tag. And the way they're linked to me is different. Garfield is like this. George is like that.
Fear turned into legend.
She's like right here.
What is real and what certainly added to the eeriness is the fog.
It's like, you know what? They're linked to George.
Say problems, but we do have a lot of fog.
And Garba's mom's name is Precious. She's got good too. She's right here with Precious. She's a little one.
Fog occurs when it is warm during the day and cold at night. On a
She's
cold,
like here.
clear night, the ground that has been warmed by the day loses heat. The water vapor in the air condenses in the morning, and the fog cover increases. Klagenfurt is located in a valley surrounded by mountains. From autumn on, there's barely any wind and the nights become colder. This causes fog to form in the middle of the Klagenfurt Basin. And this has been happening for 50 million years. Many lost shepherds and wanderers disappeared into the swamp, becoming the dragon's latest victim. This is usually how legends start, closely linked to natural hazards. In 1335, nearly 100 years after the city was founded, the people of Klagenfurt believed they had finally found evidence for the dragon story. They found a skull, which in their eyes...
Something like Dune. That's what I was thinking too, like Dune.
They found this huge skull, which was not comparable to any other animal known at the time. Back then, this made everything clear. This was the proof that the dragon existed.
It happens to Leto. You know, like Leto. Atreides.
Imagine coming across a giant skull for an animal that you've
Leto,
never
the
seen
second.
before. This is where myths
Paul's son.
enter into the story. It's maybe not that far-fetched to link
That book.
skull to an animal like a dragon that you.
It's the only one I've actually listened to.
Because that gives you some explanation for something
All the way through, not
that
even.
Seems
The
inexplicable.
shortened version, but it was good.
Fossils and bones have been used as evidence of dragons since ancient times.
Number 5, yeah, the fifth one in the series.
A 6th century
Best one, huh?
Greek vase depicts the battle between Hercules and the sea dragon Cato. Cato is represented by a skull fossil. In the 5th century BC, Greek historian Herodotus reported finding skeletons in Egypt that he believed were the remains of dragons.
It's the oldest
Even
plant
later
medicine in the
drawings
world.
that were used
Cameo
until the
tea.
Middle Ages as proof that dragons really existed. This is most likely how other mythical monsters from ancient Greece were explained, like the Cyclops from the legend of Ulysses. When a fossilized elephant skull was found on the island of Crete in 2003, researchers assumed such a finding was mistaken in ancient times for the skull of a one-eyed giant. The elephant skull might have been used to prove the one-eyed giant existed because there weren't any known elephants in the region at that time. These are the kind of finds of unknown animal bones that fuel legends about mythical monsters. However, modern science can finally explain the giant mysterious bones. Nowadays, everyone knows that fossils like this one from England are not from a dragon at all. They are the remains of a marine reptile called Ichthyosaurus, which can grow up to 10 meters long. Excavation director Dean Lomax still affectionately calls the find the Rutland Sea Dragon.
Historically, back during the early 1800s, when the very first ichthyosaurs were being found by the likes of Mary Anning on the Dorset coast, the scientists of the day, they weren't quite sure what to make of them. And you imagine these giant beasts with big teeth and big eyes, some of them having really long necks, the plesiosaurs. They started to refer to them as sea dragons.
Ichthyosaurs lived about 180 million years ago, back when this part of the world was still underwater. Researchers are using these types of fossils as a gateway into a
man.
world.
How you doing, Garfield?
Paleontology was something of an underground science before their ideas were widely accepted. That's because what they proposed was quite extraordinary. They suggested that there was a world that existed before the time of the humans, that was unimaginably old, that was full of the most extraordinary creatures.
As a result, the origins of the dragons are surprisingly diverse, ranging from forces of nature to fear of snakes, mistaken observations, and inexplicable fossils. In 2015, this woolly rhinoceros cub was found in the Siberian tundra. During the last ice age, woolly rhinos roamed the plains of Eurasia, just like the mammoths. They went extinct around 12,000 years ago. If you compare the skull of the woolly rhinoceros with the presumed skull of the Klagenfurt lindworm, it's impossible not to see the striking similarities.
At the time it was found, people didn't have any knowledge about fossilization. They had already discovered many things like large dinosaur bones and said they were from dragons or giants that drowned in the Great Flood.
Could the dragon skull found in Klagenfurt actually be that of a woolly rhinoceros from the Ice Age? The evidence speaks in favor of this. So this wasn't a bloodthirsty monster that ate the people of Klagenfurt alive. Rather, it was an herbivore that lived thousands of years before the city was founded.
On the one hand, paleontology destroyed the myth of dragons as generations of scientists proved that there was this extraordinary world of unimaginable, ferocious creatures. But on the other hand, the fact that it actually already proved that something inconceivable actually existed, then in some respects it does keep alive the dragon myth. Because if we've done it once before, what is there to say we won't find something remarkable again?
There are very few myths that are so complex, disproved, and yet somehow true. The dragon is and remains a part of the history of humanity, and almost all over the world.
Myths carry more truth than history. And sometimes that means they have to be different than history, because they're focused on carrying the insights from our spiritual understandings, from our philosophical discoveries. So the dragon is a real memory of real snakes, but it's also a symbol that carries our own philosophical insights and spiritual understandings.
So from a biological standpoint, dragons are really just figments of our imagination. But from a cultural perspective, they are much more than that. Symbols for the fight of good against evil, emblematic of humankind's longing for magical powers. A reminder of our powerlessness in the face of nature.
Mo. Hi, Garfield. Mo. No, not that one. Meow. Meow. Love you, Garfield.
Without the ones like you working tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. No matter your industry, Grainger's here for you with professional grade supplies. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
For thousands of years, humans have told each other myths and legends. From the Battle of Troy to the lost city of gold. But there is one myth that continues to strike fear. A legend that comes to us from the ancient Greeks. The myth of King Minos and the Minotaur. King Minos, the ruler of a great civilization on the Mediterranean island of Crete. The Minotaur, a monster like no other. Part man, part bull. Trapped in a labyrinth beneath the castle of King Minos. A king who avenges the murder of his son in the ancient Greek city of Athens by feeding the Minotaur young Athenians. But what if some of this myth was true? What if there was a great civilization on Crete? A culture that worships the bull, where bull jumping is seen as a sacred ritual, where symbols of the bull dominate the art and architecture. We know these people as the Minoans, a civilization that flourishes over 5,000 years ago, during the Bronze Age.
This is a very sophisticated society. The first civilization in Europe with their own languages, their own style of architecture. We're talking buildings 3 stories high.
Creating some of the most beautiful art of prehistoric times. A culture where women and men appear to live together in harmony.
Female power in Minoan society is really intriguing, and it doesn't have many parallels elsewhere in Europe or across the Bronze Age at this time.
A society which trades food, wines, and textiles with civilizations across the Mediterranean. A seafaring people who use their mastery of the sea to trade with the ancient Egyptians to their south. The Hittites in what is modern-day Turkey, and the Mycenaeans of Greece to their north. In a region dominated by these warmongering empires and ruled by divine kings, the Minoans live in a society defined by peace and prosperity.
There is a large trade network that is happening here, and the Minoans must have been dominating the seas at this time.
Until that is about 1300 BCE, when this entire civilization seems to disappear. What is the ancient apocalypse that wipes out the Minoans?
What happened to the people? Where did they go? What fate did they meet?
And is there any truth to the legend of the Minotaur? Crete is one of the largest islands in the Mediterranean Sea. With its temperate climate all year round, access to the sea for fish, as well as good soil for farming. It is no wonder the island has been inhabited by humans for over 100,000 years. Crete's position in the Mediterranean, close to Europe, Asia, and North Africa, has made it a hub for trade for thousands of years. And also a prime target for foreign invaders seeking a foothold in the region. Today, the island is a popular tourist destination, welcoming up to 5 million tourists a year from around the world. But hidden beneath the tavernas and olive groves are believed to be the seeds of myth and legend. Our search begins in the village of Knossos, about 5 kilometers south of the capital city, Heraklion. The year is 1900, and British archaeologist Arthur Evans begins his dig in earnest at Knossos.
Arthur Evans is a British archaeologist. He was born in the mid-19th century. He's a Victorian man, and he is fascinated by old, ancient civilizations.
Evans is digging at a time when the interest in ancient Greece is at fever pitch. Evans is inspired by recent discoveries of an ancient Greek civilization at the southern Greek city of Mycenae. Known as the Mycenaeans, these great warriors and traders are considered the forefathers of ancient Greece. The discoveries date the origins of ancient Greek culture to around 1500 BCE. So when Evans gets news from the Greek island of Crete that a local man has uncovered some ruins in Knossos, Evans smells an opportunity. Maybe he can uncover another part of the ancient Greek story and find his own fame and fortune. The dig is also a dream come true for Evans, who as a boy fell in love with the stories of the Minotaur and the Labyrinth. Evans now has a chance to dig on the island where King Minos is said to have lived.
This is a time of great exploration. People have got new empires and they're digging in new areas. Are there any truth to any of these stories, like the story of the Minotaur?
But one of the first things Evans finds will affect him in ways he couldn't possibly imagine. A small piece of clay tablet with unusual markings on it. Evans looks closer at the markings and decides they can't be accidental. They're too regular. They must have been created by human hand. They must be a form of writing.
The moment he put his spade in the ground, he found tablets written in a script that he didn't actually recognize. As the excavation proceeded, he found thousands of them.
Finding writing tablets from the Bronze Age is rare. Writing was done on unfired clay tablets, which are fragile. But the tablets Evans finds have somehow been fired. The intense heat preserves them. For Evans, this is a stroke of luck, and he is thrilled as he believes he may have found a new form of writing. But this begs a question. Whose writing is this?
On these tablets is a writing that is completely unfamiliar. It's not Roman, it's not Greek, it's not, even hieroglyphs from ancient Egypt. This is a brand new system of writing. What does this mean? This means there's a new civilization, and he has discovered it. This would make his name.
Evans wonders if the writing may somehow be connected to the Mycenaeans. Or might it
Responding to
even
you.
predate the Mycenaeans? But before Evans can answer this mystery, his dig uncovers something even more
Who are you?
dramatic.
A spy, huh?
Evans and his team
Oh,
discover
from another
that this
country.
is not just a site of writing tablets, but the location of a ceremonial palace. A palace that sits at the center of a large complex.
What Arthur Evans discovers at Knossos is an enormous palace complex. We're talking dozens of rooms, doorways leading into massive warehouses. We've got a throne room with a chair in the centre of it. Who were these people that designed such a vast building? I mean, these were architectural geniuses. This was an entire new architectural style. And again, once more, evidence of a brand new civilization.
Evans uses pottery he uncovers at the site to try and date the palace complex. And he believes that the palace complex predates the Mycenaeans of ancient Greece. In searching for the myth of the Minotaur, Evans finds the actual palace complex of one of the oldest known civilizations in ancient Europe. A society no one knew existed. A society without a name. So Evans will be the first to give these people a name. And he chooses the Minoans, after King Minos, from the myth of the Minotaur. The Minoans exist nearly 2,000 years before the founding of ancient Rome, and hundreds of years before the Great Pyramids of Egypt, with Minoan civilization starting around 3000 BCE.
King Minos was the man who put the bull in the centre of the labyrinth. And throughout the Palace of Knossos, there are images of the bull. And if it wasn't just that, the actual layout of this palace that he's found, this complex, is really strange. It is labyrinthian. You have rooms leading off rooms leading off rooms. If you were to go in there without a clue of where you were going, you would get lost. This was exactly the Minotaur at the centre of the labyrinth that he'd been looking for.
The writing tablets Evans has found are some of the earliest forms of writing in the history of the region.
Here we have a form of writing which, it predates all other European languages. This is utterly incredible. The discovery of the Minoan civilization really fills in a gap for archaeologists, because we know that there was a civilization in ancient Egypt dating back. We know about the Akkadians, we know about the Sumerians, but there's this huge gap in history before you get the rise of Greece. What was going on in the Aegean Sea? Well, that's exactly what Arthur Evans filled in by discovering the Minoan civilization.
But the key question still remains. Why did the Minoans disappear? And does their story shine a light on the myth of the Minotaur? For the next 2 decades, Evans uncovers a civilization like no other. He unearths more artifacts from the Minoans and begins to construct a more complete picture of their society. Evans believes Minoan society revolves around the great Minotaur myth, with statues and frescoes depicting giant bulls. They show a ritual bull jumping sport or ceremony, and repeated imagery of horns of consecration, as Evans names them. These images of bull horns suggest bulls have a sacred position in Minoan life. But at the heart of Minoan art is the central role of female imagery, of goddesses, of priestesses, of stunning statuettes depicting women in positions of power and reverence.
What we do see are things like sculptures of goddesses, female figurines holding snakes. We have frescoes representing women involved in bull jumping. What we don't see are representations of women doing kind of more domestic activities, the kind of the day-to-day. And
You
our
would, though.
evidence is really intriguing.
No, I'm getting hypnotized right now, big time.
Evidence is also found of how technically advanced the Minoans are.
They're trying to. So you can't listen, you can't pay attention, ever.
And drainage systems that are some of the earliest examples of European waterworks. Dr. Alexander McGillivray has been studying the Minoans for over 4 decades and made careful analysis of their society and architecture.
Here we are at the drain that comes out on the east side of the palace. It's an extraordinary piece of engineering. You can see where we are now. This is where the drainage system pours out into the river down below here. And they actually put in plumbing before the palace was built. So they're way ahead of certainly the Greeks at this time and anybody in Europe.
7 for 1 on this clock, Garfield.
The more Evans catalogues the finds, the more he discovers how
8 for 1 on that one.
the Minoans
Love you, boy.
are
You hungry?
to the wider world of the time.
We can't underestimate the complexity of the Minoan civilization's trading networks. They had influence and exchange with civilizations right across Bronze Age, Europe, and into the Middle East. We get evidence of papyrus and glass coming from Egypt. We get evidence of other materials coming from places like modern-day Syria, evidence of trading with mainland Greece.
But something still eludes Evans. If the Minoans are such an advanced society, then what happens to them? With their palaces abandoned in around 1350 BCE, and the people gone, what causes one of Europe's first great civilizations to be wiped from history? As Evans continues his dig, he notices something unusual about the palace complex at Knossos. He finds smashed pottery and walls that have been ripped apart. It looks like the palace isn't abandoned, but that parts of the complex collapse. What particularly intrigues Evans is the House of the Fallen Blocks, as he calls it.
When Arthur Evans came here to excavate, he excavated outside the palace. He was digging what looked like townhouses. And within one of these townhouses, he found these huge blocks in situ. This is exactly as they were when Evans was excavating here. And they probably came off of the southeast facade of the first palace.
So what could cause such a thing to happen? An answer comes to Evans himself in 1922, and again in 1926, when he experiences large earthquakes. Evans develops a theory that catastrophic earthquakes are a clear indicator as to what might have wiped out the Minoan civilization. But there's a problem with his theory. Evans uncovers that there seem to be not one, but multiple earthquakes. And each time, the Minoans rebuild.
These ancient buildings were made from quite rudimentary stone and mortar structures. As the shockwaves from the earthquake travelled across the land, they would have shaken these structures And because they're quite rigid and brittle, the mortar in between would have collapsed, effectively causing the blocks to scatter over the site.
The west wing of the palace at Knossos has mixed brickwork, suggesting that parts of the wing are rebuilt after collapsing.
You get a really clear picture of the different phases of architecture. This wall here is dated to the very beginning of the first palace. Then there's a destruction. There's a rebuild on top of that, as you can see very clearly here. Then there's a massive earthquake destruction. Then there's a rebuild of the new palace on top of that. And you can see how over the course of time, over the thousands of years, Knossos gets built and rebuilt and rebuilt and rebuilt.
So while the Minoans are certainly affected by quakes, they have the ability to rebuild. Evans dies in 1941. He goes to his grave convinced that earthquakes somehow bring an end to the Minoans. But without any further evidence, the Minoan demise remains cloaked in mystery, until one of Evans' own students comes up with a new theory. Dr. Spiridon Marinatos is late 20s when he meets Arthur Evans at the dig at Knossos. Marinatos is already a high flyer in the world of antiquities, as he is the director of the Heraklion Museum in Crete's capital city. Marinatos disputes Evans'
killing him, yeah.
of earthquakes as being the sole reason for the end of the Minoans.
See how proud of it they are?
What he found was that some of the buildings in the palatial complex of Knossos were actually repaired. Blocks were put back into place to recreate building structures. He also found evidence of pottery, and this suggested that life continued after significant earthquakes in the region.
Gargar's fine.
He has found pottery that is dated after Evans suggests earthquakes.
That's delicious, huh? That's delicious. I love you.
Marinatos is influenced by a discovery he makes a few
Kitty,
kilometers
I love
from
you.
Knossos, at the Minoan port of Amnisos. As Marinatos and his team excavate, they come across something very unusual. As they dig inside the area of a house, they find the floor covered in an unexpected stone. Pumice. Pumice is a stone that is created when volcanic lava comes into contact with water and quickly cools. But this causes Marinatos to scratch his head.
Although there is geological evidence of earthquakes on Crete, there is no geological evidence that points towards volcanoes, so we have to ask ourselves a question. Where has this pumice, a volcanic rock, actually come from?
A possible answer comes to Marinatos 20 years later. He and his team are on another dig, 100 kilometers to the north of Crete, on the island of Santorini. At the center of Santorini is a volcano known as Thera. Around 1500 BCE, Thera is known to erupt, and it covers much of the island in volcanic ash. It's here that Marinatos uncovers an ancient fishing town at Akrotiri. What is unusual about this town is that everything has been perfectly preserved. Under 7 meters of volcanic ash. What astonishes Marinatos is not only has the deep ash perfectly preserved the town, but as his team dig deeper,
they discover writing tablets that suggest that Akrotiri is actually a Minoan trading city.
I can't begin to imagine how excited he must have been, because there were always those rumours, people in the local area picking up pieces of pottery, but to actually land upon it and then realise the scale of preservation that he was dealing with, it's every archaeologist's dream to even work on a site like that.
$850 Garfield.
Attention! Were you or someone you love exposed to a CAPTCHA while just trying to fill out a simple form on the internet at any point between 2000 and 2023?
Exposure to CAPTCHAs on the internet has been linked to extreme frustration, resulting in
The civilization was desperate. They had tried everything. They'd built galaxy-spanning observatories to capture every wavelength of light pouring in from the entire observable universe. They'd crafted ingenious devices to peer into the microscopic, then subatomic, and then quantum realms. They'd even explored and colonized vast
What kind of realms,
swathes of the
Garfield?
cosmos, great arc ships traveling between galaxies over time spans of billions of years. They were, without question, the most powerful civilization the universe had ever seen. But it was still not enough. For after untold millennia of effort, they had finally come to the conclusion that their universe was not alone, that there were infinitely many more, that what we see as the vast and almost incomprehensible cosmos is just one tiny, insignificant bubble, floating in an infinite sea. The existential dread of this realization did not bother the civilization. By now, far removed from their genetic origins, they were used to dealing with a giant, cold, uncaring universe. The real problem was one of measurement. The presence of an infinite multiverse brought with it seemingly insurmountable difficulties. Difficulties in evaluating problems. For example, a relatively simple question: were they alone? In the observable universe, this was fairly straightforward. They could work it out by scanning every single star and every single galaxy. But even though they had figured out how to access the other regions of the multiverse, their studies had shown them that the rest of the universes within the multiverse were not just numerous, they were infinite. And this meant that they couldn't measure probabilities. Was their universe common or rare? Was their type of carbon-based life form 5% of those in the multiverse or 95%? It was impossible to say if there was an infinite number of universes. Every percentage read zero in their calculations. How many intelligent species inhabited the multiverse? An infinite number. But the multiverse also contained an infinite number of empty universes. Any finite amount of information they had gathered amounted to zero. Despite their millennia of effort, they literally knew nothing. Their journey had begun eons before in their dim and distant past, taking their first cautious steps into outer space by building far-flung probes and ground off-world observatories. They eventually developed their own Kardashev scale, mastering all the energy on their home planet, then their solar system, galaxy, and beyond. Over the ages, they had taken to reshaping entire planets, systems, and galaxies into powerful experiments and exquisite laboratories, simultaneously peering out into the cosmos and down into the microcosm. But how far could they ever go, and how much could they ever discover? Were there cosmic barriers they could never pass, information hidden in the darkness that they could never reach? What were the ultimate limits of the universe? In 2011, nomads traveling the Sahara Desert found a literal piece of Mars. The meteorite, named Northwest Africa 7034, had a fascinating secret, one which many different news outlets reported. However, modern-day news reporting can be overwhelming, chaotic, and hard to work out what to trust, which is why Ground News has been a big help in my research, and they've kindly helped to make this video possible. This platform gathers the world's news in one place, so you can compare coverage and verify your information. Indeed, using Ground News, I discovered that this meteorite showed evidence of water on Mars over 4 billion years ago. It was great that I could see this information from dozens of news sources worldwide, as well as in bullet point form through their summary feature. Each of the news sources also come tagged with information on context, like whether the publication leans left or right, who owns the publication, and a very helpful factuality rating. Interestingly, more than 90% of the sources on this story are rated highly factual. And so I encourage you to visit ground.news/HOTU or scan my QR code if you're looking for a quick and easy way to stay fully informed on any topic. Make sure you use my link to save 50% off unlimited access to their Vantage plan, the same one I use. Indeed, this is their biggest discount of the year, whether for yourself or as a gift. It had all started with patterns. The creatures of the civilization had noticed long ago that there were certain special rhythms in the world around them. Seasons changed on a predictable cycle. Dark clouds looming on the horizon meant that a storm was coming. The appearance of special stars meant that it was time again for the planting of crops. And so they created physical markers to signify these important rhythms and developed rituals to remind themselves of their importance.
How you doing?
Agonizingly, over the course of centuries, stretching into millennia, they began to discover deeper patterns. They found laws that could apply across the universe, formulas that governed physical processes regardless of their location in space and time. They discovered the fundamental constituents of matter, breaking down elements into atoms, atoms into particles, and particles into subparticles. They mastered the intricacies of gravity and quantum mechanics, diving deep into complex mathematics that revealed how both tiny particles and massive galactic superclusters behaved. They deduced what energized stars and supernovae, heartbeats and hearing. They learnt it all. They became sophisticated and powerful, wielding the secrets of the universe to their desires. They invented science, and it was beautiful. But this was just the beginning. How far could they stretch these ideas? How long would it take to reach Kardashev Type 1? Nikolai Kardashev didn't set out to imagine the scales of possible alien civilizations. Instead, he just wanted to be an astronomer. Born in 1932 in the Soviet Union, his parents were initially members of the Communist Party, but were arrested when he was just 5 years old. He lived as an orphan. By the time his mother was released, he'd already graduated from university. At Moscow State University, Kardashev focused on radio astronomy, which at the time was a new and exciting field of research. He was prolific in his scientific career, joining the Space Research Institute and serving many roles in the International Astronomical Union, a transnational effort that helped connect scientists despite the tensions of the Cold War. But his entrance into public consciousness came from a 1964 conference in Armenia, where he presented a now famous paper on communicating with alien civilizations. To estimate the civilization's ability to broadcast radio transmissions, Kardashev assumed that more advanced civilizations would be capable of harnessing greater and greater amounts of energy. Drawing by analogy a comparison to hunter-gatherers collecting by a campfire to modern society splitting atoms for power, Kardashev estimated that civilizations more advanced than our own would go on to capture the energy equivalent of an entire star, or even an entire galaxy. This would give them even greater abilities to communicate across the vast distances of the universe. And so in his paper, he briefly sketched out a simple classification scheme, which came to be known as the Kardashev scale, in his honor. A Type 1 Kardashev civilization would be able to harness the power of its entire home planet. A Type 2 Kardashev civilization would be able to harness the power of its entire sun. And finally, a Type 3 Kardashev civilization would be able to harness the power of an entire galaxy. And presentation given to his main focus of astronomy. His imagination would not be finished with Kardashev
I know some beings
and his energy scale.
who are like that almost.
However,
And they are humanoid almost.
dive into intergalactic
With cat faces,
and
damn
push
near.
scientific advancement to its ultimate limits, it is important to remember that the journey had to start somewhere. Survival.
You'd be fucking surprised what these guys look like. Next to cats.
Against that world was to learn, to apply our unique intellect, to deploy our ability to imagine alternate possibilities, and to reason through deliberate choices. One of the earliest examples we have of the emergence of science in humans is in the form of a slim ivory tablet dated to at least 32,500 years ago. On one side of the tablet is the silhouette of a man, with legs astride and arms outstretched, a figure resembling the constellation Orion, one of the most well-known constellations found in cultures around the world. And on the other side, a neat rose with 86 notches carved out. 86 is an interesting number. From the vantage point of the cave where the tablet was located, the stars of Orion were below the horizon for roughly 86 days every winter. And 86 days, subtracted from 1 year, gives a rough estimate of the human gestation period. And so did these ancient people devise some method of keeping track of time based on the disappearance and reappearance of Orion? And did they make a connection between that length of time and the length of a pregnancy? We can only speculate what their motives were, but clearly these prehistoric people were beginning the journey towards some kind of science. One of the most prominent philosophers of science, Karl Popper, argues that some myths represent the first ever form of scientific theory, a kind of proto-science that generated testable ideas that eventually evolved into scientific thoughts. Stories of creation, of how the world came to be, stories of forces, of how wind and rain and rivers have the properties they do, even stories of emotions, explanations of why we feel the pain of a loved one's passing or the joy of the birth of a baby. Cave paintings, like those of Lascaux in France, depict the world of our ancestors. Animals and hunters, the important sacred rhythms of their lives preserved on the walls so that lessons could be shared with each new generation. Eat this, not that, be careful in the wilderness, this is how to be an adult in our society. And so our ancestors learned how to wage war, how to fashion weapons for hunting and for killing, how to settle disputes, how to create laws and govern themselves, how to turn the sounds of their speech into marks on stone and paper so that their words, their thoughts and ideas could be transmitted across space and across time. And as our knowledge grew, human societies became ever more sophisticated. Specialists developed, and in almost every culture, a certain class of specialist arose, the astronomer. It was within that class, the astronomer, that the first threads of modern science began to appear. It was the astronomers that first applied a relatively new trick in their quest for knowledge of the universe: mathematics. Indeed, some of our earliest recordings of the sky include mathematical models to predict celestial events. Take the Saros cycle. If you happen to see a solar or lunar eclipse, then there will likely be another one 223 lunar months from that event. But it was one person in particular that took mathematics in a new, unexpected direction: Galileo Galilei. Galileo was born in 1564, and while previous thinkers had applied mathematics to the study of the heavens, Galileo was among the first, and by far the most prolific, in his application of mathematics to every phenomenon. According to Galileo, the book of nature is written in mathematical language, and the symbols are triangles, circles, and other geometrical figures, without whose help it is impossible to comprehend a single word of it, without which one wanders in vain through a dark labyrinth. Galileo was one of the first to use mathematics to discover facts about nature that ran against common sense. For example, common sense dictates that heavier objects should fall faster than light ones. Indeed, the great philosopher Aristotle reasoned that heavier objects had a greater affinity for the Earth. But Galileo used mathematics and careful, repeated observations to realize that all objects fall at the same speed, unless wind resistance becomes a factor. This discovery was perhaps the birth of modern science, where evidence and experimentation led the way to new knowledge. Indeed, one of the philosophical foundations of science is empiricism, that evidence proves the day. You can have any idea you want, but ultimately, evidence and observation determine whether that idea has any merit, or if that theory is valid. Mathematics also gives science two important tools. One, mathematical models provide handy, concise summaries of natural phenomena. E equals mc squared is easier to remember than explaining the whole thing. It also allowed scientists to follow a logical progression in their trains of thought. With mathematics, a scientist can form a hypothesis and know for certain that consequences of that hypothesis will be true. To illustrate this idea, let's think about lightning. For millennia, philosophers had debated about the true nature of lightning bolts. For most cultures, lightning was a sign from the gods, usually one of displeasure. The ancient Greeks knew of some electrical phenomena, such as the electric sparks that form when rubbing amber on cloth. Indeed, the word electricity comes from the Greek word for amber, and while some philosophers argued that lightning was a scaled-up version of this electricity, others argued that it was more akin to a bolt of fire. And it wasn't until 1752 that the matter was settled. Flying a kite in a thunderstorm, future founding father and all-round polymath Benjamin Franklin was able to pass current from the storm into a Leyden jar, a simple kind of battery, demonstrating that lightning was made of electricity. With that confirmed, other experimenters, like Charles Augustin de Coulomb, discovered a simple force law relating electrical charge. Mathematical insights by Carl Friedrich Gauss and Michael Faraday revealed that the influence of electricity is better described by electrical fields. And a half-century later, James Clerk Maxwell would unify the description of the electric field with that of the magnetic field, and discover that light itself was made of electromagnetic waves. A chain of reasoning, careful investigation, and mathematical insight would go all the way from lightning bolts to the true nature of light. A surprising and unexpected result. And so through the scientific method, we have been able to discover the workings of many of the most mysterious phenomena in nature. Storms are caused by heat transportation in the atmosphere. Volcanoes are caused by magma chambers venting to the surface. Lightning is caused by static discharge between clouds. Diseases are caused by microscopic pathogens invading our bodies. The list goes on and on. And one of the most powerful parts of the scientific exploration of the universe is that our knowledge is always updating and evolving. As an obvious example, we've updated our understanding of gravity many times. starting with the basic concept invented by Galileo and into the Newtonian revolution, where he realized that gravity was a universal force of nature, and then, after 2 centuries of refinement and expansion, Einstein changing our view of gravity again, seeing it as a consequence of the deformation of space-time due to the presence of mass and energy, our understanding of its true nature has shifted dramatically. Even today, we know that another refinement in gravity is on the horizon, one that incorporates the physics of the quantum world. Through science, humans have acquired more knowledge in a few short centuries than we have in all previous millennia combined. Our understanding of the universe has expanded. And yet, despite all our accomplishments and our slaying of the mythical dragons of old, the universe is still full of mystery and the unknown. It seems, despite our scientific prowess, that we have not yet even scratched the surface of what we can know. And so what is our ultimate limit? To what extent can we use these remarkable scientific techniques to explore the universe around us? How much can we ever know? Perhaps our greatest limiting factor is the biological systems that support and create our own thinking. Our brains, as sophisticated as they are, can only capture and retain so much information at a time. Speed reader Howard Stephen Berg claims to be able to read 25,000 words per minute, while his claims are disputed. In 2020, Emma Lam of Pakistan memorized 410 random words in 15 minutes. And in 2015, Rajveer Meena of India demonstrated to the world that he'd memorized 70,000 digits of pi. It's difficult to assess the capabilities of the human brain. The nearest metaphor we can use is computing, but the human brain works in a very different way. However, we can make some rough analogies. The total memory capacity of the brain, for example, is somewhere around 2,500 terabytes, 1,000 times more than your typical home computer, but far less than our most powerful supercomputers. However, our brains are also extremely efficient at sorting through the blizzard of sensory data constantly streaming in. Our conscious minds can only process around 40 to 50 bits of information every second, and from that trickle, we are able to be aware of our surroundings, make complex decisions, and fashion incredible leaps of insight and imagination. And on top of these limitations, on a cosmic scale, our bodies are comically fragile. We are ultimately limited by our DNA. We must regularly consume food and water. We must ensure that we get adequate rest. Indeed, the longest that anyone's ever stayed awake is roughly 19 days. The human body can only exist in a narrow window of circumstances. The human mind can only operate within a finite range of capabilities. In the end, our biology dictates our limits. Even the smartest or strongest person still requires the same basic mechanisms. Sodium ions must still move across semi-permeable membranes to activate connections between neurons. Electrical signals must travel up and down the nerves at finite speed. Hormones must spread throughout the body to maintain homeostasis. All of these mechanisms are written into us as the product of billions of years of evolution. There is no trick of genetics or accident of birth that can expand our capabilities beyond that. We are trapped, either in the slim biosphere that supports our kind of life on the surface of the Earth, or in a ready-made capsule capable of temporarily supporting us within the depths of space. Wherever we go, we must always carry our biology with us. And so in our quest for advancement, the question has to be asked. Is there a way to go beyond the limits of the flesh?
Have a Garfield. Of course there is.
The experiment was finally ready. The civilization had spent generations, 1,000 years by their reckoning, in its construction. In their quest, they had achieved what we humans would dub a Kardashev Type 1 civilization, harnessing the equivalent power of all the solar radiation arriving on their home planet. In the process, they had colonized their entire solar system, with societies and cities on every planet, from the sun-baked innermost worlds to the distant icy moons. They had sent countless synthetic emissaries out into the void between the stars. They had discovered the fundamental forces of nature, the strange rules of the quantum, and more, and put that knowledge to work in the construction of fantastic, seemingly magical to us, technological devices. But they had also run into familiar limits. They had discovered long ago that the fundamental forces of nature merge together at extremely high energies, accessible to any planet-bound laboratory. And so to peer even farther into nature's mysteries, they constructed a particle collider the size of their solar system. Scavenging every last remaining uninhabited asteroid and scraping layers of distant, unwanted moons, they constructed a ring of superconducting tunnels orbiting their star. By their calculations, the device would have the energies needed to break the quantum gravitational barrier and directly access the Planck scale, where space and time themselves break down. Over the centuries, the experiment developed the aura of a religion. The occasion of the first test runs of the collider were accompanied with great pomp and circumstance, long-winded speeches, blessings, and prayers. And finally, after generations of work and anticipation, they activated the experiment, ready and willing to peer into the heart of nature. Our brains, with 100 billion neurons and 100 trillion synaptic connections, are the most complex structures in the known universe. And so as we found that our thirst for more knowledge was never quite sated, we developed tools to extend our thinking. Prior to the theory of germs, doctors had assumed that cholera, a horrible disease that causes life-threatening diarrhea and dehydration, was caused by miasma, or bad air. However, in the mid-1800s, the physician John Snow suspected otherwise, but could not prove it. And so, in 1854, when an outbreak of cholera struck the Soho neighbourhood of London, Snow deployed a relatively new technology that would seem obvious to clinical researchers today. A map. A simple dot map, showing the clusters of cholera cases.
Breath.
He used this dot
Spirit.
map to find the centre of the clusters, a water pump on Broad Street. Evidence in hand, he
Life.
convinced the neighbourhood authorities to remove the well pump handle. And with that, the outbreak ended. His astute use of the simplest of instruments, a map, saved many lives. And so technology does not need to be complicated in order to be effective. But as we learn about the inner workings of the natural order, we could build more powerful technological tools to probe further and learn even more about the world around us. We invented devices that extend and enhance our normal senses. We created telescopes that bring the distant universe into our laboratories, beginning with Galileo's transformation of a curiosity toy sold at markets into a refined scientific instrument. His first telescope achieved only 8 times magnification, a power superseded by simple modern binoculars, but with that magnification, he was able to reveal the mountains and boulders of the moon, the satellites of Jupiter, and the multitude of stars that make up the band of the Milky Way. Indeed, with each new iteration of the telescope came new discoveries, culminating in the 1920s with the Hooker telescope. With that telescope, Edwin Hubble was able to observe individual pulsating stars within the Andromeda Nebula, discovering that it was instead a galaxy sitting millions of light years away. And while telescopes continued to get larger on Earth, they were limited by the distortions of the atmosphere. Space telescopes, while smaller in diameter, had a more pristine view of the cosmos. With a mirror diameter of 6.5 meters, so large that it had to be cleverly folded up to fit inside its rocket, the James Webb Space Telescope achieves a resolution of around 1/10 of an arcsecond. That's hundreds of times more powerful than the human eye, capable of reading the details of a coin placed 40 kilometers away. And the most powerful proposed telescope is called the Solar Gravitational Lens. Using the bending of starlight due to the sun's gravity, an instrument placed about 540 astronomical units away from the sun would be able to observe images magnified to a resolution of 10 to the power of 10 arcseconds. At that resolution, it could paint a detailed portrait of the surface of any exoplanet within 100 light years of Earth.
And at the other end of the spectrum, we have created microscopes to expand into view the unseen world around us. Today, the most powerful microscopes rely on quantum tunneling to provide precise information down to an astonishing resolution of 0.05 nanometers, which enables us to map out the distributions of atoms and molecules within materials and create high-resolution portraits of even the smallest of biological organisms. Most recently, we have also developed computing as a third branch of scientific investigation, standing alongside theory and experiment. Through computer simulations, we have watched as synthetic universes evolve over billions of years. We have peered inside the hearts of stars as they die in fantastic supernova explosions, and we've observed as proteins fold together and perform their vital functions. And so, technology has advanced rapidly over the 20th century as humanity has continued its quest for information about the world around us. Indeed, the total information content currently available to humanity in the form of electronic storage is estimated at around 175 zettabytes, or 175 trillion gigabytes. And on an annual basis, the entirety of humanity consumes roughly 5 times 10 to the power of 20 joules of energy. And so while most of that energy does not go to storing information, if we want to upgrade our current technology, and if we want to acquire more data about the universe, we will need to harvest more energy. And so what would be the most effective way to do that? If we were to cover the entire surface of our planet in solar panels, we could capture roughly 4.4 times 10 to the power of 16 joules of solar energy every single second. In less than 3 hours, we could potentially capture enough energy to fulfill our present-day energy needs for an entire year. But if we wanted to do even more, we would have 2 choices: capture more solar energy or travel to an energy-rich environment in the galaxy. To capture more energy, we could follow the suggestion of visionary physicist Freeman Dyson, who envisioned ripping apart entire planets and converting them into a shell surrounding the sun. These so-called Dyson spheres could capture more of the solar energy that currently simply blasts away into empty space. For example, if we were to convert the entire mass of the Earth into panels or pieces of a shell roughly 1 kilometer thick, we could capture 0.0004% of the entire solar output. That seems small, but it's orders of magnitude more than the 10th of a billionth of the solar energy that the Earth currently receives. Of course, this kind of mega engineering does not come without its own energy costs. It takes energy to rip apart a planet. With kilometer-thick panels, it would take tens of thousands of years to recoup the energy investment spent in unbinding the Earth to transform it into solar arrays. Considering that we've observed no Dyson spheres within the galaxy, perhaps the smarter option is to pack up and move. Black holes offer a great home for an energy-hungry species. Their small size and rapid rotation stir up space-time around them, and clever arrangements like the Penrose mechanism can be used to extract energy from that rotation. At that scale, we could turn entire planets into data storage warehouses. We could convert entire solar systems into observatories. We could send far-flung probes to the edge of the galaxy and beyond. And indeed, returning to high-energy physicists, we can find one of the clearest examples of scientific and technological advancement running hand in hand. Our attempts over the last century to crack open reality itself. Beginning in the 1930s, physicists realized that they could use electric and magnetic fields to accelerate charged particles to higher than normal energies before smashing them into pieces, combing through the debris in the aftermath to see just what they were made of. They started to peer into the world of the subatomic. Ernest Lawrence, working in Berkeley, California, was one of the first pioneers of these particle colliders, creating
93
a
Garfield.
diameter cyclotron that could achieve energies of 80,000 electron volts.
Listen to this.
After World War II, when most high-energy particle physics was taken over by the development of atomic weaponry, researchers created the Cosmotron at Brookhaven National Laboratory in Long Island, New York, and achieved energies of 3.3 billion electron volts, going on to discover a new class of composite particles known as mesons. The neutron at Fermilab outside of Chicago, Illinois, reached peak collision energies of 980 billion electron volts, and with those energies in the 1990s verified the existence of the top quark. And in 1991, construction began on the enormous superconducting supercollider in Texas. But 2 years later, the project was shut down due to budget cuts. If completed, it would still remain today as the world's most powerful collider. Instead, the holder of that title is the Large Hadron Collider at CERN, located at the border of Switzerland and France, which took nearly a decade to build and cost almost $5 billion. Achieving energies of nearly 14 trillion electron volts, thousands of scientists from around the globe participate in the experiment and through their work have confirmed the standard model of particle physics and the key role of the Higgs boson in particle interactions. Particle colliders have been a huge success in helping us pull apart the subatomic realm, but they are also a clear example of the limits of our current technology. Though the Large Hadron Collider can reach incredibly high energies, to be able to probe the Planck length and search for experimental evidence that could help us prove or disprove current theories of quantum gravity, a hypothetical framework that would combine general relativity and quantum mechanics, we would need a particle collider able to reach energies 10 trillion times higher. And so while we continue to grow ever more powerful, we're already seeing our own limits. If we want to explore further, we have our work cut out for us. We will have to develop radical new technologies that go far beyond the scale of what we can even imagine. We will have to expand our engineering might to encompass not just planets or stars.
Pom 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 pom. Pom 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 pirisom.
The fleet consisted of over 10,000 ships. After spending generations developing ideas, comparing and contrasting different techniques, exploring and exhausting all options, the civilization had ultimately decided that there was no single best way to move amongst the stars. And so they attempted all of them, all at once. Some of their civilization began construction of mighty generation ships, miniature worlds in their own right, capable of sustaining large populations for eons. Others crafted spry, single-occupant vehicles, powered by planet-bound beams of light to loft them to a pre-selected star. But most opted for some arrangement in between, medium-sized ships containing many but not huge amounts of passengers, with most of their occupants in a state of torpor, while automated systems guided the craft. Indeed, it took almost everything the civilization could muster, but they had no real choice. They had depleted the energies and resources of their system. They had to go elsewhere in search for answers.
Hypnosis. Yep.
They had outgrown their home, pushed past
A lot of the
the
names and details. And I was saying that too.
It was time to venture out and move towards
Like who are you saying you are? What are you saying again?
And beyond.
Some of it's true though.
And it turns out the key to unlocking the stars rested in an unexpected place: hummingbirds. There are hundreds of known hummingbird species, which is a group of the smallest living birds. Most of them live in the year-round reaches of the tropical rainforest, but roughly a dozen species spend their summers in North America. And every single year, as the air starts to cool and plants and flowers prepare for winter, these hummingbirds begin a great journey, migrating to warmer climates for the winter. Among these species is the rufous hummingbird. At an average size of just over 7 centimeters long, at the end of every summer, it undertakes an annual migration of over 6,000 kilometers, traveling from Alaska to Mexico, only to return the following spring. And one of the strategies that enables this miraculous flight is the hummingbird's extensive use of torpor, a state of reduced activity related to hibernation. In torpor, the hummingbird enters a state of deep sleep, dropping its body temperature by half and slowing its metabolism by 90%. And this torpor, or hibernation-like state, will be necessary if we desire to travel among the stars. Because, quite simply, they are very far away. Launched in 1977, the Voyager 1 spacecraft is currently nearly 25 billion kilometers from Earth. It is humanity's farthest flung spacecraft and is truly now in interstellar space, having crossed the heliopause, the region where the sun's solar wind gives way to the interstellar medium, in 2012. Traveling at a speed of over 60,000 kilometers per hour, Voyager 1 will continue its journey amongst the stars, eventually becoming just one more body orbiting around the center of the Milky Way. And so, if we had placed an infant on board the journey of Voyager, it would have been middle-aged by the time it reached interstellar space. By the time that Voyager reaches the inner edge of the Oort cloud, the diffuse collection of icy debris orbiting the Sun that serves as the home of the long-period comets, that person would have been long dead. That journey will take another 300 years. By the time that Voyager crosses the outer edge of the Oort cloud, 10,000 more years will have passed. And if Voyager was aimed at Proxima Centauri, our nearest neighbor star, it would take over 35,000 years to reach its destination. Indeed, as a species, we are only now getting used to interplanetary distances, but we are not even slightly prepared for the enormity of interstellar, let alone intergalactic distance scales. The Canis Major Dwarf Galaxy is the nearest galaxy to us at 25,000 light-years away. It would take Voyager roughly 749 million years to reach. All current far-flung spacecraft accelerate only a few times. Once at launch, with most of their energy expended simply by escaping the Earth's gravitational grip, and then in space, our craft do not carry all that much propellant, just enough to repoint themselves if they drift off course. For additional acceleration boosts, spacecraft can use gravitational slingshot maneuvers, stealing some momentum from planets and giving it to themselves, boosting them to higher speeds. But out between the stars, that simply won't be an option. And so, simple physics presents hard limits to our ability to travel. Accelerating spacecraft, no matter the means, requires energy. And in the vast, expansive desert between the stars, energy is hard to come by. So any craft will have to either coast at constant speed, like our current craft, or carry a source of energy with them. Because of this fundamental limitation, to reach further into the universe ourselves, we have two choices: large but slow, or small but fast. In the 1950s and 60s, a collaboration of scientists working with the United States Air Force, DARPA, and NASA investigated the possibility of a spacecraft accelerated by the most powerful and compact source of energy available to us: nuclear weapons. Called Project Orion, the concept was to ignite nuclear bombs behind the spacecraft. A large plate would absorb the blast and, by conservation of momentum, push the spacecraft forward. While the project only had interplanetary missions in mind, the researchers did find that a 10,000-ton spacecraft would only require roughly 800 bombs to accelerate a payload of 5,000 tons to Mars, or 1,000 tons to Saturn in less than 3 years, opening up the tantalizing possibility of extending this concept into an interstellar mission. However, the project eventually fizzled out as the engineers could not overcome the numerous technical challenges, leaving the only object to be accelerated into space by nuclear propulsion, an iron lid, welded above a shaft as an attempt to contain a detonation called Pascal A in 1957. Scientists estimated the lid sped into the atmosphere at a speed 6 times the Earth's escape velocity. But despite the abandonment of Project Orion, future generations may revive the concept, or find other clever ways of accelerating spacecraft to manage the voyage across the stars. One such hypothetical concept, which for now sits firmly in the work of science fiction, is the generation ship. Also known as the world ship or arc ship, the basic idea is to not bother trying to get to other stars as quickly as possible. Instead, the ship would become an isolated bubble of humanity, with a large population living and working generation after generation deep within interstellar space and only reaching their destination tens of thousands of years into the future. Of course, such vessels would be incredibly complex and the voyage fraught with danger, But with such means, civilization could slowly and steadily advance among the stars. Perhaps not very far, a steadily expanding sphere of maybe a few dozen light years across, but even that would enable the exploration and colonization of hundreds of worlds. And the civilization might not even have to build it themselves. We know that natural debris, shards, and pieces left over from the formation of solar systems across the galaxy already wander from system to system. Indeed, in 2017, one such piece, named Oumuamua, briefly entered the inner solar system before quickly making its way back into the depths. A patient civilization could just wait for the right opportunity and hitch a ride, transforming the wandering space rock into a suitable habitat for the journey. But the only known way to make the interstellar journey faster is to make the spacecraft as small as possible. And in recent years, the Breakthrough Starshot initiative based out of New York has proposed such a craft. It relies on a light sail, a thin membrane that reflects light and pushes the main body of the craft forward. The reference design of the Starshot concept is to use a square light sail, a kilometer on a side, powered by a 100 gigawatt laser for 10 minutes. The spacecraft could achieve up to 10% the speed of light, reaching our nearest neighbor star well within a human lifetime. There is one catch, however. The Starshot spacecraft itself can weigh no more than a gram. Unless an advanced civilization wants to flood the galaxy with paperclips, they're going to have to find a better way to travel. And so, just how far a motivated species could travel is presently unknown. A few light years would allow them to visit nearby stars. Tens of thousands of light years could get them across a galaxy. Millions of light years would let them make the leap between major galaxies themselves. But despite all the challenges and obstacles, if they are able to achieve extremely fast velocities, then ironically, physics does allow them one reprieve: time dilation. We know that moving clocks run slow, but from the perspective of outside observers, the closer an object gets to the speed of light, the slower in time it appears to progress. This is part of the interconnection of space and time that undergirds our universe. Passage of time remains normal for any passengers. After all, thanks to relativity, from their perspective, they could rightly argue that it's them that are standing still and it's the rest of the universe that's moving. Of course, for this time dilation to have any meaningful difference, then a spacecraft must come as close to the speed of light as possible, which presents its own challenges. But if a civilization could somehow harness the energies to do it, the entire galaxy would be at their fingertips. For example, if a spacecraft could maintain a constant acceleration of 1g, roughly 10 meters per second, inching ever closer to the speed of light as it travels, it would take nearly 30,000 years to manage the trip from the solar system to the core of the Milky Way, from the perspective of outside observers. For the passengers on the ship, however, that massive undertaking, crossing half the width of the entire galaxy, would be completed in only a few years. But this is an extreme example, and would require truly extreme energies. In general, it seems likely that to take advantage of the wider universe, we would have to drastically alter our biology. Humans currently live for roughly 80 years, the blink of a cosmic eye, though through cultural tradition
Salvation.
and records were able to preserve information and transmit it to the future for our descendants.
Self-accusation. Good for you.
But if we are to pursue the greatest of cosmic mysteries and attempt to consume all the information available in the universe, we will have to find ways to extend the capabilities of our own human brains and extend the lengths of our lives long enough to make the journey between the stars in search of ever greater sources of energy. Indeed, it may be possible to develop systems that allow us to liberate our conscious minds from the prisons of our bodies. This would allow us, or at least some version of us, to travel among the stars without the need for oxygen, water, food, and vast energy resources. We might be able to develop small spacecraft housing individuals, or even entire communities, existing in a low-energy torpor-like state in the long journeys amongst the stars, and awakening once more resources and energy are available. But even with alien or artificial superintelligence, there will still be limits. At the end of the day, we all live inside the same universe, bound by the same laws and the same physics. Try as we might, the cosmos itself puts hard limits on how far we could ever go. They called it simply the machine. It had taken them eons to build, so much time that the original founders of the project, indeed even the planet where the founders had come up with the idea, had long since vanished from the historical record. But the purpose, the goal of the machine had persisted through the ages, through revolutions and rebellions, through political splintering and harmony, through bad times and good. The civilization had long ago mastered all the technology they needed. They devised crafts to ferry them across the gulfs between the stars. They could control the force of gravity. They could create intelligence as sentient as they were. They were now firmly classified as a Kardashev Type 2 civilization, with each one of their capitals capable of consuming the energy output of an entire star, enrobing it in a networked mesh of solar panel arrays. But the machine was their greatest project yet. They'd sent themselves and their electronic probes far and wide throughout their home galaxy and found not a trace of any other living species. As far as they could tell, they were alone. And they desired to know if the entire universe was just for them. And so a small group of them, distant descendants of their first scientists, proposed a plan. A scan of every single galaxy in the entire observable universe, capturing every detail at every wavelength of light with as much resolution as they could muster. Enough information, enough knowledge that they could determine once and for all if they were truly alone in the universe. Eventually, the machine spanned the entire galaxy. Robotic missions set to work on far-flung solar systems, transforming entire planets into lenses, antennae, power sources, and communication arrays, each system becoming a vast, multi-wavelength observatory. Each observatory got to work, and once completed, taking roughly 10,000 years for its survey, began sending the collected data back. These data streams took over 100,000 years to complete transmission. Entire planets were converted into data storage warehouses. Black holes were used to power the computational processing. This would be it, a census of the entire universe, the total absorption of every scrap of knowledge that the cosmos would have to offer. And then, only then, could the civilization rest. If we project our technological achievements far into the future, assuming that our current pace of advancement continues, we can imagine all manner
His little third eye. His little third eye out now. Where'd that come from, huh?
Particle accelerators that loop around
Is he enlightened or what?
the system and beyond, achieving energies far above what we can with the Large Hadron Collider. We could build telescopes positioned in the outer solar system that leverage the gravitational lensing of the sun, using it as a magnifying lens to amplify our images of distant stars and galaxies. Far into the future, we could even capture solar energy or the rotational energy of more exotic objects like neutron stars and black holes to provide the power necessary to run overwhelmingly powerful computers capable of simulating physics at all manner of scales, perhaps even simulating the universe itself. But despite our seemingly endless future potential, there are limits inherent to the cosmos. The speed of light, the age of the universe, the number of particles, the rise of entropy. Hard boundaries that the laws of physics simply will not let us pass. And of course, at some point, if we continue our quest for knowledge far into the deep future, we will acquire every bit of information available in the entire universe. The uncomfortable truth is that there is only a finite amount. In the 1920s, astronomer Edwin Hubble revealed that the universe is expanding. On average, every galaxy is getting farther away from every other galaxy. except for the occasional random merging due to gravitational attraction. And over time, cosmologists realized that this discovery revealed that there was a finiteness to the universe. One finiteness was in time. Prior to Hubble's discovery, astronomers had assumed that the universe was infinitely old, that it had simply existed statically forever into the past and would continue to exist in largely the same state forever into the future. But the Big Bang put a finite age on the universe, or at least on our universe. The second finiteness was in the spatial extent of the universe. In truth, the universe could be infinitely big, but the expansion history of the cosmos introduces a horizon that limits our ability to access it. The cosmos is only so old, roughly 13.8 billion years old in fact, and light only travels at a finite speed. This means we can only see a small portion of the entire universe, like holding a torch in a pitch-black room, because there's only been so much time for light from distant objects to reach us. This limitation is encapsulated by the concept of the light cone, which is a projection of the limits of the spread of influence and information in both space and time. For example, if you send out a light signal, it takes time for that message to reach distant destinations. If the sun were to shut off at this very moment, it would take 8 minutes for that information and ensuing darkness to reach the Earth. If the Andromeda Galaxy were to somehow suddenly disappear right now, we wouldn't find out for another 2.5 million years. Expanding this concept to the entire universe tells us that the cosmos could be, and probably is, far larger than we could ever possibly observe. This means that there is information in the form of more galaxies and stars and events that will remain forever inaccessible to us. Their light, their information will simply never make its way to us, and whatever secrets they hold will remain out of even our most eager of gazes. In fact, because the universe is constantly expanding, the most distant objects in our observable bubble are already receding away from us faster than light. What we see now was light sent to us billions of years ago. By now, the galaxies are so far away that over time they will slowly fade away from view. In an expanding universe, the amount of things we can see shrinks with time. And so all the information we could ever require about the universe is contained by those bounds in space and time, almost 14 billion years into the past and roughly 42 billion light years in any direction. And this confinement introduces a fundamental uncertainty into any measurement at large scales, known as cosmic variance. Many processes in the universe happen through random chance. They were seeded many years ago by some bit of fundamental physics, but the actual evolution of the system proceeded through the roll of a dice. For example, the Milky Way galaxy is located here, in this region of the universe, and it has a particular mass, a particular star formation rate, a particular merger history, and so on. While the physics of the early universe powered the gravitational engines that would eventually give rise to galaxies, those forces didn't dictate exactly where the galaxies would appear. The Milky Way could have been anywhere. And so measurement of large-scale structure of cosmos-spanning fundamental constants, like the total amount of dark matter or dark energy, must take this randomness into account. There is therefore a fundamental uncertainty drawn from the fact that we can only ever access a small portion of the complete universe and can't measure its entirety. For example, if someone only shows you a handful of randomly selected cards from a full deck, you'll reach an unavoidable uncertainty when you try to assess the total number of cards. Very soon. And so, there are clear limits we encounter on large scales, and yet on the other end of the measurement scale, we run into fundamental uncertainties of a very different kind. To begin with, there is the thick veil of fog that is the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. First discovered in 1927 by quantum grandfather Werner Heisenberg, it was initially envisioned as a simple limitation of experimentation. If you wanted to study a subatomic particle, for example, you looked at it, which meant you had to bounce photons off of the particle. Normally, in the macroscopic world, this is no problem. Photons do carry energy and momentum, but it's so slight that it makes no difference. A bear is still charging at you regardless of how bright a light you shine on it. But subatomic particles are small enough to react to photons. If you really wanted to nail down the position of a particle, Heisenberg realized that you needed a photon with a very small wavelength, a photon which would therefore have a correspondingly high energy. But that high energy photon would then knock the particle. By the time the photon returns to your measurement device, you would have a very accurate idea of the particle's former position, but now you have no idea of how quickly it's moving. But if instead you use a low energy photon, you'll know that you haven't disturbed the particle much, but the large wavelength of the low energy photon means that you have correspondingly less precision in your measurement of the particle's position. Heisenberg realized that you couldn't have your cake and eat it too. You can't measure with infinite precision both the position and momentum of a quantum particle. But this wasn't just a mere measurement limitation where we could devise some clever trick to get around it. It turned out to be baked into the fundamental mathematics of quantum mechanics. Despite this, in a series of debates, Albert Einstein himself tried to find ways to escape the uncertainty principle. But every time his opponent, Niels Bohr, found a flaw in Einstein's thinking. In a series of public letters, Einstein devised various contraptions involving springs, slits, clocks, and more to argue that the uncertainty principle was merely an illusion created by our lack of complete knowledge of the quantum world.
Over there.
Yet, each time, Bohr was able to take a careful, detailed analysis of Einstein's arguments and find either an incompleteness in his train of thought or a full accounting of where the uncertainty principle would still hold. In the end, Einstein would grudgingly concede that there were limitations to our knowledge of the universe, but to his death, still held that quantum mechanics was itself an incomplete description of nature. And so, there is information in the quantum world that we simply cannot access. And another way this manifests is through the probabilities inherent in all quantum processes. In the macroscopic world, as long as you know the state of the system, a summary of every particle's position, momentum, etc., and you know the laws of physics, then you can predict with absolute certainty how that system will evolve into the future. But quantum systems do not obey the same set of rules. If you know the state of a quantum system, you can only assign probabilities of how the system might evolve into the future. And it is the equation bearing the name of Erwin Schrödinger that tells us how to calculate these probabilities. They take the form of waves. Each and every particle in the universe has a wave attached to it. The wave may be real or imagined. That's up to different interpretations of quantum mechanics. Where the wave peaks, you have a strong chance of finding the particle the next time you go looking for it. And where the wave troughs, you have a low chance. That is the maximum amount of information that you can extract from a quantum system. A map of where the particle might be, not where it will be. But the boundary of this limit is actually sometimes hard to discern. For example, we normally associate the limits of quantum mechanics with subatomic particles, well below the threshold of everyday experience. But in 2019, a team of physicists led by Yakov Fein at the University of Vienna achieved the seemingly impossible. They were able to extract the wave nature not of a single subatomic particle, but a monstrous molecule containing 2,000 individual atoms. Their work showed that with the right experimental setup, fuzziness and uncertainty inherent in quantum calculations can be blown up to surprisingly large scales. And lastly, there are regions of the universe where information exists, but may be forever locked away from us, inside black holes and in the past. Indeed, black holes are such excellent keepers of knowledge that they are the densest collection of information possible in the universe, yet we cannot access almost any of it. The most salient feature of a black hole is its event horizon, an invisible boundary that prevents the escape of anything that has ever fallen in. Whatever made the black hole, whatever the black hole has consumed during its dark life, is hidden behind that veil. You can visit and access that information if you wish, but you must do it in person, by crossing the event horizon yourself. And once you do, you will never escape. You can continue to receive messages and information from the wider universe as light continues to pour in, but you cannot share your revelations with anybody else. And there is the uncomfortable fact that once you cross an event horizon, your time is up. In a finite amount of time, as measured by a watch on your wrist, you are guaranteed to strike the singularity, the point of infinite density that defines the black hole. And so whatever knowledge you gain from accessing the black hole's dark heart will die along with you. All that remains are three parameters visible to the outside world: the mass, angular momentum, and charge of the black hole. All else is darkness. And as for the past, as far as we understand physics, and indeed understand the very fundamental concepts of space, time, and causality, what has happened in the past is forever lost to us, inaccessible except through our memories, artifacts, and the present state of the universe. We can guess and speculate and reason all we wish, but the instant that a moment passes, it slips behind that grey horizon. What is not preserved is truly gone. On large scales, microscopic scales, across invisible boundaries and through impossible tunnels, there are whole realms of the universe we simply could never access. And so what is the ultimate limit of information we could access? What is the true cosmic limit? To begin with, there are somewhere between 500 billion and 2 trillion galaxies in the observable volume of the universe. If we were to somehow halt the expansion of the cosmos and instantly record every single one of them, that would be it. That would be all the galaxies we could measure, ever. Any question we asked about galactic evolution would have to be limited by that set of information. All told, those galaxies contain somewhere around 200 billion trillion stars. Again, the same problem arises. Think of any possible question that you have about the nature of stars. If we were to complete our observations of every single one, measuring every property we could manage, including each star's position, velocity, spectrum, and so on, then that would be it. Eventually, we could start asking questions that could not be answered by that limited data set. And we can also approach the problem from microscopic scales, hoping to squeeze more useful information out of the universe. There are approximately 10 to the power of 80 protons in the observable universe. We could, in principle, work hard enough to measure the precise location and momentum and quantum state of each and every one. We could repeat this exercise for all the electrons, all the neutrinos, all the dark matter particles, and so on. We could then complete the exercise by measuring the properties of every single photon, of which there are approximately 10 to the power of 90, the vast majority of which originate with the cosmic microwave background, the light left over from when the universe transitioned from a hot, dense plasma to a neutral state when it was 380,000 years old. Each one of these particles and photons carries with it a certain amount of information, but even that would not be a full accounting of the limits of our universe. That's because all these particles are built from quantum fields, which exist as vibrations in space-time itself. The vibrations can exist whether there is a particle or not. Therefore, we need to probe deeper, even deeper than fundamental particles. We need to peer into the space between them, and as we go to smaller and smaller scales, setting up the information as we do, we finally would encounter the ultimate expression of the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, the quantum foam. In one sense, the quantum foam can be viewed as the ability for the quantum field to briefly steal energy from the vacuum of space-time, creating a particle in the process, and then quickly giving it back before anybody notices. In another, complementary view, the quantum fields that together build up our reality simply have a fundamental energy associated with them, a baseline vibration that is present even in empty space. And we reach that scale at the so-called Planck length, which is around 1.61 times 10 to the power of minus 35 meters. This number does not come from any fundamental theory, but rather exists as a mashup of important constants like the speed of light, the strength of gravity, and Planck's constant. However, at these scales, our normal senses of space and time break down, as what we normally consider smooth and featureless space-time gives way to a roiling mass of turbulence. While there may be usable information below that scale, that is well beyond known physics. And so for all intents and purposes, the Planck length serves as the resolution limit to accessible knowledge in the universe. And so this all means that to get the total information contents of the cosmos, we divide its observable volume into an incredibly large number of units delineated by the Planck length, and within each of these volumes we inquire about its state. For example, the energy levels of all the quantum fields. And according to several advanced theories of physics that relate the entropy of the universe to its information content via a formulation pioneered by American scientist Claude Shannon, we can estimate the information bound of the universe by simply assigning one bit of information to each one of these Planck-sized cells. And that estimation leads to a total information content of the universe of somewhere around 10 to the power of 120 bits. Though speculative, no matter the approach, knowledge in our universe has a bound, a limit. As advanced as we someday hope to become, we cannot break those limits. And even if we were able to acquire all that information, to probe every secret that the universe holds from us, to search in every hidden corner, to measure everything measurable, would we still be missing something? Is there another way to view the universe? When first suggested, the idea frightened the civilization. For years, it was argued against, ignored, dismissed, and forbidden. It was heretical, anathema, abhorrent to every value and virtue that the civilization in all its different forms had ever held dear. But as the ages passed and they could find no other route to new knowledge, the idea became more alluring, more tempting. By now, the civilization was very old, ancient even by their own unfathomable standards. They'd long ago left their homeworld, indeed even planetary existence itself. They spanned the length and breadth of their home galaxy, and finding no other sentient life within it, molded and shaped that galaxy as they pleased. They were now Kardashev Type 3, capable of capturing and using the energetic output of the entire galaxy. But they had long ago run into a boundary that they could not cross, no matter how advanced their technology. They could not imagine being anything but themselves. They began to wonder if it was possible, perhaps, that their consciousness, advanced as it was still somehow bound by the rules of their ancient genetic heritage, and if it was this that was making them blind to the true nature of the universe. They had invented machines that could think on their own, hoping that these synthetic brains could outwit and outthink them, bringing a different kind of consciousness into the universe that could see it, think of it, explain it in a different way. But the machines were just mirrors of themselves. Faster, true, and sometimes unrecognizable, but still the same. And in this long despair, the idea emerged. They found a young world nestled in some forgotten corner of the galaxy, a world wet with water, a world orbiting a stable star, a world rich in chemicals. They then seeded that world, touched it in small and invisible ways. A tweak here, an adjustment there, just the right modifications to turn a soup of chemicals into the ingredients needed for life. But not just any life. Encoded in those first dancing chemicals, written in the way they moved and organized themselves, were the seeds of sapience. With enough time, enough patience, the life that arose on that planet would eventually become intelligent. But the designers of the plan did not know what kind of intelligence would arise, and that was the point. They didn't know how these creatures, billions of years into the future, would perceive the world around them, how they would interact and evolve, how their own genetics would limit their understanding in some areas and expand it in others. They didn't know what knowledge the creatures would discover. They didn't know if there was another way to access the universe. Content, the designers of the plan slumbered. And as they slept, they dreamt of what they might learn from us. There may be hidden limitations to our ability to acquire knowledge within the universe. Even science, as powerful, flexible, and expansive as it is, may not be the best tool to squeeze out every last drop of information. For example, humans acquired knowledge and put it to work well before the development of the modern scientific method. Science exists as a branch of philosophy, and philosophy has a long and storied tradition stretching back centuries. Mathematics itself is a pursuit of knowledge, of abstract logical systems that may or may not be applicable to situations in the real world. But the axioms that mathematicians prove to be true are still true. It's still knowledge, even if it's never expressed in a physical system. Similarly, philosophical traditions like skepticism have drilled deep into the nature of knowing itself, asking if we are truly learning about the universe or simply creating fantasies that suit our imaginations. In other words, we can know things even if we can't verify that knowledge through science. If we are to ask what makes for a just society, or what ethics are and how we should employ them, then that is real knowledge with a real-world impact, and that is knowledge not acquired through the scientific process. But even purely within the realm of the natural world, big questions remain, and it remains to be seen if we could ever grapple with them. The nature of time, the mystery of consciousness, the bare fact of the existence of a universe, and so on. All these questions and more continually slip our grasp as we try to wrestle with them and make their answers known. And so perhaps we may indeed need a different perspective, a way to break free from the prisons of our own type of mind. There is fervent debate occurring now within the philosophical and computer science community about general artificial intelligence, the kind of AI that can reason and think and create similarly to humans. It might be possible that intelligence is simply intelligence, and that once a system possesses it in the form of conscious awareness, that's it. Creatures or computers might be dumber or smarter or slower or faster, but that they are all the same kind of intelligent and perceive the universe in roughly the same way. But it could also be that machine intelligence would be vastly different from our own, capable of not just making decisions that don't make sense to us, but also perceiving the cosmos through an entirely different framework. The most recent debate on the topic has come with the rise of generative AI algorithms, such as ChatGPT. But these algorithms do not construct sentences in the same way we do. They use vast libraries of texts to predict which words commonly follow others, giving them the ability to string together sentences. Those sentences sound surprisingly human, but this approach is not capable of reason or able to understand the meanings of the words it creates. But there is a sort of intelligence there, one highly unfamiliar to our own. Some people claim that continued development along these lines could lead to a totally different kind of intelligence, one that is capable of reason and understanding, but based on entirely different frameworks. Indeed, a powerful machine AI system could come to recognize deep truths about the universe, truths so sophisticated that it would be nigh on impossible for it to explain them to us, because our own human minds only operate in a single, limited way. But of course, there is also the possibility that they too would be limited by their forefathers, trapped within boundaries we unwittingly passed down. And finally, even if we could answer these questions and all the others that we haven't even thought of, even if we could access the complete and total universe free from any bias or biological limitation, even if we could examine it from another perspective, another point of view, we would still have to grapple with one thing: the final hurdle that the super advanced civilization could never cross. Infinity. The first known philosopher to engage with the concept of infinity was Anaximander, a Greek who lived around 600 BC. He argued that the universe was unbounded or indefinite, a way of thinking that we today would translate to infinite. Later Indian philosophers like Surya Pranyapti would provide the earliest treatment of different classes of infinity, arguing that a line of infinite length was inferior to a plane of infinite area, which in turn was less than a form with infinite volume, all of which was superior to a structure with infinite expanse in infinite dimensions. But Greek philosophers would later reject the concept of infinity, arguing that its possible existence led to all sorts of troublesome paradoxes. For example, Zeno of Elea questioned the nature of movement. If you cover half the distance to a destination, then half the remainder, then half again, and so on, could you ever really be said to reach your goal? Despite this, in mathematics, infinity was clearly useful, and infinity's close cousin, the infinitesimal, was used by both Isaac Newton and Gottfried Leibniz as the basis for calculus. Indeed, today, infinity represents a broad class of entities in mathematics, and thanks to the foundational work of Georg Cantor in the late 1800s, we now know that there is more than one kind of infinity. In fact, there are an infinite number of infinite numbers. But while we may have mastered the mathematical concept of infinity, infinities still cause chaos in our understanding of the wider universe. For example, one of the roots of this problem of infinity comes from an unexpected source, the Big Bang. Our current best theory of the earliest moments of the universe is called inflation, a hypothetical event where the cosmos grew rapidly in size in a short amount of time. And buried within that theory is an intriguing possibility that our universe, even the wider universe, far beyond the bounds of our observable horizon, is but one of many, embedded in the floating sea of a multiverse. Each universe would have its own laws of physics, its own range of particles and fields and forces, and its own particular arrangement of matter and energy. Indeed, if we are to take the multiverse concept to its infinite extreme, then there is, somewhere out there, an exact copy of you. In fact, because of the way infinity works, there would be an infinite number of copies of you watching an infinite number of copies of this video. And this is what would introduce what is known as the measure problem. With an infinite set of universes inaccessible to us, it would be impossible for us to make judgments about how rare or common, how unique or widespread anything we have in our universe is. The problem is that there would be an infinite number of every kind of universe. If you pick one property of our own universe, like the rarity of life or the true nature of dark energy, we could not say what would apply generally across an infinite multiverse. There would be an infinite number of universes abounding with life, and also an infinite number of desolate, empty universes. While there are sophisticated mathematical techniques that can allow us to judge the relative weights of different kinds of infinities, we simply don't know which of these kinds of rules would apply to a multiverse. And so, we would be swimming in a sea of ignorance. We couldn't even learn the core tenets of physics, the laws that operate not just within our own particular universe, but govern the behavior of the multiverse writ large. We could gather every scrap of information accessible to us, from the earliest moments of the Big Bang to the outermost edge of the visible universe, and we could use that to come to a remarkable number of conclusions, but beyond that, we would be ignorant. If this multiverse exists, and its own existence may be something forever beyond the bounds of evidence, then the implications are clear and stark. Of course, we may someday discover a new kind of physics, one that allows us to travel from one universe to another, to explore the varieties that the multiverse has to offer. In those journeys, we would have much to contend with, strange and exotic playgrounds that defy even our imaginations, perhaps even universes that operated under completely different kinds of physical laws. But even that would not help us with the challenge presented by the measure problem. For in an infinite multiverse, it would take an infinite amount of time, an infinite amount of resources to explore them all. No matter how far we got, no matter how much we traveled and hopped from universe to universe, there would always be an infinite number of universes just beyond our horizon. Whatever we learnt would always be a finite amount of an infinite quantity. 0%. This infinite multiverse concept may be wrong, but if it is correct, then the existence of multiple universes in parallel to our own presents the ultimate limit to our knowledge. We would be able to become masters of our own universe and nothing more. We could learn everything there is to know about our cosmos and nothing more. Infinities just have too much weight, too much power for us to ever overcome. And so, our quest for knowledge in the universe presents us with innumerable challenges and limitations. We are limited by our own senses, by our ability to perceive the world around us. We are limited by our imaginations, by our cleverness and our ability to think new thoughts and view the world in different ways. We have technological limitations that prevent us from exploring the entire scope of microscopic and cosmic scales. We might even have more fundamental limitations, born from our own genetic heritage and the structure of our brains. But all those limitations are in principle surmountable. We can develop new ways of thinking, create new technologies for pushing past barriers, and explore the cosmos in a variety of ways. But with all that effort and endeavor, we could never escape the ultimate limitations presented by the universe itself. We can never truly know everything. You've been watching the entire history of the universe. Don't forget to like and subscribe and leave us a comment to tell us what you think. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time. You must not attempt this approach to parallels. I have traversed this bottomless night, which extinguished all light and joy in my life. I entreat you, leave the science of parallels alone. Two trains hurtle along tracks side by side, straining every rivet and bolt. It's neck and neck, one locomotive inching in front of the other before conceding ground. Crowds line the sidings, waving flags and cheering for their favorite engine in this unusual race. Then, the unthinkable happens. Gasps ring out as the trains smash into each other, metal folding like paper as they burst into flames. But how could this have happened? After all, the tracks the trains were racing along were parallel. The very definition of parallel lines is that they will never meet, no matter how far you extend them. So how could they have come together? Mathematicians have studied parallel lines for millennia. Among the earliest to juggle with these ideas was the Greek polymath Euclid, often referred to as the father of geometry. Euclid penned one of the influential books ever written, Elements, containing many of the rules that underpin mathematics to this day. And the fifth of these rules is called the parallel postulate. This effectively states that two trains traveling along parallel tracks should never, ever meet. The other four postulates were quickly proven, but the parallel postulate remained evasive, going unproven for almost 2,000 years. Until, finally, in the 19th century, mathematicians dropped an existential bombshell. The postulate hadn't been proven because it couldn't be. Two parallel lines could meet, after all. Suddenly, Euclidean geometry was no longer the only game in town. It became possible to bend and contort space in ways that completely upend the usual rules. But what does this mean? And why does this matter outside of mathematics? The answer D is truly bizarre. For today, non-Euclidean geometry lies at the heart of one of the most fundamental questions in the universe. A cosmic question close to the top of the list of those most asked to astronomers. Our journey towards answering this question will take us to bizarre, twisted universes where light loops around and we can see the same galaxies multiple times in the sky. It will guide us through universes folded over on themselves, universes where if you look hard enough, you may see yourself staring back, and universes where parallel lines meet again and again and again. It is a trip that will defy common sense, but is guaranteed to leave you with a much deeper understanding of the cosmos in which we live. And the question we will be answering: if the universe is expanding, just what is it expanding into? On the 27th of December 2024, a telescope in Chile discovered something that caused the UN to activate a planetary defense protocol for the very first time. The telescope had discovered 2024 YR4, an asteroid the size of a football field that, if it hits Earth in 2032, will unleash hundreds of times more energy than the Hiroshima bomb. And the question is, will it? With breaking news like this, especially science breaking news, which is very susceptible to hyperbole, it's hugely important to know where your information is coming from, which is why I use Ground News as an indispensable resource when researching, and they've kindly helped to make this video possible. Ground News gathers the world's news in one place, so you can compare coverage and verify your information. For the 2032 asteroid, it lists 224 news sources all on one handy page, and rates each publication for bias and factuality, as well as providing information about the publication's ownership. For example, one source, listed as mixed factuality, originally ran with the headline, "Graphic shows asteroid the size of a football pitch on course to hit Earth," whereas most of the sources listed as high or very high factuality were more upfront that the chances of impact with Earth are only between 1 and 2%. And so, I encourage you to visit ground.news/HOTU or scan my QR code if you're looking for a quick and easy way to stay fully informed on any topic. Make sure you use my link to save 40% off unlimited access to their Vantage plan, the same one I use. In medieval Naples, Pope Innocent IV lies on his sickbed. The pontiff's advisors have just delivered the crushing news that his papal forces have been overrun by Manfred, the King of Sicily. This devastating development is widely credited as the reason for his death just days later at the age of 59. And yet, in some circles at least, there are growing whispers that the Pope's early demise came from an entirely different source, that he was, in fact, murdered. The proposed culprit, the ghost of a little-known English bishop with whom he'd clashed time and again, a clergyman by the name of Robert Grosseteste. This supposed spiritual assassin was born in the 13th century and rose to become the bishop of the English cathedral city of Lincoln. Quarrelsome and restless, he sought reforms to the Catholic Church that would bring him into direct conflict with Pope Innocent IV as well as King Henry III. Yet it is Grosseteste's contributions to the fledgling field of modern science that are far more noteworthy today. For he was a particularly early advocate of the scientific method and the crucial role of experiment in revealing the hidden laws that invisibly govern our world. To begin with, Grosseteste was the first person in history to correctly explain rainbows as the result of the refraction of light. And light became somewhat of an obsession and played a central role in his version of something bishops and cosmologists both fixate on: the creation of the universe. According to Grosseteste, the universe began when light expanded outwards from a central point before condensing to matter. This was a full 7 centuries before modern astronomers would hit upon a similar notion. And so today, Grosseteste is known in some circles as the Big Bang Bishop. Grosseteste died in 1253 and is buried in Lincoln Cathedral. Miracles were reported at his shrine, and he was widely considered a saint in England as a result, although Grosseteste's sainthood was never ratified by the Vatican, in large part due to the rumour that his ghost murdered the Pope. But as we know, Grosseteste's idea for an expanding universe would not be developed in the following years. Indeed, it would take more than half a millennia for it to raise its head again. And interestingly, it was another Catholic man of the cloth that would ultimately rekindle Grosseteste's idea in the early 20th century. The Belgian priest, Georges Lemaitre. Lemaitre was lucky to even be alive at this point. As an artillery officer at Ypres during the First World War, he narrowly escaped the horrors of a cloud of chlorine gas when the wind changed and blew it away from him. Then, in the Second World War, the Americans accidentally bombed his home. In 1927, Lemaitre published his solutions to the equations of Einstein's general theory of relativity, our best and most complete theory of gravity. He wasn't the first to do this. People had been doing it for years. Indeed, Karl Schwarzschild had been one of the first more than a decade earlier, using his solution to propose the idea of black holes. Lemaitre's solutions, however, were different. They implied that the entire universe was expanding. But most ignored his findings. Einstein was among those who were brutally dismissive. Your calculations are correct, but your physics are abominable, he said. Einstein famously would go on to tweak his own equations to maintain a static universe. However, the seeds of the proof that Lemaitre was right had already been sown, for in 1915, the American astronomer Vesto Slipher had announced his discovery that galaxies appeared to be running away from us. Slipher reached his landmark conclusion thanks to measurements of redshift, one of the most important weapons in an astronomer's armory. First, take light from a galaxy and break it up into its constituent colors, much like Grosseteste correctly assumed raindrops do to create rainbows. Second, look for the dark bands hidden in this spectrum to represent missing colors swallowed by the various chemical elements that make up the galaxy. Finally, measure how far this pattern of lines has been shunted towards the red end of the spectrum. The more pronounced this redshift, the faster the galaxy is receding from us. This was only one half of the puzzle, however. The final missing piece would be provided by Edwin Hubble in 1929. He measured the distances to galaxies before comparing them to the speeds with which the galaxies are fleeing. In doing so, he found a very strict pattern now known as Hubble's law. The further a galaxy is from us, the faster it appears to be running away. How fast? According to modern measurements, about 23 kilometers per second for every million light years. That means there are galaxies in the universe moving away from us faster than the speed of light. And so Hubble immediately knew that Lemaitre was right. The universe is expanding after all, just as the visionary Grosseteste had suspected centuries before. Despite how often it's talked about, it's not always immediately obvious why the fact that more distant galaxies are fleeing from us faster automatically means that the universe must be expanding. So let's nail the link with a more familiar example of something else that expands. Bread. Bread with raisins in it, to be precise. Imagine mixing and kneading dough before placing it in an oven for an hour to bake. In that time, it will double in size and give you a tasty treat. But now, imagine placing yourself on one of the raisins and looking around at the other raisins as the dough rises. A raisin that was initially 1 centimeter away from you will end up 2 centimeters away at the end of the baking time. It will have moved 1 centimeter an hour. If a raisin was already 2 centimeters away from you to begin with, then it will end up 4 centimeters away, moving at an apparent speed of 2 centimeters per hour. The third raisin, initially 3 centimeters away, would finish the bake 6 centimeters distant, apparently moving at 3 centimeters per hour. In other words, the bigger the initial gap between you and the raisin, the faster you'll see it moving away from you. Why? Because the dough is expanding. It's not that the raisins are moving through the dough, nor is more dough somehow being added. Instead, the gap between the raisins is stretched by the existing dough's expansion. The more dough there was between you and a raisin to begin with, the more pronounced the effect of its expansion. And Hubble's law offers up an identical explanation for galaxies. As Slifer realized, most appear to be running away from us, but the galaxies themselves aren't fleeing through space. Instead, the space between the galaxies is expanding and carrying them ever further from us. The more space there was to begin with, in other words, the further a galaxy is from us, the faster it will appear to move away. No new space is being added, merely existing space stretched. This is allowed by general relativity. Space and time are malleable, inconstant things. And it is this expansion of the universe that is also responsible for the more pronounced redshift of more distant galaxies spotted by Slifer. As the light waves travel towards Earth, they are stretched as the space they travel through expands. Of all the colors of the rainbow, red light has the longest waves, and so the more space the light has to travel through to get here, the closer to the red end of the spectrum the spectral lines will appear. This is a good illustration of another subtle point that often vexes people when it comes to fully understanding and expanding the universe. People often ask what happens to energy as the universe expands. Energy conservation is one of the most famous laws of physics, stating that energy can't be created or destroyed, and that the total energy of a system must stay the same. However, energy is not conserved in an expanding universe. The energy conservation rule holds for the kind of physics covered by Isaac Newton's three famous laws of motion, where particles move through a benign background space that isn't changing. However, space is constantly changing in an expanding universe, and so the total energy of the particles moving through it is not conserved in the same way. Redshifted light is a perfect example. As the expansion stretches out the light waves, they lose energy. The total energy of all the photons reaching Earth decreases. It is not conserved. And this expansion of the universe also leads to another curious effect. Light from the most ancient events takes longer to arrive as it has had to travel a long way through an expanding universe to get here. The result is that the oldest objects in the universe appear to evolve almost 5 times more slowly than the same events today. And so the fact that the universe is expanding is clear. But when exactly did this expansion start? Well, if the universe is getting bigger day by day, then it was smaller yesterday. It was smaller still a century ago, and yet more minuscule nearly a millennium ago when Grosseteste's ghost was supposedly seeing off the Pope. It is Hubble's law that tells us how much expansion there has been since the Big Bang. Rewinding the clock on this expansion tells us when the expansion started. Indeed, this little piece of nothingness is what Lemaitre called the primeval atom, but today astronomers call it the Big Bang. And rewinding Hubble's law timestamps the beginning of this expansion at around 13.8 billion years ago. The very name of the event, the Big Bang, calls to mind some kind of explosion, one that continues to drive the ongoing expansion of the universe even to this day. Understandably, then, people ask astronomers for the location of this explosion, to point them to the place in the universe where the Big Bang banged. Where is the center of the universe? After all, if a bomb exploded in a room, then investigators sent in the aftermath could piece together the necessary clues from the shrapnel and debris to work out where in the room the bomb went off. So why can't the same be done with the Big Bang? Well, the Big Bang created the universe. If a bomb exploded, and in doing so created a room, then it would make no sense to ask where in the room that bomb detonated. After all, the room didn't exist before the explosion. In an expanding universe, everyone thinks that they are at the center of the expansion, when in fact, there is no center at all. And so, it's clear that the universe isn't expanding from anywhere. But then, What is it expanding into? This is one of the other questions most frequently asked of astronomers, but also one that turns out to be much trickier to answer than it first appears, with deep and profound consequences for the way we understand the universe. The view is magnificently monochrome as you hurtle high above the surface of the moon. Prehistoric craters, smooth lava plains, soaring mountains, and spindly volcanic rills jut and spread as far as the eye can see. An ancient, empty wasteland touched only by 12 pairs of American boots in billions of years. And flying over the jagged lunar landscape is more than just breathtaking. It's also a journey through the history of science. You'll find crater after crater named after the most towering figures to ever contemplate the cosmos. Indeed, this roll call of celestial greatness includes Einstein, Hubble, Slipher, and Lemaitre. But it also includes two craters that sit on opposite sides of the moon, one on the northern near side and the other on the southern far side. And their geographical juxtaposition is apt because the two physicists they are named after, Wilhelm de Sitter and Hermann Minkowski, also lend their names to opposing possibilities for the shape of our universe. Indeed, which one turns out to be correct governs whether or not the cosmos will ever end, and has important consequences for our question of what exactly the universe is expanding into. Minkowski was once Einstein's professor. They didn't always see eye to eye, however. He's a lazy dog who never bothered about mathematics at all, Minkowski once said of the most famous scientist who has ever lived. Indeed, Minkowski was far closer to the legendary German mathematician David Hilbert, who wrote a touching obituary of his friend. Referring to their shared scientific work, Hilbert said, "It seemed to us a garden full of flowers. In it, we enjoyed looking for hidden pathways and discovered many a new perspective that appealed to our sense of beauty. And when one of us showed it to the other and we marveled over it together, our joy was complete." Wilhelm de Sitter, on the other hand, was born in 1872 to a judge, the latest in a long line of lawyers stretching back generations. However, Wilhelm would abandon enforcing the rule of law for a chance to understand the hidden rules of the universe. When he died of pneumonia in 1934, the New York Times wrote of him, "He's not a cold, dispassionate juggler of Greek letters, a balancer of equations, but rather an artist. Only the musician can fully grasp what it must have meant to De Sitter to see the cosmos shaping itself in new ways in his formulas." And it is for their work on the overall shape of the universe that the two men are most remembered today. Minkowski space and De Sitter space are different ways to describe the way in which the fabric of the universe curves. Minkowski space is usually referred to as flat, which is not intuitively the clearest way to describe it, because to astronomers and mathematicians, flat doesn't necessarily mean two-dimensional, like a flat sheet. Instead, it refers to space that has zero intrinsic curvature. Indeed, shortly we'll encounter multiple examples of flat shapes that are very much three-dimensional. Shapes drawn in Minkowski space follow the rules of Euclidean geometry. Euclidean geometry may sound unfamiliar, but it is the bedrock of high school mathematics. Triangles drawn in Minkowski space, for example, have angles that add up to 180 degrees, just as our teachers repeatedly tried to drum into us. Parallel lines stay parallel forever. What your teachers probably didn't tell you, though, is that this isn't true for all triangles. To see why, let's return to the moon. Imagine yourself atop the lunar North Pole. You travel down towards the lunar equator, crossing the De Sitter crater on the way. Upon reaching the equator, you take a 90-degree turn, travel along the equator for a while, then take another 90-degree turn that sets you back on a path to your starting point on the North Pole. Your entire journey traces out a triangle across the craggy lunar surface. However, the base of this triangle already has two angles each equal to 90 degrees. The other angle at the North Pole is not 0, and so the angles in this triangle must add up to more than 180 degrees. In fact, it's possible for a triangle drawn on a sphere to contain up to 540 degrees. And this is an example of non-Euclidean geometry. A similarly shaped universe is referred to as closed. Just like circumnavigating the moon or the Earth, even if you travel in a straight line, you'd eventually loop back round and return to where you started. Space with this kind of positive curvature is known as de Sitter space. But that is not it. There is a third possibility: anti-de Sitter space. In this version of non-Euclidean geometry, the angles in a triangle add up to fewer than 180 degrees. Shapes like a saddle or the potato-based snack Pringles have this negative curvature. It pinches the angles in the triangle, meaning that they sum to under 180 degrees. A universe shaped like this is referred to as open. So of this trio of options, which kind of universe do we live in? Closed, open, or flat? We can imagine a spacecraft tracing a giant triangle in the sky in an attempt to answer this question. They could fly for millions of light years across the universe before returning to the Earth, a mega version of the triangle we drew on the lunar surface. If, like on the moon, they needed to turn through more than 180 degrees to complete the triangle, we'd be able to conclude that the universe is positively curved. If they managed to pull it off by traveling through fewer than 180 degrees, then that would indicate negative curvature. Only if their triangular path contained exactly 180 degrees would the universe be flat. Unfortunately, no astronauts have yet ventured further than the moon, and even our most distant spacecraft won't reach the nearest stars for tens of thousands of years, let alone leaving the galaxy and flying for millions of light years. But thankfully, there is something else that has already traveled across the universe for billions of light years. The light from the cosmic microwave background, the leftover radiation from near the beginning of the universe. Look at a map of the cosmic microwave background, and it's speckled with tiny temperature variations. Small regions a little hotter or cooler than the average. They correspond to areas of the baby universe that were a little denser or sparser. Indeed, these regions were the seeds from which structure in the adolescent universe emerged. Denser regions gradually pulled in more material to construct huge superclusters of galaxies. Empty regions became larger as a result, fashioning enormous supervoids. Knowing the expansion history of the universe from Hubble's law, astronomers can work backwards from the megastructures in the modern universe to predict the size of the speckles in the CMB. The answer they get matches their observations perfectly. And this tells us the light from the CMB has traveled through a flat universe to reach us, one governed by the rules of Minkowski space. But that is not quite the end. For astronomers still have to try and work out what's called the topology of the universe. To understand what is meant by topology, imagine two shapes, each made out of modeling clay. If you can remold one of the shapes into the other without tearing the clay, then the two shapes share the same topology. A donut, for example, is a match for a teacup. The hole in the handle of the cup can be reworked into the hole in the center of the donut without needing to make any tears. As an example, the universe could resemble a giant sheet of paper. But if you curl that sheet up, you get a cylinder, and if you join the ends of the cylinder together, you get a donut, a shape mathematicians call a torus. All of these topologies are considered flat because the angles in any triangle drawn on them add up to 180 degrees. There are, however, a total of 18 different 3D topologies consistent with a flat universe that follow the rules of Euclidean geometry. Of course, by far the simplest option is the first. that, like an endless, stretched out piece of paper, the universe just continues on forever. An infinite universe. That is impossible for a closed universe. As we've seen, you'll always end up back where you started. And if the universe is indeed infinite, then it isn't expanding into anything. It can't be getting bigger to occupy more space, as the space that's there is already infinite. But is the universe really infinite? Not in some of the other topologies that fit with our observations of the cosmic microwave background and the apparent flatness of the universe. Take one of them, a shape known as the 3 torus. Imagine taking an ordinary cube, then bending a pair of opposite sides around and gluing them together. Then do the same for the other 2 pairs of sides. The result is the 3 torus. If the universe is shaped like this, then traveling away from the Earth in a straight line would eventually see you return to the Earth on a finite closed loop. Other flat topologies also have these closed loops, including the so-called Hansch-Wendt manifold. It can be constructed by starting with 2 cubes stuck together, then bending the different faces around to join one another. If the universe really has such closed loops, then we could be living in a cosmic hall of mirrors. Light following a closed loop could result in us seeing the same object in different parts of the sky, as its light is bent back round. Indeed, astronomers have been looking for repeating connected patterns in the cosmic microwave background, but are yet to see anything significant. So it remains hard to say if the universe is infinite or not. The Hansch-Wendt manifold has received particular attention because its complex geometry would actually obscure the repeating patterns, which might be why astronomers haven't seen them. To make matters worse, astronomers aren't even 100% sure that the universe is actually flat. Strictly speaking, astronomers have used the cosmic microwave background to measure the flatness of the observable universe, the bit they are able to see. There is thought to be more universe beyond this imaginary boundary. And so this leaves astronomers with 2 competing options. The first is that the entire universe is flat, the bit that they can see and the bit that they can't. However, when astronomers calculate the odds of this happening, they are astronomically small. The alternative is that the Big Bang has expanded the universe to such a degree that any curvature the observable universe initially had was ironed out. This is similar to how the Earth appears to be flat beneath your feet, despite the fact that the Earth's surface is curved. That curvature is only noticeable above a certain scale, and in the cosmos that scale could well be beyond the edge of the observable universe. Except Hubble's law tells us how much expansion there has been since the Big Bang 13.8 billion years ago, and there simply hasn't been enough to completely smooth out the observable universe. The most commonly accepted fix to this problem is a theory known as cosmic inflation. This theory injects a period of super rapid expansion in the universe's first fractions of a second over and above Hubble's law. Inflation also explains those tiny speckles in the cosmic microwave background, which shouldn't be there according to the original Big Bang theory. According to inflation, the speckles are the result of tiny quantum fluctuations frozen into the universe forever when it suddenly ballooned in size. Finding definitive evidence for inflation would put the possibility of a non-flat and therefore finite universe firmly back on the table. Yet, with that, the nagging question of what the universe is expanding into re-emerges. Although, as it turns out, we don't necessarily need for it to be expanding into anything at all. It is the late 1780s. The United States of America is yet to reach its teenage years. France is about to descend into a chaotic revolution that would eventually see King Louis XVI meet the business end of a guillotine. And meanwhile, in Germany, a young schoolboy by the name of Carl Friedrich Gauss is sitting in a classroom listening attentively in a mathematics lesson. The teacher has just set the students a task. They must add up all the numbers from 1 to 100. Within seconds, Gauss pipes up, 5,050, sir. The teacher's jaw drops faster than King Louis's guillotine blade. It's unclear whether this actually happened. The story has joined the annals of other likely apocryphal tales in the history of science. Think Archimedes running naked down the street, or the apple falling on Newton's head. But the trick to arriving at 5050 within just a few heartbeats is to realize that you don't actually have to tediously add up all the numbers. Instead, you pair the numbers off. 1 with 100, 2 with 99, 3 with 98, and so on. Each pair will always add together to make 101. With 50 such pairs, all the young Gauss had to do was multiply 101 by 50 and arrive at the correct answer of 5050. Whether it happened or not, the anecdote is designed to illustrate Gauss's precocious talent for mathematics, even from a tender age. He would go on to become one of the most influential, if not the most influential, mathematicians of all time. And Gauss's work would eventually become a cornerstone of the way we understand the universe, what it truly means to say that it is expanding, and whether or not it needs to be expanding into anything. Earlier, we used the analogy of raisin bread to explain the expanding universe. An inflating balloon with coins stuck onto its surface to represent galaxies is another analogy that's often used. As you blow up the balloon, the galaxies move further apart as the rubber between them stretches. In the same way, we do not expand with the expanding universe, so tight are the shackles of our atomic bonds. However, all of these everyday analogies for an expanding universe have their limitations. In both scenarios, the object is still expanding into something, either the oven or the room. And so to understand how the universe itself can expand without needing to expand into anything, we need to enter a baffling branch of mathematics known as differential geometry. To begin with, imagine a two-dimensional sheet that's then rolled up into a cylinder. To achieve this, you have to curve the sheet to a third dimension that's beyond the sheet itself. Mathematicians call this external dimension the embedding space. Now let's imagine that our universe is shaped like this cylinder, and that intrepid astronauts are tracing a giant triangle across its surface. The angles in that triangle would add up to 180 degrees, just as they would on the original flat sheet. From the astronauts' point of view, they'd be unable to tell the difference between the flat sheet and the cylinder. That is, unless they could somehow leave the surface of the cylinder entirely and look back on it from the embedding space. Only then could they see it was curved. Shapes like this are said to have extrinsic curvature. The curvature is only apparent from beyond the surface of the shape. And to say this another way, a cylinder has no intrinsic curvature. And in mathematics, intrinsic curvature is also known as Gaussian curvature, because Gauss would make a huge breakthrough in differential geometry in 1827. Shapes with no intrinsic curvature, including cylinders, are regarded as flat. You can see why it's a bit confusing. However, some shapes do have intrinsic curvature, and the most obvious example is the sphere. As with traveling across the moon, you don't have to leave the surface of a sphere in order to know that it's curved. The fact that the angles in a large triangle add up to more than 180 degrees tells you that you're on a curved surface without the need for an embedding space. And when Gauss published the details of this idea in 1827, it became known as Theorema Egregium, Latin for remarkable theory. An interesting consequence of the fact that a sheet has zero Gaussian curvature but a sphere doesn't is that all the maps of the world are off. Indeed, a 2D map of a 3D sphere will always be distorted. The most common world maps use the Mercator projection, which is designed to preserve the angles between objects and make navigation easier. However, that means that areas are skewed. Greenland, for example, appears 14 times larger than it really is. There are ways to preserve areas and skew angles instead, such as the Lambert cylindrical equal area projection, but Gauss's remarkable theory tells us that something always has to give. But so far, we have spoken about hypothetical cylinders and spheres and maps of the Earth. What about the real universe in which we live? Fast forward to 1857, and the 76-year-old Gauss is in the audience for a lecture given by one of his former protégés, Bernhard Riemann. Born in Hanover the year before Gauss published his remarkable theory, Riemann initially set his sights on studying theology, but ended up studying mathematics instead under Gauss's tutelage at the University of Göttingen. Indeed, Gauss once remarked that Riemann had a gloriously fertile originality. In his 1857 lecture, Riemann set out to extend Gauss's work on differential geometry beyond 3 dimensions. Today, this is known as Riemannian geometry, and, as we will see, it would prove a crucial breakthrough. One of the most important concepts in Riemannian geometry is the geodesic, a line that represents the shortest path between 2 points on a curved surface, which often leads to odd-looking outcomes when you step down a dimension. Take, for example, the more than 30 flights that travel between London and New York every day. London sits closer to the North Pole than New York, so you'd think that a plane flying to the Big Apple would set off from the UK and head south. In fact, it heads north, flies in a straight line, and still ends up further south. This straight line across a 3-dimensional surface looks curved when drawn on a 2-dimensional map. And perhaps even more bizarrely, it's actually possible to travel in a completely straight line from Alaska to India without ever flying over land. When drawn on a 2D map, this journey looks about as far from straight as it's possible to get. However, looking at that path from space, you can clearly see how straight it is. And these ideas, geodesics and Riemannian geometry, would go on to form the backbone of Albert Einstein's general theory of relativity, our best tested explanation of gravity. General relativity says that the 3 dimensions of space and 1 dimension of time are irrevocably woven together into a 4-dimensional fabric called space-time. Indeed, it was Einstein's grumpy professor, Hermann Minkowski, who actually coined the term. This means that Gaussian differential geometry, which can only describe curvature in a total of 3 dimensions, is not sufficient. Only Riemannian geometry, which generalizes Gauss's work to any number of dimensions, works. According to general relativity, the presence of massive objects curves 4-dimensional space-time, and it is this curvature that's responsible for the apparent force of gravity. Earth, for example, doesn't orbit the Sun because there's an invisible force of attraction between them, as Isaac Newton had suggested in the 17th century. Instead, the Sun distorts the fabric of space-time around it, and the Earth is caught rolling around in this distortion. However, thinking of gravity in this way leads to what appears at first to be a controversial statement, that the Earth orbits the Sun in a straight line. At least, that's true in 4 dimensions. Just as the straight London to New York flight path across a 3D surface appears curved when drawn on a 2D map, the Earth's straight path through 4D space-time only appears curved in 3 dimensions. And this curvature is particularly apparent in an effect known as gravitational lensing. When light from a distant source encounters a massive cluster of galaxies, the light's path appears to bend around it. Riemannian geometry allows astronomers to estimate the amount of space-time curvature required to do this, in turn leading to an estimate for the total mass of the cluster. Usually there appears to be considerably more mass than can be accounted for by adding up all the visible material in the cluster, strongly hinting to astronomers that the difference is made up of invisible, dark matter. And so, this all means that thanks to the use of Riemannian geometry, general relativity can completely describe space-time, our universe, and its expansion in terms of intrinsic curvature alone. There is no need for an external embedded space, and so no requirement for the universe to be expanding into anything. However, as you might have guessed, that is not quite the end. But just because the universe doesn't need to be expanding into anything, doesn't mean that it isn't. After 7 long months traveling through the solar system, it is the next 7 minutes that will decide the fate of NASA's Perseverance rover. Hurtling through the thin Martian atmosphere at almost 20,000 kilometers per hour, from the planet's surface it looks like a giant shooting star lighting up the daytime sky. Suddenly, the parachute pops and flutters open. The rover rig emerges from its protective chrysalis, stabilized in midair by a series of thrusters and finally dangling down from the sky crane on long, puppet-like wires. With the rover safely on the surface, the sky crane powers away so as not to contaminate the pristine environment around Jezero crater that the mission has traveled almost 500 million kilometers from Earth to explore. Landing a car-sized rover on a distant planet is no mean feat, yet this mission has another, even more impressive achievement up its sleeve: a miniature helicopter. Known as Ingenuity, it would go on to make the first powered flight on another world. In fact, it would make a total of 72 flights, despite only being designed for 5. Endeavours like this are a stark reminder of just how weak the force of gravity really is. Despite the heft of an entire planet, this tiny aircraft, with a fuselage the size of a tissue box and weighing no more than a bag of potatoes, could climb over 20 meters above the dusty Martian surface. And as well as this, of the 4 fundamental forces, gravity also has the dubious honor of being the least understood, even though its rules were discovered centuries before those of the other 3. Indeed, this is even more perplexing, considering that gravity is the force that most obviously affects our day-to-day lives. To underscore the disparity between gravity and the other forces, imagine 2 electrons. Their gravitational attraction is 100 tretacillion times weaker than the repulsive electromagnetic force between them. That's a 1, followed by a staggering 43 zeros. This gulf in their might is particularly troublesome because physicists assume that all 4 fundamental forces were once united into a single force immediately after the Big Bang, before peeling away from each other in the universe's first slivers of a second. Indeed, there is already concrete evidence that the electromagnetic and weak forces were once the electroweak force, and the rules that describe the strong force are so similar to those belonging to the electroweak that they appear a perfect fit. We just haven't ramped up the energy of particle accelerators enough yet in order to find proof. But gravity, however, remains firmly out in the cold. As we've seen, it's described by Einstein's general theory of relativity instead, a theory that doesn't play nicely with the quantum field theories we used to describe the other 3 forces. And so, if all 4 forces were once equal in strength, what happened to relegate gravity to such a lowly footing? Well, the answer could lie in a sci-fi sounding branch of physics known as the brain world, a truly bizarre theoretical example of an embedding space. According to these theories, our 4-dimensional spacetime is merely a surface or brain embedded in a higher dimensional hyperspace known as the bulk. The word brain is a shortened form of membrane. Perhaps the easiest way to picture this is to drop down a dimension. Imagine an ant crawling around the surface of a hollow sphere floating in mid-air. That ant would be confined to a 2D surface, a brain embedded in a 3D bulk. And in the same way, we could live on a 4D surface embedded in a bulk with at least 5 dimensions. This brain world has its roots in string theory, which is one attempt to unite gravity with its fellow forces. According to string theory, subatomic particles are made of tiny vibrating strings. And within this theory, just as you can play stringed instruments in different ways to create different notes, so nature plays these strings to create different particles. And a family of particles called bosons is particularly important because they are responsible for carrying forces. Indeed, it is only by exchanging bosons that magnets can attract or repel each other, for example. Atomic nuclei are only held together by the strong force because bosons called gluons are being exchanged between their constituent parts. Physicists have already experimentally verified the bosons behind 3 of the 4 fundamental forces, but they have yet to discover one linked to gravity. If it does exist, this graviton is proving particularly hard to find. Despite its elusiveness, the graviton could be the key to unlocking the mystery of why gravity appears so much weaker than the other 3 fundamental forces, with huge implications for what the universe is expanding into. There are 2 types of string in string theory: open and closed. According to the brane world, open strings must always remain tethered to a brane at one end. Closed strings, however, which form a loop and so are effectively tethered to themselves, are free to wander through the full extent of the bulk. And the graviton is thought to be made of just such a closed string. In other words, the strength of gravity is diluted across both our brane and the bulk. The other 3 forces, with their open string bosons, are restricted to just the brane. And so if true, it's no wonder that we see gravity is considerably weaker than its fellow forces. It is leaking away into hyperspace. And there are ways to test this idea with experiments, even without the direct discovery of the graviton itself. It is possible that our atom-smashing efforts at places such as the Large Hadron Collider could create gravitons through the collision of ordinary particles. And if some of these gravitons wandered off into the bulk, they would leave behind telltale gaps in the data. Equally, physicists could also find evidence of gravity leaking into the bulk in modern versions of a famous 18th century experiment by Henry Cavendish, designed to measure the gravitational attraction between 2 nearby metal spheres. Forces usually follow what physicists refer to as an inverse square law. If you double the distance between 2 spheres, their gravitational attraction drops to a quarter. Treble the distance and it drops to a 1/9. The same holds for the strength of the electromagnetic force between magnets. Now let's imagine that wandering gravitons are causing gravity to leak away into a single extra dimension. In other words, a 5-dimensional bulk. Gravity's potency should fall away more quickly, and it will follow an inverse cube law instead. That means doubling the distance between 2 masses would see their attraction drop to an 1/8 instead of a quarter. In order to be consistent with the apparent weakness of gravity that we observe, this divergence from the inverse square law would show up over distances roughly equal to the gap between the Sun and the planet Uranus. And so clearly astronomers would have noticed such a deviation by now. The orbits of the 2 outer planets would follow different gravitational rules to those of the inner planets. However, the more dimensions you add to the bulk, the more avenues there are for gravity to leak. This would lead to a greater deviation from the inverse square law as the strength of gravity drops even faster. But it would also reduce the distance over which this deviation becomes apparent. Indeed, for just 2 extra dimensions, it drops dramatically from a literally astronomical distance to a mere 0.3 millimeters. That may still sound relatively large, certainly compared to the size of atoms, but measuring gravity on this scale is currently beyond our capabilities. Though in 2021, a groundbreaking modern version of the Cavendish experiment did measure the gravitational attraction between 2 90-milligram gold spheres separated by 40 millimeters. There was no deviation from the inverse square law. And so perhaps one day we will get this down to under 0.3 millimeters and finally see the proof of gravity leaking away into the bulk. Although, unfortunately, even if physicists did spot a deviation, it isn't smoking gun proof that our universe is a brane embedded in hyperspace. Instead, the extra dimensions that gravity is leaking into could be part of the universe itself, curled up so small as to remain out of sight. Proving the existence of the bulk would finally give us a more concrete answer to the question of what the universe is expanding into. Our 4D universe could be growing into a potentially infinite higher dimensional hyperspace. But there is another potential way to use string theory in order to recreate rules similar to those of quantum physics, a groundbreaking discovery that goes by the rather dull name of the ADS-CFT correspondence. The ADS part is something we've encountered before, anti-de Sitter space. The CFT stands for conformal field theory, the quantum rules behind the standard model of particle physics, which exquisitely explain all of its subatomic particles and the forces that govern them, are close cousins of conformal field theories. And to better understand how the ADS-CFT correspondence works, let's take a three-dimensional example. First of all, imagine a disk that resembles an elaborate floor mosaic. It is made up of triangles and squares that follow the usual rules of anti-de Sitter space. As a reminder, that means the angles in the triangles add up to less than 180 degrees, and squares have angles that are pinched at the corners. Next, stack multiple copies of this disk on top of one another to form a cylindrical universe. This is an example of three-dimensional anti-de Sitter space. Measure the angles of a triangle anywhere within it, and they will add up to less than 180 degrees. But this cylinder has an unusual and critically important property. Put yourself at any point on the boundary, and the space immediately around you will follow the rules of Minkowski space instead. In other words, the boundary of this anti-de Sitter space is flat. And so given that the universe around us also appears flat, could our cosmos be the boundary of a higher dimensional anti-de Sitter bulk? That's the working idea behind the ADS-CFT correspondence. In theory, the bulk can have any number of dimensions, and the boundary will always have one fewer. But what's remarkable about the ADS-CFT correspondence is that if you apply string theory to a 5-dimensional anti-de Sitter bulk, the resulting physics on the 4-dimensional boundary are exactly the same as the rules of quantum physics. That's the correspondence part, a twinning of the physics of the bulk and the boundary. The two things are exactly equivalent. Except there are big caveats to consider. In the ADS-CFT correspondence, the 4 dimensions on the boundary are all dimensions of space. We do seem to live in a 4-dimensional universe, but one of those dimensions is time. Only 3 are spatial dimensions. As well as this, the conformal field theory that appears on the boundary is a very close match to quantum physics, but not a perfect one. And so for now, the ADS-CFT correspondence is not a complete description of our reality. But when it was first proposed in the late 1990s by the Argentine physicist Juan Maldacena, it was a shot in the arm for an older theory known as the holographic principle. The hologram on the back of a credit card may give the illusion of looking three-dimensional, but in reality, all the information is encoded on a 2D card. Likewise, with the ADS-CFT correspondence, all the information about the 5D bulk is encoded on the 4D boundary. In fact, the ADS-CFT correspondence is sometimes called Maldacena duality for this very reason. It's also possible to take the same idea and drop down a dimension or two. Indeed, our universe seems to have 3 spatial dimensions, but could all the information about this universe actually be encoded on some distant 2D boundary? Could the whole cosmos be a hologram? It's certainly a tantalizing prospect, and one that helps physicists solve other thorny issues, such as what happens to information falling into a black hole. However, the holographic principle remains notoriously hard to test, yet it is a great illustration of the mental gymnastics and flights of fancy that physicists are willing to endure in the search for answers to one of the universe's greatest of questions. We've known for nearly a century that the universe is expanding. The work of Gauss and Riemann led us to Einstein, who told us that the universe doesn't need to be expanding into anything at all. And yet, the idea of higher dimensions just won't go away. Although should we ever find them, what is the universe expanding into certainly won't be the only monumental question being answered. You've been watching the entire history of the universe. Don't forget to like and subscribe and leave us a comment to tell us what you think. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time.